Afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call the special study session meeting to order, City Council and Stadium Authority Board. So may I have a confirmation of quorum, City Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Confirming the quorum of the council.
Thank you. So we're going to start with the city manager. Our first item, presentation of second voter research survey results for a possible November 2024 ballot measure to fund public infrastructure and request for council input.
Sure. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Gilmore, members of the City Council, Javon Grogan, City Manager. I will be kicking off our study session today with item 1A, a study session with regard to a possible November 24 ballot and a presentation of our second voter research survey. The agenda for our presentation is on the screen. We will have a brief introduction, presentation by me, and then we will invite Tolchin Research to go through the results of our second likely voter survey. We will then talk about our community education efforts, potential bond funding, accountability and local control, as well as next steps, and as the mayor mentioned, end this item with council questions, discussion, and any feedback. Just as a quick highlight, we've talked about this a lot over the last year, and it really appears to almost every conversation we talk about centers on our unfunded infrastructure. And as we know, the city has over $600 million of known infrastructure needs for the general fund. And this year alone, later today, actually the very next item, we will have a study session on our capital improvement budget. And this year alone, when we sat down to go through that capital improvement budget, we received over $275 million worth of infrastructure requests to spend this year. However, in our general fund capital reserve, which is where we fund all of our general infrastructure, we only had $24 million. And we knew we could not allocate all $24 million because then we would drop that balance down to zero. And so in the next item before you, as you know, we're recommending allocating $16 million, but just a stark contrast between our need and what we have available. As you know, our unfunded infrastructure needs includes our aging roads. Our PCI is currently around 74%, and we cannot keep up with the annual funding needs. We have underfunded. We have bridges that need rehabilitation, underground storm drains, sidewalks, as well as intersections. 4 of our 9 fire stations are in need of either replacement or significant rehabilitation. Many of them are over 55 years old. We had a building boom here roughly 60 years ago, and our infrastructure is aging in place. And so we know we need to undertake that work. And frankly, we just don't have the funds, and we have not had the funds for quite some time. We also have unfunded infrastructure related to infrastructure to make our safe routes to schools, or what we like to call the pathways to schools. So a number of intersection improvements that are needed, and additional improvements to make our roads, pedestrian corridors, and bicycle paths safe. As the council knows, we are undertaking a number of bike studies. However, those bike studies are underfunded. We have the money for the study, but we do not have the money to complete the design and the construction on all of those studies that we're undertaking. And then up on the screen, you have a picture of the International Swim Center, as well as a crack at a tennis court, emblematic of the maintenance that we need to occur at a number of our facilities. And so we have been talking about for quite some time a potential bond of up to $598 million to address these infrastructure needs. Today, we will have a presentation by Tolchin Research, Ben Tolchin and Corey O'Neill. We will begin with Corey O'Neill to discuss the results of our second voter poll. So now I will turn the presentation over to Tolchin Research. And actually, we're going to begin with Ben Tolchin first. And so I know they're remote, and we will
Yeah, he's on. There we go. Ben is on.
Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead,
Great.
Ben.
Awesome. Very impressive technology. Welcome. Good evening. Thank you for having me. I'm joined here by my Associate Vice President, Corey O'Neill, who was instrumental in doing the survey with me. So we are on our second survey, and we have a PowerPoint, so I don't know if we should bring it up, or you'll bring it up. But I'm happy to share my screen.
Your
Let's see.
presentation is up, Ben.
Okay, great. Okay, so I will walk you all through it. So Ben Tolchin, President of Tolchin Research, we're a well-renowned polling firm. This is the second survey, as Javon mentioned, that we've done. And in terms of methodology, if we go to the second, oh, there it is. We did a multimodal survey, citywide survey in Santa Clara. We had 400 likely November 2024 voters. Our initial survey, if you recall, was back in early April. Our most recent survey was done just a couple of weeks ago, the end of May. We did interviews in both in English, Chinese, Spanish, and Vietnamese. We interviewed people by calling landlines, calling cell phones, texting an online survey to cell phones, and then emailing voters through the voter file. So it's we call it a multimodal approach. It ensures a representative sample of the voters of Santa Clara. And the margin of error for the whole sample of 400 is plus or minus 4.88%. So as Javon laid out, right, you have significant infrastructure needs. Well, the good news is voters believe that they should invest, the city should invest more in infrastructure. Specifically, when we asked voters if the city of Clara could benefit from additional investment in public infrastructure, such as fixing streets, potholes, and underground storm drains, and improving 911 emergency and disaster response, 80% overwhelmingly said yes, they agree with that. Then, after that question, we asked the bond question. As you recall, you can go to the next slide. One more. So this is a reminder, this is the initial survey. We tested two different dollar amounts, right? We tested 298 million to 598 million. And we found statistically that there was no difference between the two, that voters were really willing to support the bond or they weren't, but they were really they were supporting each bond at what different amounts, the same level of support. So we took from that that, okay, fine, the dollar amount isn't as important as the substance and makeup of the bond. So if you see the next slide, that you can see the actual language of the measure we tested last time. And this included, I won't try to strain your eyes too much, but included a wide range of items to fund. But we also, in the survey, as you recall, tested a lot of specific elements that the bond could fund. And we found, okay, we learned from that. Let's go back in the field of the refinement survey, test only, and we revised the bond language to include only the best testing elements in the poll. So in the next slide, you'll see that revised. It's slightly different. Again, we went with the 598 million because we saw there's no difference between basically the 300 million versus the 600 million. So we opted for the higher dollar amount if there's no difference in support. And we found a similar level of support this time around, which was, if you look at the numbers, it's 55% yes with leaners, so without leaners, and 61% with leaners. So as you all are aware, there's a ballot measure, a constitutional amendment on the ballot this November that would reduce the threshold for local bond measures from 2/3 to 55%. So if that measure passes, this measure, your potential measure, could also pass. So that is what we found in the most recent survey. And then we also gamed out what could be a scenario if there's a campaign for such a measure in the fall. And if you see on the next slide, you gain support once voters learn more about the bond measure and what's in it and reasons to support it. So specifically, as you can see, it goes from 55% without leaners, 61% with, to 63% support, yes, without leaners after voters hear more information about the bond, and actually slightly above 2/3, although that's with leaners, and we never really like to count on those leaners. But the good news is that you start off at kind of bare minimum level support threshold. If the threshold gets reduced to 55%, you're able to grow that support with voter education. And on the next slide, you'll see we also tested messaging and what resonated best with voters. So this slide, we share with you what resonates best with voters. And you'll see that the number one theme was accountability, right? So, that's something that you'll need to reinforce with voters if you can move forward with this, that you're going to spend their tax dollars properly, and that there'll be strict accounting measures to make sure that the money is spent as intended. Number two on the list in terms of message that resonated best with voters was emphasis on fire, the needs of the fire department, the demands of the fire department, and the critical upgrades needed to 911 emergency medical and disaster response so the fire department can respond to calls more effectively and save lives. So that was the number two testing theme. And then fixing streets and potholes did quite well. Fixing storm drains, you recall this winter, throughout the Bay Area, there were lots of serious storms and flooding, and there were significant sinkholes throughout the Bay Area. Voters recall that and are willing to put money behind fixing some of those problems or preventing potential problems down the road. And then a broader safety message did quite well, making Santa Clara safer. Joanne talked about the ways to do that, but specifically in the poll, we tested improving our emergency disaster response rates, making roads and sidewalks safer for drivers, pedestrians, seniors, people with disabilities, bicyclists, and kids going to school, and fixing underground storm drains to prevent flooding and sinkholes. So it's a way to tie in all these individual elements that did quite well. So if we move on to the next section of the survey, we tested trusted sources of information. And we found the best, most reliable source of information, according to voters, about getting information about local measures and issues was local firefighters, number one. 69% trust them a great deal or fair amount. Emergency dispatchers, number two, 65% trust them. And obviously, they're included in the bond measure language. Or think about either whether it's a public education campaign or potentially there's a privately funded campaign in the fall, using firefighters to advocate for or talk about the bond and the need for the bond would be helpful because it ties into what the bond will fund. Also, family and friends are a good source of information as well. So having some sort of public education effort as you go out in the community, having folks talk to their family and friends and neighbors is useful to get the word out. And just so folks have context, we tested quite a few sources. If you look at the next slide, these are the sources that didn't test quite as well. The mayor and city council did fairly well, but I think the key to any successful bond measure in our experience is if you have present a unified front. Oftentimes voters think that local elected officials can't agree on anything to get things done, but if you come together and support this in a unified front, that's what tends to grab people's attention. So I don't think it's either this. So the mayor and the city council come together to promote this and support it. I think that'll grab people's attention and be very meaningful. You'll see social media sites are kind of on the bottom of the list on their own, but we do know we saw family and friends a reliable source of information. So, individuals telling someone else through social media that they support this for reason X, Y, and Z is an effective way to communicate. But right now, social media companies may not be on their own the most trustworthy sources. But people don't really rely on Facebook or Twitter/X for information. They see their friends or family or neighbors posting, and that's what's reliable information. And so just to summarize this last slide, if you will, first of all, solid majority, 80% think additional investment in the city's infrastructure is necessary. As Javon pointed out, the study showed you there's significant infrastructure needs in the city. Voters agree with that. The $598 million bond measure tested in the survey garnered similar levels of overall support as the measure in April, with a slight statistical improvement in support thanks to our refinement of the language based on the last survey. And you're right at kind of the 55% threshold, assuming if ACA1 were to pass. And then the most effective frames that you just saw were accountability, public safety, and street safety and storm drain improvements, and kind of a broader safety thing. But emphasizing accountability, I want to highlight that fact because for this to be successful in the fall, you're going to have to make sure voters know that there are strict accountability measures in place to make sure the money is going to go as intended as they want to address all these concerns that they want to address. So that's the end of our presentation, and happy to, I don't know, John, turn it back over to you.
All right. Thank you, Ben. And based on those results, I should probably have the fire department up here providing this presentation. But certainly, Tolchin will be available to the City Council for additional questions. But before we get to that part, just want to provide a little bit more information. As you know, we have been conducting community input, and so you now have had the presentation of the second likely voter survey. We also have released a community feedback survey. This is really a broad range survey. We emailed it to every address in the city with a tear-off tab as well as a QR code seeking input from the community. And so that is available to the community. It is also available at city facilities such as the library and our city hall, as well as recreational facilities. Important to note, we have already started to receive some of these surveys back in the mail. We did not include prepaid postage on these because what we know and what our consultant informed us is that in other cities, many people utilize electronic methods. To include prepaid postage, we would have needed to pay postage for every individual survey, whether they returned it or not, at a cost of about $18,000. And so follow the way that many cities go now, where you provide many, many ways for people to reply, electronic as well as mail, and our likely voter poll. Next, we also have developed a website that includes frequently asked questions about the potential infrastructure bond, as well as a educational fact sheet that is available at various places across the city, and have started our social media engagement. Also of note, we do intend for staff to have meetings in the community with certain service organizations and go on a bit of a roadshow. We wanted to wait until we concluded this study session to get additional feedback from the City Council, and certainly once you make the decision to decide whether we will have a measure on the ballot, we will certainly ramp up our community educational efforts, but then also, like we always do, ramp down as it gets closer to election time. Also of note, we have talked about two different bond amounts. Up on the screen here is the amount for a bond of $598 million. That would levy a tax of an estimated $29 per thousand of assessed value. Important to note, that's not market value, that's assessed value, and we know many of our homeowners, certainly those that have owned their home for quite a long time, have a value on the tax roll that is an assessed value that's much lower than the market value. And also of note, our largest 20 commercial properties will have their property tax bill increased by $290,000 per year. Just to note that all property owners that are not somehow exempt from property taxes will pay this tax, and so not just our homeowners. Also, the last note on this screen has the average bill at $598 million would be $195 per year for the average single-family home.
598,000?
For a $598 million bond.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The annual tax would be $195 per year for the average single-family home. At the lower amount, $298 million, the levy is $16 per $100,000 of assessed value. That would have the top 20 commercial property owners paying an average of $160,000 per year, with the average single-family homeowner paying an average of $110 per year. Next, we want to talk about what we call an intended infrastructure plan. It goes by various names, but we certainly know that there is a concern and a desire to have a little bit more clarity on what projects would be funded, and so we will develop what we're calling a intended intended expenditure plan, and present that to the City Council at your July 9th meeting. And we will present that for both the $598 million level as well as the $298 million level. And that will be informed by the voter outreach, both the likely voter poll and the community survey. Also included in the ballot, in the text of the measure, we would intend to include something similar to the following statement, but The intended infrastructure plan would be reviewed by the Citizen Oversight Committee, and then, of course, they would make a recommendation that would go to the City Council if the measure is placed on the ballot and if the bond is approved. Next, as shown in the survey, ensuring accountability and local control is extremely important, and so we would endeavor to include stringent accountability provisions within the measure, ensure that there will be public spending reports as well as the Citizen Oversight Committee to guarantee the efficient and effective use of the funds. Of course, no money could be taken by the state of California and must be used exclusively on our local infrastructure projects. And no money would be used to increase administrative salaries or pension. And again, the intended infrastructure plan would be reviewed by the committee. So with that, the next steps in today's study session is council questions on the presentation, public comment, council feedback, and then we will be back before you at your July 9th regular meeting for direction and action on putting a measure on the November 24 ballot. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're going to start with council questions. Councilmember Jane.
My wife took the survey, and she was like, this is a terrible survey. It's just apple pie stuff. There were no specifics in there. So I guess she likes the idea of an intended expenditure plan because she couldn't really get her hands around how this money is going to be used. And I know that there is sort of debate around if you put things in there that people don't like, then they're going to vote against it. So I was hoping that somebody could explain the philosophy behind that. And then the second thing is that I didn't see anything for any sort of homeless services like construction of shelters or interim supportive housing that I think our residents, and I'm very concerned about, is taking care of our unhoused population. Is that something that could fit into a bond like this to do some funding for interim housing? Thank you.
Thank you. Other council members with questions? Councilmember Watanabe?
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So I just have one question for now, and that is how do we ensure that there are no changes once it is agreed what the dollars will be used for? How do we make sure that there aren't any other projects, changed, that there's any change to what is agreed to? So I just want to make sure. Yeah, that's my only question for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I have one follow-up question regarding what Councilmember Jane was asking, like how will we justify or how we allocate all the funds? Would we be proactive in allocating the funds for this bond, whether we go for 598 or 298, bifurcating into projects that, oh, this is the rough allocation for different projects, basically? How will we present that? And second question is, City Manager, you mentioned that the 20 commercial properties will be assessed or will be paying around $290K on average. So does that mean those 20 properties will pay roughly $5.8 million? I'm multiplying 290K into 20 on average. So does that mean they will be paying roughly $5.8 million? And similarly for if we go lower bond, 298 million, that amounts come to 3.2 million. I just want a confirmation of that, right? Those are my only questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Park?
Again, thank you very much for the presentation. My question is, I know that we have to spend the bond monies, like there is a requirement we must spend 20%, there's a requirement that we spend the money and we can't just hold on to it. My question is, how do we fund large infrastructure projects if we can't allocate money for the entire project in any given budget year. For example, if we've got a large project that takes $20 to $50 million and we don't generate $20, $50 million or $50 million in any given year, how do we, how does the bond help us with that? I know that how does the bond help us with that? The bond gives us additional monies, but we still have to have a balanced budget. Whatever we take in, we have to spend. And if we can't save enough for a large project and there aren't reserves and other things that we can put them towards, it would seem very odd to allocate all the monies from the bonds to a reserve if we have a large project that we want to fund. How would the bond help us there? Thank you.
Vice Mayor Becker.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, staff, for the presentation. Thank you for. So I know Councilmember Jane had some concerns about the questions. I know that is a concern I had because it's very generic questions. I mean, I'm glad you said the apple pie comment because specifics, I know a lot of people I've spoken to in the community have concerns. It's kind of a split decision. You have one half that are saying, oh, well, I don't go swim at the swim center. I don't do this over here. I don't want to fund this. And then you have the other half saying, oh, I want to have money for this and I want funding for this. So you have kind of a back and forth, teeter-totter between each other. And so my question for you basically is kind of following up on Councilmember Jane's is how do we get more specifics of kind of the things that Santa Clarans do know, like International Swim Center, Lawn Bowl, other issues that we've had before us without being non-specific. Also, how do we convey it to the point where we actually need the money? I know there's the individuals that out there saying, I don't want to see a bond. How are we able to convince those people and convey the desperate measures that we're in? I know we had some specifics in surveys, maybe some pictures and stuff like that, but maybe something that people can really kind of sink their teeth into, I guess is what I'm trying to get behind. And then the last part is, also about unhoused, which Councilmember Jane brought up too, which is kind of tagging onto his question about funding and grants and opportunities to maybe look at old motels on the El Camino Real. And the last comment I have is the major concern a lot of people do have is if we have a bond measure that goes out, how do we assure people that the money is going to go to these specific reasons rather than what I see often is, oh, it's going to go to public safety costs. Oh, it's going to go into the stadium costs. I want to know how we can prove to people that it's going to go to the right reasons and not the wrong reasons.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a follow-up question. Do we know currently what is our total gross assessed value for residential versus commercial? Like, what's the ratio as of today, basically?
And I just have one question on the assessed value. You said for the larger bond is $195 per year for the average assessed value in Santa Clara. Can you tell me what price that was, or what value that is? Is that 500,000? I don't know what it is. So I think people need to know. Many know what their assessed value is, or it could be easy to find out what your assessed value is. But when we just say 195 for the larger and 110 for the other, the residents are going to want to know more. What does that mean, and how does that relate to their house? So I just want to know what average assessed value you use to come up with these numbers. Councilmember Jane, you have another question?
We have a number of older people in the city that are on fixed incomes. Will there be some sort of relief if they have trouble paying even $195?
Okay, and that's the question. So staff, do you need time for that? Should I go to the public, or are you prepared to answer them? I think you might be prepared.
Yeah, we're prepared.
Okay.
We
Okay,
can.
go ahead before I go to the public. Thanks.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I clarified on my question about public safety costs. I wanted to specifically say it's not public safety costs per se, it's public safety salaries is what the question was, not costs. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. In response to your question, I believe we have answers to all of them, and some of them we may have other members of our city team or consultant team respond to. With regard to the survey, or the mail survey, the survey was intended to be broad, and there is room for people to fill in specific information. I know we've started to receive some, and people are writing a little information in the margin with what their specific priorities are. We did not want to create a long list of all of the city's projects and have people rank them, but we did want it to get broad feedback. And certainly when we develop the intended infrastructure plan, that will outline likely expenditures in broad buckets. It would include projects, but in a large bond like this, whether it's nearly 300 million or 600 million, you certainly want flexibility amongst those various categories. But we will, when we come to you on July 9th, provide more detail. And really what we've been talking about up until this point is the city's need, and now we're really getting to that point where should the city council make a decision to put a measure on the ballot, having those specifics are absolutely important, and we recognize that. With regard to, is there the ability to ensure that there are no changes to the projects? I think it's important to first clarify that it would be a capital bond that could be spent on any appropriate city infrastructure. And while we would have a intended infrastructure plan, what many cities do and we intend to do is to have a citizen oversight board that reviews that plan initially as well as on an annualized basis, and also have the city manager on an annualized basis provide a presentation of how that money would be spent in any given year. But the final decision on what projects get funded with a bond of this nature is the city council. And so the city council will be the ultimate decider, of course, informed based on public input, your citizen oversight board, as well as recommendations from staff. And again, there's flexibility within the categories, but this is not the type of bond where you would fund specific projects. And at this point, we still have to, if we get the funding, design these projects. The final amount of each project, we have estimates now, but they will be different depending on when they're funded and what the final design is. And so you need flexibility. With regard to the large commercial properties, in the presentation, we did provide an estimate of what the top 20 large commercial properties will pay. And yes, in aggregate, at the larger bond, $5.8 million in total. Council Member Park had a question about funding large infrastructure projects when we do not have all of the funds. How do we do that today and how we would do that in the future? And I will turn that over to our Finance Director, Ken Lee. And Ken, can you also address the series bond and the requirement to spend down each series?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. For members of the public, Ken Lee, Director of Finance. With if the bond is approved, what we would have is a very detailed spending plan, work very closely with staff from a resource standpoint financially, when projects are projected to be completed, when that cash is needed. A bond this size, whether it's $298 or $598 million, we would go out to the bond market in tranches. I think I've said that before, based on how much we could spend over a 2, 3, 4-year period. There is a IRS requirement generally when we're issuing tax-exempt bonds to spend the dollars within about a 3-year period. So we would do that, 2, 3, 4 cycles within that bond cycle to spend the cash down. So that's how we would have access to that cash based on our projected spend. I know there was also a question, I think, of interim, how do you, if you have planned dollars and you need some of those ahead of time before you go out to the open market, there's also possibilities of, for example, like a commercial paper program, interim financing program, if we needed quick cash right away before we issued bonds. So there's lot of different options from the financing perspective with regards to funding these projects. I know there was a question on assessed value by category, and I just looked that up. And so residential assessed value comprises of 44% of the assessed value. Commercial and industrial is about 30%. We do have about unsecured properties of 15%, and then vacant lands about 7%. So we have kind of that split out. I know that question was asked earlier. And then the other comment I would just make with regards to some of the questions and how we ensure that those dollars are spent to these projects from a budgeting practice. These projects, if a bond's approved, would be before the board from a planning perspective every year as part of the CIP. And then from an accounting standpoint, we would set up separate restricted funds to ensure that all the cash is accounted for and spent appropriately in accordance with the restrictions on the bonds. So just wanted to add those comments.
There was a question on how do we, in using the words that were asked, convince people of the city's need. I just want to be clear. We don't try and convince, and as city staff, we can't lobby in support of a bond measure. We can do general public education and help to tell the city's story and talk about the infrastructure challenges, and that's certainly what we will do. And that's what I mentioned as once the council provides additional feedback and makes a decision, we will be out there in the community providing basic informational presentations, but would not engage in advocacy, as I look at the city attorney who nods his head. There was a question about using potential bond proceeds for interim supportive housing. The city attorney was working on some on-the-fly research. We don't have an answer for you right now on if that would be possible. I would say that we didn't test homeless housing in the language in the surveys. We, up until this point, have really been focused on city infrastructure because we know that costs. We do certainly have affordable housing money and PLHA funds from the state that we can and do need to put to work. We know that we submitted a project in partnership with the county for interim supportive housing at Benton and Lawrence that ultimately was not funded. And we do have roughly $7.1 million to reallocate. But we certainly know that providing permanent interim housing as well as interim supportive housing is a need. It is oftentimes done in partnership with the private sector or other grants just because the cost of a door for permanent housing, it could be about $1 million, right? And so we wouldn't do that alone, but we also have existing pots of money, and so we can look into that further. There was a question around how do we be very clear and transparent that none of the funds from a potential bond could be used for salaries or stadium costs was also another example. That would be very clear. As we said in the presentation, there would be a prohibition against funds for salaries or pensions, and it could not go to stadium infrastructure costs. It would be strictly for the general fund. There was a question on what is the average assessed value. We use $675,000 as the average assessed value based for a single family home based on the most recent data that we had, and our Director of Finance provided the amounts of both commercial and residential for assessed value. I'm looking over the questions, and there was a question about having more specifics on projects, and again, absolutely, we will endeavor to do that when we are back before you on July 9th. With that, I think that is all of the questions that were asked, and Mayor, I'm seeing a follow-up from one of your colleagues.
Thank you, Mayor. Quick follow-up. One is the cost, admin cost, which assessor office charges, because they are the ones collecting the funds and giving us the funds, right? Do we pay some administrative cost to them? That's one question. And I missed, Dr. Lee, I missed one, like you did mention 44% residential, 30% commercial. then you mentioned 14% to something and 1% to the vacant land. What was that 14% component? Those are my two questions. Thank you.
Director Lee, you want to answer that before I go to Councilmember Jane and then to the public?
Yes, thank you for the question. So with regards to the assessed value by category, residential is 44%, commercial and industrial make up 30%, but if you want to break that out, commercial's roughly 18%, industrial is roughly 13%. Then there's a category called unsecured. A lot of our property tax is based on equipment, fixtures, furnitures, and so that's a portion. That's the 14.5%, and then vacant properties roughly 7%. So those are the main categories that make up our assessed value.
Thank you.
Councilmember Jane?
Yes, City Manager. One question I'd asked that didn't get answered was if people have hardship in paying this, what would be the issues there?
Typically with property taxes, whether they're put on by the city or VTA or transportation agency, they're not hardship exemptions. They are, like all other property tax, must be paid by all property owners unless they are somehow exempt from property tax. And so, as you know, we do not do the collections for that. We're on what's called the teeter plan, which is when we put a tax on the property tax roll, we're paid 100%, and the county has the responsibility for following up on any uncollectibles.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I wanted to follow up on a statement that you made, City Manager, regarding the flexibility of projects and what will go before, like, the Citizens Advisory Committee or the Oversight Committee, and why there isn't the ability now, before we go out for a bond measure, to list specifics. And the reason I asked that question, I have a reason for it, is that, based on, a bond like any other measure, it needs to be about transparency and keeping promises to the residents and the voters. And my concern is that based on the last survey that was done prior to the priority setting session, indicated that the public, and namely the voters, have lost confidence and faith in City Hall. And I believe that this is an opportunity to gain back that trust. And the way to do that is through transparency and specificity, so that people know what exactly this money is going to be used for. So my concern is that by not being specific, and there have been measures in the past, like VTA, for instance, the BART to Santa Clara project, that was a specific ask. And so, why are we not able to take that as an example and do the same thing? Because, again, if we want this to pass, we want to have, again, honesty, specificity, and transparency. So.
Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe. Absolutely, there are measures that are put on the ballot by cities or other taxing agencies that are project-specific. Like BART to San Jose is a great example, right? A large project that was put out for a specific project. This potential measure is framed like a lot of municipalities do when they have a broad set of infrastructure that needs improvements, where it is not specific to a specific 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 projects, right? It is a bond to support general city infrastructure. Absolutely, we're committed to transparency. Absolutely, totally agree that many of the surveys said that they want to ensure that there's accountability, right? They want to ensure that no money can be spent on municipal salaries, and they want to ensure that there's a citizen oversight board. And so we would, through the language, both in the measure and in the city's communication, articulate that, as well as with our intended expenditure plan that would be put before the city council before you make your decision on potentially placing an item on the ballot, and go to the Citizens Oversight Board if in fact the measure is approved initially, as well as on an annualized basis to hold essentially government accountable, right? And those members would be citizens that the city council would appoint to serve on this independent oversight body to hold us accountable and to provide a recommendation on an annualized basis to ensure that we're keeping with the intent that was stated to the voters. And we would also include in our public education efforts the specific projects, sample projects in various categories, but knowing that, for example, if we talk about one potential infrastructure project, we haven't designed that yet, and so we don't know the final cost. The cost may be estimated at $20 million now, but by the time we do the estimate, it may be $22 million. And so ensuring that we have flexibility in a bond like this is key, but also ensuring that we have transparency and accountability measures we are certainly committed to.
All right, Councilmember Jane, do you have another question? Because I'd like to go to the public.
Yes, I sit on the board of VTA. VTA BART to San Jose is funded by both Measures A and Measure B, and then there will be federal money. But Supervisor Simidian put into Measure B that no more than 25% of Measure B could be spent on BART. So 75% of it is being spent on other infrastructure projects to provide transportation in Santa Clara County. My question is, when was the last time Santa Clara did a bond like this?
I'm going to turn that to our finance director. I know we don't know the precise date, but
Yeah. So to my knowledge, I don't believe we've had a general obligation bond in the city. We have used debt financing for our police administrative building, our central library, and various other areas. But from a general obligation bond, which is a bond paid for by property tax assessments, I don't believe one's been conducted for the city.
All right, thank you. So I'm going to go to the public now and for their input. We're going to start with Vikas, followed by Julie. Welcome.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Vikas Gupta. I'm president of Santa Clara Aquatics Foundation. So I resonate with a lot of your comments and questions. I do think that there needs to be specificity in the bond measure language, specifically calling out which projects are going to be funded with it. So, funding infrastructure is great, but unless we specify what those are, and obviously, our interests are in rebuilding the ISC. So it'll be great to call that out. And in fact, I would, the city manager talked about, let's see, intention being specified there and need for flexibility. I would state the opposite. I would say specify the projects and then have a language for how, if you need that flexibility, a greater threshold needs to be achieved, such as maybe a supermajority of the council to change what that funding will go towards. Council members, I hope you'll be there for a long, long time, but it changes with elections. City managers, we've had 4 in as many years. Staff changes. The city cannot be whiplashed around and we can't have bait and switch of projects. So if the community is going to fund this bond and say, yes, go ahead and tax us, which is really hard on all of us, there has to be some guarantees on how that money is going to be used. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vikas. Julie? Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Gilmore, council members, and city manager. My name is Julie Corrigan. I'm here representing both Santa Clara Swim Club and the Santa Clara Aquatics Foundation. As you consider a bond measure for the many infrastructure needs of Santa Clara, I urge you to include the ISC as an important, necessary piece of your puzzle. Thousands of individuals will be impacted by its closure during the summer months. Drowning deaths have increased significantly since 2020. Community swim centers help to decrease the risk of drownings. As a community, we need the water for our youth, adults, and seniors to continue to thrive in the water. In a Facebook post on May 27th, 2024, in the Santa Clara Memories group, over 227 comments and 11 shares were made discussing memories of swimming at the ISC. Your community loves and supports you in rebuilding this facility. You have heard us numerous times regarding the impact on the aquatics clubs. The loss of the ISC is also impacting all of Pacific Swimming. The ISC is one of 6 long course pools in the South Bay area. Unfortunately, the ISC was the most available and centrally located of these pools. Most are not available on Sundays, and therefore athletes will have fewer opportunities to compete this summer. We have moved 2 meets to Morgan Hill. The Far Westerns meet, which brings families in from Canada and across the United States, will have over 1,000 athletes attend. This is a huge loss for the city of Santa Clara, both as a tax revenue and as a loss to all the surrounding businesses and hotels that would have been filled by those attending this meet. We ask for the renovation of the ISC to be included in a project in your bond measure. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Councilman Vice Mayor Becker. Oh, all right. Debbie, go ahead, Debbie online.
Well,
Debbie.
what I was going to talk about, you have covered pretty much all of it, but I'm going to talk to you as a resident. I know you say there's going to be clarity, transparency, we're going to know everything you're doing. And I have to think 10 years ago, you wouldn't have had probably those worries. You know, are you going to be transparent? Are you going to stick money to something else? I think we really have a problem in this city. And I think the transparency, if I'm going to go out and talk, and I know a lot of people, about a $300 or $600 million bond, I want to be able to assure my friends, family, whoever, that this money is going to go to the infrastructure projects you mentioned. I'm sorry, but the Levi Stadium thing has left a bad taste in my mouth. I have to wonder if the 49ers had lived up to the commitments, how our general fund might be a little bigger, because the city manager said there wasn't enough money in there to cover some of this. So you guys really do have an issue with that. And my last thing I want to say is, you said the projects would come before the city council to get approved. Any of us that watch the city council meetings, we see a lot of 5-2s. We got to make sure that you're not going to vote like that. If it's a city council infrastructure bill that the library needs a new roof, or the bridge on Lafayette's going to fall down and we need to fix it, you have to come together. We can't be split anymore. It's really going to leave a bad taste in everybody's mouth. So I support this. I just want to make sure we know where the money's going. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. Kurt, go ahead, Kurt.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So my question, I have a couple questions and a comment. So I appreciate the idea of not funding or funding specific projects, but not getting too detailed. But I do hope that you can specify some specific things, like the swim center. That's a good example of something you should fund. Maybe not put a cap of $40 million on it or something like that. But I also think it's really important to specify infrastructure projects you will not fund, specifically not funding any stadium capital improvements, whether for FIFA or the Super Bowl or new signs or new sewers or whatever, that it should specifically say there is no funding for anything related to the stadium or stadium operations or any infrastructure or capital improvements around the stadium. I think that's critical to show some confidence in how the government is working. I would also ask that from a non-property owner, I'm not a property owner in Santa Clara, but I do have business in Santa Clara, and I have unsecured property. I heard the city manager talk about unsecured property that is taxed by the county. Does that mean some of that money is going to go into the city, or is my unsecured property bill now going to go up and now go into Santa Clara? Because that tells me that's taxation without representation. I don't have any ability to vote on this. I have no control over that, yet I am now responsible potentially. So if you could clarify that, I would really appreciate it. The other thing I would ask about is rental property. Does people that rent, since they don't own property, is the building manager responsible for all of the rental apartments that are in the city of Santa Clara and paying their fair share of that. So again, my biggest one of the biggest things I have as a question is, how does unsecured property from a retail business that gets taxed by Santa Clara County from the assessor, how does that flow in, and is that relevant? Is that calculated? Thank you.
Thank you. Lee, go ahead, Lee.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I will support a bond issue if you can guarantee to me that it will not be a blank check to fund projects that are not absolutely needed by the city for the public. This council has demonstrated that it is not good at putting the public interest ahead of personal loyalties. So I'm very leery that it can happen with this. So I really need some reassurance so I can go out and talk to people about voting for this. So please, please listen to us this time.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to speak on this? If so, if you're here in the audience, come forward, or online. City Clerk, you don't see anybody? All right, Vice Mayor Becker, comments from the council before we go to our next item?
Thank you, Mayor. So I have one question. So in City Hall's hallway right here, it talks about results are posted during the 1959 municipal bond election, where they're basically counting all the votes. Does anyone know what that was about, what that municipal bond measure was about? And the second question I have, and now I know some of the people have brought it up about having specifics inside the ballot measure, which I'm all for having specifics, but my concern is as candidates, we're limited to specific number of lines, words in the whole entire ballot, basically our candidate statement. So is that kind of the same thing for ballot language for cities? Do you have to have are you restricted to so many lines? Are you restricted to so many words? Is that maybe why we can't be, I know International Swim Center is a very long word, and then ISC, the shortened phrase, not everybody knows what the shortened word is. So how do we, I guess what I'm trying to understand is, do you have limitations on what you can have in ballot language? Thank you.
Do you want to answer that? Everyone's giving their comments, and then we're going to go on to the next item.
Take it, Glenn.
Madam Mayor, Council, on that particular question from Vice Mayor Becker, as you'll recall from recent ballot measures, there are limitations on the number of words in the ballot question. And you'll remember there was a process even developed as part of the survey, testing language, with prospective voters on, what would resonate, with them and what wouldn't. And those same rules would apply to this measure if it went before the public. The ballot question would be limited to 75 words. However, the measure itself does not have a limit and can be as detailed or as general as the council decides is in your interests in both implementing what policy you might want and, of course, presenting to the public something that would appeal to them as well.
And through the mayor, the only thing I'll add is that we certainly hear sentiment from the city council and members of the public about having additional accountability and transparency measures. And so we will certainly build that into what we bring before you on July 9th, as well as with specific projects and categories.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So we heard from public about can we make a list of projects which we will not fund? Can we do that? That's a good point. To make clarity, like it's a general bond. It's a general bond, so we'll have a list of projects which we will fund, but can we have a list which we will not fund at all, that in the language?
Absolutely. That's a very good suggestion. We did have a little bit of that, but we can be more specific, both in the text of the measure as well as in the resolution that the council may pass that will be before you.
Okay, thank you. That helps.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, and I appreciate the statement about having a list because I agree 100%. And going back to one of the public's statements by Mr. Gupta, I mean, we have to ensure that there is no ambiguity in the language when this comes forth because we have to ensure that there is no opportunity for bait and switch. This has to be what the residents want, what they're going to be voting on. Thank you.
Thank you. And I was happy to see on the survey that accountability was the first item that people were concerned about because that's the item I'm concerned about as well. I want to make sure if we're out there campaigning for this bond that we feel comfortable, or I want to make sure I feel comfortable telling people that it's okay to vote for this, that I'm sure that the accountability is going to be there and these are the types of projects that are going to be proposed. So I, am interested in, many of the projects, including the swim center, the fire stations, improvements to public safety, improvements to roads, and safety in general as well. I just want to make sure that what we say is going to happen and that our community trusts us. And as we saw in the previous survey, the trust has gone down considerably, 24% or 25% in the last 4 years. So we need to rebuild that trust and be transparent and open with the community, completely open about what we're doing here. And I believe that if we're open and honest and they trust what we're going to do, they are very much more likely to support our bond measure. But if we go out and say, trust us that later we will do what's right, they're not going to. I wouldn't even vote for that. So we have to be very specific. And if that's being specific means we have to get 2/3 vote, I'm okay with that because it shows the community that we are upfront and honest about what we're doing. I will not support anything that has anything for the stadium or stadium-related activities. So if that was any intention in this bond, I certainly won't support it because we need so much in this community. We have library needs and park needs and road needs and so many other things that I'm not going to support anything that's going to send money to the stadium for a private party. So I just think that we have some work to do between now and, when is it, July 9th? We have a lot of work to do to show our community that, we need to work together. And I agree, we need to work together, but only with a transparent plan will I support this. So I want people to know that and to trust that we're going to do our homework and put out the best product that we can. And if not, then, it's not going to pass. So let's hope we put something together that rebuilds, as Councilmember Watanabe says, rebuilds the trust in our community. All right, thank you so much. Thank you, staff, for all of this. We are now going to move on to our next item, which is a study session review of the proposed fiscal year 2024-25 and fiscal year 25-26 biennial capital improvement program budget and fiscal year 24-25 operating budget amendments. City Manager.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. That was a long title. This, of course, is your second study session on our capital and operating budget for this year. As you know, that we do biannual capital and operating budgets. This is the start of our biannual capital cycle, and we're mid-year through the operating budget. Your first study session occurred on May 7th. We had robust discussion as well as feedback, and a number of responses to questions you asked at that first study session are included in the staff report, as well as there's a table in the staff report that talks about all of our unfunded capital improvement projects by category. And as we talked about in our last item, we will bring back the specific projects later on July 9th. So I will turn this presentation over to our Finance Director, Ken Lee.
Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Gilmore, City Council, Ken Lee, Director of Finance, and appreciate another opportunity to talk about the budget before you. As our City Manager mentioned, this is a multi-check-in with the Council leading up to potential consideration for the budget on June 25th. As far as agenda, I'll talk very briefly about an overview of the whole budget, then dive into some of the specifics around the capital 2-year budget and some of the projects that this budget funds. I'll talk about operating budget amendments because we have a 2-year adopted operating budget. This is an opportunity for some minor tweaks based on the latest information. I'll summarize very briefly some of the discussion and responses for the public from the May 7th study session, and then we'll get into question and answers. And so just by way of overview, I know I joke in our department that budgeting is almost a year-round process, and it starts very early on in the October-November timeframe. And before I talk about the dates, I do want to highlight that the budget staff is here, acknowledge their hard work. We do nights, weekends to get the budget out. I know over all our staff, we have over 70 years of public sector budgets under our belts, so very experienced staff, led by our budget manager, Margaret McCann, and we have staff, Tess, Tien, Maxine, and our newest member, Libby, joining us. So for the first time in several years, a full complement of budget staff. But just want to highlight some of the work that they work with our departments to do, leading up to a release of the capital budget, April 29th. There's a lot of conversations with every one of our departments, the frontline managers that deliver these services, working with our city manager's office in terms of what the priorities and how to allocate very limited funds, and then to bring it before you 3 times. And so this is our second check-in, June 4th, with the goal of an adoption of a budget on June 25th. Just by way of overview, our 2-year budget focuses on capital items, infrastructure, buildings, equipment, many of the brick and mortar that our residents and public see and are used to and use on an everyday basis. From a 2-year cycle, over $640 million in the budget, so a lot of funding here to go towards a lot of infrastructure. Over a 5-year planning improvement plan, over $1 billion to make sure that our utilities and our services that our residents receive are the infrastructure that provide that are well maintained. So it is a mixed bag. You know, you hear a lot about what's not funded as the last item was before you, but there's a lot of good news about what is funded in this budget. So 88% of this CIP is allocated with dedicated funding. That includes our transportation areas, our utilities, and then there are areas where we do fall short. With regards to our unfunded needs, I know the number 600 million has been out in the public a lot, and every time I'm before you, I talk about opportunities to look at additional ways to fund that, new revenues. Almost every election cycle, you know, I'm before you with some new revenue measure as an opportunity. We do have about $24 million in our capital project reserve. This budget allocates 16 million of that, leaving about a $9 million balance. And then the item before you on June 25th will also include carryover recommendations as projects don't stop at the end of a fiscal year and they keep moving. So we'll carry forward a chunk of dollars to ensure those projects continue and are completed. On the operating budget side, we have updated every revenue line based on the latest MOUs, our labor costs, our non-personnel and resource and production costs based on, especially for our utilities, the cost of water, the cost of producing and purchasing power. Our general funds deficit continues to remain while the recovery from COVID has helped us tremendously, as well as a lot of measures that have reduced our budget, generated new revenues, but from a structural standpoint, that deficit remains, and I'll talk about that. There's also a lot of capacity needs out there, restorations from service impacts, capital maintenance, adding to our reserves, as well as I know the council completed a priority setting session that will be before you separately that has a dollar need that we'll need to find dollars for. And then as you all may know, ongoing impacts of labor as those deals are finalized. We will continue to update the budget in our forecasting from an annual basis. For those that like the numbers, our budget and our requirements from an accounting perspective is to allocate and account for these dollars from a general fund accounting system. So you see here our general fund, where primarily a lot of the public services are funded, our police, fire, parks, and libraries, over $300 million from a budgetary standpoint. The largest category are enterprise funds, which includes our utility rate paid electric, water, sewer, garbage services. And then some of the other allocations here, just to note, are debt funds as we project out some of the issuance of debt, primarily around our SVP electric utility and our water and sewer infrastructure. You'll see those dollars go up and down. But do want to note here, just with the budget before you, about $1.4 billion worth of budgeted activities in this budget. With regards to the general fund 10-year forecast, so we do update this annually. This is based on our best information. We work very closely with economists, UCLA, Anderson School of Economics, to help guide both from a national, a macro level, getting down to City of Santa Clara. And we do have specific consultants on board that we help us inform some of the numbers in this. So you'll see on this slide a small deficit for 24-25 that's recommended to be used or balanced by reserves. I talked about just the capacity, even within the numbers shown here, up to $19 million in the middle of the forecast. There's a large need for capacity, both restorations as well as priorities. So the lookout of turning every stone to find dollars to fund services that our community needs is an effort that our team in our finance department does all the time. And then the last bullet here, as it relates to potential revenues from the stadium, as I reported out last week, some of those dollars aren't included in the forecast. We'll bring forward separately those recommendations once those dollars are received. With regards to our capital budget, diving into some of the accomplishments, some of the highlights, we asked our staff in many of our departments to send pictures and talk about what's been accomplished. So just on this slide, just to highlight some of the major ones, Fairway Glen Neighborhood Park was a restroom completed in March of '24. The playground and picnic areas at Montague Park, a significant completion there. Magical Bridge, a facility out at Central Park with a groundbreaking and opening scheduled for later this summer. Standby generations, I know that doesn't sound very exciting, but from a delivery of service, very urgent and very necessary for continuity of service, as you may have seen that new generator behind this council chambers. You've seen our convention center and some of the transformation around the paint, the public areas, the furnitures, the signage, and dollars are included in this budget to continue some of the improvements at the convention center. And then around our utilities, our SVP, our electric utility, some of the highlights here, repair of our Grizzly power line, substation completion, and then some of the activities around downtown planning. On this next slide, just more utility work when it comes to our sewers, the flushing, the videoing, the maintenance of our sewer system, some of our flood protection, storm sewer pump station rehabs, the requirements of our storm permit to ensure that the waterways are clean, as well as from a transportation standpoint, the launch of Silicon Valley Hopper, some of the ride sharing through that app there in the picture there. Pavement maintenance, over 42 lanes paved over the last 2 years, and many more miles planned and scheduled. And then some of the safe routes to school, some of the access and uncontrolled crosswalks, some of the beacons, hawk beacons that you see there. So a lot of projects to be proud of with regards to our city staff delivery. Our budget is organized by theme, and so as a public document, we want to make sure that when we're identifying all the projects, we group them by category that's understandable to the public. So as you can see on here, the $642 million over the 2-year budget period, 1.04 over the 5 years. the largest of which is in our electric utilities. Also want to note sewer, transportation, round out kind of the top three categories by theme. I know I've mentioned this slide before, just when it comes to how we use our very limited general fund dollars. We've allocated $16 million with this budget, $15 million from the capital project reserve, and then $1 million from the prior 2-year budget that were in the future years that continues to fund some of those planned projects. So just across many of the themes I talked about, it's storm, transportation, technology, and some of our facilities getting a good portion of those dollars. So diving in line by line, just when we're looking at our administrative facilities, these are facilities that our staff use on a regular basis. Some of the funded needs is $2.7 million, or a picture here of some of the rust in our fire training tower. So this takes care of the most urgent needs. Doesn't fully fund all of the needs at that facility, but a good portion of it. Our EOC security upgrades, some fencing, some gates to ensure security at that facility. And then dollars around our City Hall facility, building upgrades, waterproofing, maintenance of our historic and city buildings, and then continuation of advancing our EV and our sustainability goals here in this area. When it comes to community facilities, a modest amount, $1 million, has been allocated for the planning and potential decisions around the International Swim Center. We know that there's a much larger need there, so depending on the direction of the City Council, we'll be back before you with additional recommendations as far as dollars. But you can see here roof replacements or fixes, a library automated handling system that rose up as the highest need with regards to that north side branch, and then just lawn bowling improvements, radio coverage, and a study for some of the issues at our senior center swimming pool. At our convention center, some of the projects planned for just continuation of upgrades around the bathrooms, our air wall system, the walls that divide up the very large ballrooms. That was identified as the highest need in terms of an operational need, so that's in the budget. And these are projects funded through both contributions from our convention center operator as well as surplus dollars from our convention center operations. Within our electric utility, I know Director Pineda has been before the board regularly on a quarterly basis to talk about the growth plan. So most of the dollars around the different receiving stations, Northern, Kiefer, South, Scott receiving stations, as well as a lot of developer-funded work as the city continues to grow. Those developers pay for the study as well as development of some of the added capacity needed to support those facilities. In our parks and trail areas, dollars around Community Park North. This is the related project, depending on the timing of that development allocation and commitment of $5 million. Then access and parking improvements over at Central Park. Park dollars for just things that break, benches, playground infrastructure as calls come in, and these are prioritized to the highest safety needs. These are dollars allocated to those specific areas. And then design work around the next 3 park playgrounds that are scheduled for rehabilitation, Carmichael, Gomez, and Maywood Park. Both general fund capital dollars as well as some of the developer fee and park impact fees that fund these projects. With regards to our sewer program, our contribution with our partnership with San Jose on our wastewater treatment facility, I talked about the videoing. You can see here some of the videoing and flushing of the sewers to make sure that they flow. So a lot of work going into our infrastructure to make sure the sewage flows on a regular basis. And these are primarily funded either through debt offerings or customer service charges. Around our storm infrastructure, some of the infrastructure needs here, pump station rehab, some of the communications equipment, and then repairs and replacement just to keep when we have large storm events, as we've had over the last 2 years, keep the pumps going. And at times, we've had to bring out some temporary pumps just to make sure they keep going. So these are dollars needed both for a stormwater permit as well as to keep the stormwater conveyed out to the bay. Transportation, so a lot of dollars allocated here, mostly from gas tax, SB1, as well as some of the grant funds and mitigation funds. So our street maintenance program over a 5-year period, $46 million to keep our PCI going. Not enough dollars to keep it at that 74% level, but significant investments. Also includes sidewalks, storm gutters, some of the street tree maintenance, as well as safety around our schools. Water and recycled water, you see the purple pipe, as well as some of the distributions for our water mains, so dollars needed to keep our system well maintained and water delivery to our residents and our businesses. And then last but definitely not least, technology and equipment, the backbone of a lot of the infrastructure communications for our support departments such as finance and HR, our ERP system, and some of the equipment for our public safety, including some of the turnouts, MDCs that go into our police cars, as well as cybersecurity. So a lot of important dollars around technology. So I know we've talked about unfunded needs, so just the pictures and the dollars here around that 626 or 624 in the general fund. But want to highlight here, just for the public, again, that's identified needs over the next 5 years, but even beyond that, various plans, storm drain master plan, bike plan, pedestrian plan, ADA transition plan. Our public director, Mobeck, has been before the board talking about that significant need. So a lot of dollars to identify to address many, many needs identified here on the various studies. With regards to our operating budget, we do include updates to all of the revenue line items in the budget in the general fund as well as other funds. We update for labor as well as non-personnel costs, production costs, a select few position adjustments and reclassifications. There is a full section in the back of the budget in the appendix to describe those changes. When it comes to some of the dollars in the budget, we acknowledge that there were some high community areas identified by our department, so there are some budget actions included, funded from some current year savings to restore park patrols from our police department, and this was especially in response to some of the vandalism that our parks have seen in recent days, so this would restore back to pre-COVID levels park patrols from our police department. Library hours on Sundays, working closely with our director, librarian, and then senior center trips, so some of the modest areas to restore some of the services, and as I mentioned earlier, as we get into planning for our next 2-year operating budget cycle, we'll do a more in-depth discussion with regards to services and capacity. When it comes to our reserves, I want to highlight here our budget stabilization reserve is typically, at least by policy, set for 3 months worth. If there was a disaster or a rainy day fund, this is where we would go. Currently, through COVID, temporarily, it's been reduced, and we would sit at approximately 18% of our expenditure budget, so headed in the right direction in terms of restoring dollars, but more effort needed underway. We talked about our capital project reserve using roughly $15 million of the current reserve balance, and then by policy, both the land sale reserve and our pension trust are available based on policy guidance from the council. When it comes to the first study session with the public, there were a couple questions around the unmet, unfunded storm drain project. So both a written response here as well as a verbal response that I gave on May 7th, and as well as just what happened, some of the staging of a very large potential $300 or $600 million bond. How do we spend that over what time frame? So that response here provided for the public, for the council to consider. And so with that, Just want to acknowledge the hard work of both our finance and budget staff, as well as all of our department staff needed to put this document together, and we're available for any questions and feedback that you may have.
Thank you, Director Lee, and I guess you can't sleep until we actually pass this? Is that when? I hope you're providing a lot of coffee to your staff. We really appreciate all the hard work you all put into this. It's gotten so complicated over the years, and you've done a fabulous job. Thank you. So we're going to start with council questions. Councilmember Jane.
Yes, Director Lee. We recently did a settlement with the 49ers, and the city's press release said, as a result of the settlement agreement, we project that Santa Clara's general fund will receive $20 million in total revenue from Levi Stadium over the next 2 years. Additionally, it says the settlement provides a payment of $7.1 million in performance rent to the city of Santa Clara. The settlement also amends various agreements, resulting in new revenue to the city of Santa Clara on an annual basis, estimated $2.8 million in the next fiscal year. My question is, does this budget reflect any of that revenue? And I think we have a structural deficit of $0.9 million, where we're taking some money out of reserves to fund that structural deficit. So do we still have a structural deficit? I'm trying to understand how this money is accounted for. Additionally, on slide 7, there's an adopted budget and an amended budget. And the amended budget is 6% more. So generally, we don't want to go too much above the adopted budget. 6% seems kind of high to me. And then on slide 8, you talk about a cumulative shortfall and surplus. That doesn't seem like the way you did the numbers, a cumulative. It seemed like it was just the total for that year. And then I think you said that the CIP for the convention center comes from operating profits, but then slide 25 shows a unfunded CIP of $15.8 million for the convention center. And I'm wondering, does that money come from convention center operations, or does it come from the general fund? Thank you.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Director Lee, thank you for the presentation and all the work, and to all of your staff. So I have it's like a comment, not really a question, and then I definitely have a comment. So based on what you just shared with us, and seeing the breakdown and the costs and what the specific projects are, going back to what we were just talking about previously, the first item we talked about this evening, I'm wondering how, again, we can take, like what you just shared with us, how we can adopt that into a bond measure and to have those specific projects as well as specific costs. And then my second thing is just basically an observation. When I looked at the shortfall and the surplus, that you showed over the next 10 years, when I look at that bottom line, that bottom number, that is basically, those numbers are the same numbers that we used to receive as a city from the rent when we had the redevelopment agencies, and also the Great America, the rent that the city would receive from Great America. Those are basically, if we had those monies still, that would basically almost wipe out the shortfall. But at the same time, what we anticipated with the related project when it was improved back in 2016 was that those monies, the rent from that property and the taxes and the fees would basically cover the shortfall as a result of the redevelopment agency going away and the rent from Great America. So it was just an observation, but it just shows how much the city has lost as a result of some decisions that were made that really had nothing to do with the city. So thank you again for all of your hard work.
Thank you, and that's it, Director Lee.
Okay.
Do you want time, or do you?
I could do either way. I'm ready to answer.
Then go ahead and answer, and then I'll go to the public. Thank you.
Great, thank you for the questions. So there was a comment about the dollars from the settlement with the 49ers last year. So let me just clarify some of those dollars, and then just as far as timing with regards to the budget. And so as I presented last week with regards to $20 million over 2 years, some of those dollars, like our base rent as well as our senior youth fees, those were included in a lot of our planning with regards to the budget. The budget before you does not include roughly a projected $18 million over 2 years. Council member, you mentioned $7 million in performance-based rent. So from a timing perspective, what I would suggest or recommend as your finance director, as your treasurer for the Stadium Authority Board is, those agreements need to be executed. I'd love to see those dollars flow in through to the city at that time. Depending on that timing, I would report back to you either at the year-end budget or with the upcoming operating budget or within the priority setting session that would be discussed separately. So from a financial budget perspective, we would bring that back to the council for discussion, allocation, and as I mentioned, there's many, many needs with regards to our operating structural deficit, our priority setting, identifications, as well as our capital needs. I'm sure we could spend that money 10, 15 times over, but we will be back before the board with regards to the allocation of those dollars. I don't know if City Manager, you want to comment as well?
Sure. I'll expand briefly. Absolutely, the finance director is right. We will come back at various times. At the end of the year, we do monthly budget reports, so as soon as we have receipt of those funds, we will let you know. The next time that we will actually be back before the council to talk about major priorities is when we provide you with a full update on where we are with your City Council strategic initiatives. As you know, there were approximately 33 of them. A number of them are unfunded. We actually have a senior leadership team meeting later this week to go through all of those as we prepare to come back before you with where we are both in timeline as well as cost. And so at that time, I know we will certainly have a discussion on additional funds that we anticipate to have received by then. And then certainly as we receive other funds over the next 2 years, we will be back before you for allocation decisions and build those into our budgets. Also want to note, building back our reserves is an important step that I know council has talked about. And so we will be making recommendations and receiving feedback from council on not just expenditures, but also allocation of those funds. Thank you.
Okay, then there were several questions with regards to the structural deficit, the 0.9 million, do we still have it? And I just want to point the council and the public to slide number 8, and there was a question on the labeling. You are correct, it's not cumulative. This slide shows the budget deficit, which simply, using math, the revenues less your projected expenses, what's that come out to, and so the 900K, so we do still have a structural deficit. It grows to about $19 million here in 2030, 2031. A lot of the line items in this budget change from year to year. For example, our retirement costs, CalPERS has an assumption of their investment return, and that significantly can swing some of these numbers. There was some discussion, Councilmember Watanabe, about the size of this dollars, and when it comes to our related development, we do have phase 1 and potentially a phase 5, but we did pull out some of the other dollars that were programmed in the forecast based on the timing that we have for that development. To the extent that rent is received, that would help us. And then you made some comments about RDA and some of the dollars. The state with their budget problems and various agencies over the many, many decades have raided cities. And so, from a dollars perspective, many cities across the state has been impacted. And to the extent we get any dollars back, that would help us. But usually the trend is it goes the other way. So notably your comment, well taken. With regards to the growth in the budget, slide 7, the 6%. So In every budget year, all things being equal, we would expect at least the budget to grow. We have the cost of our delivering services, our salaries, our retirement, our health, just to name many of the few that grow. And then on the revenue side, the hope really is to offset that growth on the cost side. And so typically, in the past, revenue categories like property tax have outperformed the growth on the expense side. We've had growth of property tax over 10% for a few years. That's settled down some with regards to especially the impact of interest rates and the real estate market. We've had categories like sales tax where we have not grown to meet our need with regards to that capacity. And so there's legislation and discussion of legislation up and down the state of reforming sales tax based on the trends of going online, whether it's point of sale or destination. And so we have needed as a city, we are not alone of needing to go out every so often to get new revenues in order to keep up with the pace of some of the costs. But that trend is correctly noted, Councilmember Jane. Then with regards to our convention center, I mentioned that we used our operating profits to program improvements for restrooms as well as the air walls between the different large ballrooms there. Those in total about $2 to $3 million. Those are the dollars that we've received over the last 2 to 3 years from operations. Unfunded needs of $15 million. Yes, ideally, if operations continue to grow and do well, that we would use some of those dollars and reinvest it back into the facility to the extent some of those needs, HVAC, electrical, fire alarms, if those needs are urgent and we're looking at this on a very regular basis, we'll have to find other sources like general fund potentially to supplement that. But just wanted to clarify those numbers. And then Councilmember Watanabe, you mentioned just the specificity in this budget. We bring this budget to you every 2 years. If a bond is approved and we do have projects behind the $600 million unfunded list, our departments are very keen in knowing where those needs are. So when you talk to any firefighter, they know Station 5, Station 1, they know which structures are in need of rehab. When you talk to our parks maintenance workers, they know what facilities are needed. When you talk to our streets and transportation department, they know the streets and the sidewalks that receive the highest complaints. So absolutely, as we get through budget processes with regards to the allocation of those dollars, that specificity would be included in future budgets as we keep talking about either general pots or specific areas. There are pros and cons in terms of the flexibility, but knowing that the public wants that transparency, absolutely, that some of those details would come back both before the board as well as a citizen oversight committee on a regular basis. And then I think that's all the questions. If I missed anything, absolutely let me know, and appreciate just the kind remarks to staff and all the hard work. Appreciate your comments to that.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Lee. We're going to go to the public now, and Vikas, you have your card. Welcome back.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Vikas Gupta. I speak here as a private citizen. Given the lack of CIP reserves, it would be incumbent to rectify the errors of the past and have a structure and a process to fund it so that we don't have to do yet another bond in 10 years. So while we talked about the bond in the previous agenda item, it'll be good to have some structure and communicate it to the community to help them understand why the same thing is not going to be repeated in another 10 years. And I'm sure you all have ideas on how we can reduce expenses, increase savings. I commend the SVP Scholars Program that was presented last time at the council meeting. And I'm sure each department can expand on such programs, because not only does it provide real-world experience and real-world impact to our youth, it perhaps can also save on consultant costs. Similarly, just again, in the last agenda item, the city managers mentioned how $18,000 were saved on the bond survey, so I commend him and his staff for that. And I'm sure there's many more such places to look for savings. Lastly, I continue to request you to support our parks, trails, and pools, in particular the ISC. A healthy community is a vibrant community, and as is well known, youth athletes grow up to be leaders and execs and give back to the community. And so it's incumbent on us to support that. Thank you.
Thank you. Jan? Welcome.
Thank you. I just wanted to express appreciation for inclusion in the CIP budget.
In the microphone, so people at home
Sorry.
can hear you. Thank you.
I just wanted to express my appreciation for inclusion in the CIP part of the budget for a couple items related to the library. In particular, the public safety improvements that will allow complete coverage of Central Library for first responders, and also for the automated material handling at Northside, which is, as we've kind of learned a lot over the years about deferred maintenance and those types of things, having that replaced is going to be in the long run a big money saver. And also, it's good to see us clawing back again in another stage some additional hours to try to get back to our pre-COVID hours. The public in a survey prioritized Sunday hours. So to have that in the operating budget for another 4 hours on Sunday will be a big plus for the community. So thank you for that.
And many of us were at your commission retirement ceremony
I'm
yesterday.
still on a sugar high.
After 8 years. So thank you for your service
Yeah,
on
thank
our
you.
library commission. Any other speakers? Any members of the public? I don't see any online. All right, this is a study session unless you have any more comments to give to the staff. Councilmember Parr?
Thank you very much for presentation. Thank you very much for the public input as well. I know that it used to be $500 million in unfunded projects. We always talk about budgets going up, but unfunded liability also goes up. And now you mentioned $600 million. Does this include things like the ISC? You mentioned $1 million that was really already allocated, and then noted that more would be needed. But how much of that unfunded liability included things that may have been in talks for the ISC? Also, some of the projects contained in this report were gone into some detail previously, like updates to the convention center and some of the issues there. And we talked about these in the Economic Development, Communications, and Marketing Committee, which has not met in the past 2 years or even longer. And as we talk about bringing on a new DMO, we talk about banner programs, and we go through our planned upgrades to the convention center. When are we going to see this again? We have study sessions and we have the budgets, that's great. But when we want to go into some detail, I think that the subcommittee meetings would be a good place to get that detail. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Becker?
Thank you, Mayor. So I would like to make a referral to staff to bring back some numbers for our next meeting. And that would be for some numbers for fully funding the Lawn Bowl facility, as well as some numbers, because I know it was on our, there it is. It was on our priority setting session, and I know San Jose did it for a very, very, very limited, cheap cost. I'd like to look into the cost of how much a rainbow crosswalk would be to implement in the city of Santa Clara.
Thank you, staff. I know that's on our priority list, so you just tell us when you're prepared to bring that back. Those two things weren't they on our priority list? Yeah.
And I'd like to get some numbers for the next meeting, if appropriate.
Next meeting. Are you able to do that?
We can put together
I think we already had those, but yeah.
for the next meeting, yes.
Okay, very good. All right, any other comments? Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, I agree with Vice Mayor Becker. I think the lawn bowling facility, we have asked for that for years and years. There's already 175,000 in there that has been allocated already, and it just hasn't happened. I think we can do it now. I would like to see some numbers about what it would take to do it. Thank you.
All right, and that's it. So thank you very much, staff. We appreciate it. Thank you for the report. Until the next time, and we are going to start the council meeting. Let's say 15 minutes so everyone gets a break. 7:05. All right, thank you. All right, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Santa Clara City Council Stadium Authority meeting. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and the will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so that we may serve our country with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. City Clerk.
Councilmember Board Member Watanabe. Here. Councilmember Board Member Shahal.
Present.
I'd like to note for the record that Councilmember Hardy is absent this evening due to city business, so therefore she will not be in attendance this evening. Councilmember Board Member Park.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Jane.
Here.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Becker.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you.
I make a motion to excuse Councilmember Hardy.
Motion second. Register your vote. Please register your vote. And that passes of those present, unanimously of those present. Thank you.
Okay. The AB 23 announcement, members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as a presiding officer, the mayor's and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. For those attending this evening in the capacity of a registered lobbyist, we ask you to please identify yourself as such and disclose the clients and/or organizations that you represent. This is pursuant to City Code 6.110. Thank you.
Thank you. So good evening, everyone, and welcome. For today's meeting, the City Council is back in person and conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person as the city also continues to use a Zoom feature to allow participation from the safety of your home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link and/or call into the Zoom meeting phone number shown on the screen now. If you'd like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand whilst the item you're seeking to speak on is presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes under public presentations, and those are reserved for topics that are not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure that members of the public are seeking to speak on the agenda, the appropriate agenda item. So again, let's move on with the council agenda. So next we have reports of action taken in closed session. City Attorney, we didn't have a closed session, but do you want to say anything about a past closed session?
Thanks for the opportunity, Madam Mayor. I will decline to say anything
I just want to
further.
give you an opportunity to say something.
Thank you. Yep,
There you
no
go. Okay,
reportable
very
action.
good.
Thanks.
All right, so right now we have, the next item is continuances, exceptions, and reconsiderations, but I'm going to move up our 2 special orders of business because I suspect that item's going to take quite a bit of time. So we will now move on to item 3A, and I'm going to come down to the podium down there to present these items. Okay, for our first special order of business, Santa Clara is proud to proclaim the month of June as Pride Month in Santa Clara. Pride Month began in June 1969 when protesters stood their ground against police raids on the Stonewall Inn, a gay bar in New York City. The Stonewall Uprising sparked the gay rights movement and changed our country forever. Pride Month is a time to honor the movement and celebrate the generations of LGBTQ+ people who have fought to live openly and authentically. There are over 300 anti-trans legislative bills introduced that attack the basic fundamental rights of our LGBTQ+ communities. More than 60 countries have anti-LGBTQ+ laws, which have people seeking asylum in other countries. The time is now to stand united against discrimination and remind everyone that here in Santa Clara, we support the rights of all individuals. Before I introduce our next guest, I would like to invite everyone in our community to this Friday, June 7th, out in the quad area here at City Hall. We will be celebrating our 8th annual Pride flag raising ceremony here at noon. So it's really a wonderful event, and I hope you all can join us. As part of the Office for Multicultural Learning, the Rainbow Resource Center, RRC, educates, empowers, and celebrates the experiences and identities of the LGBTQ+ community at Santa Clara University. So I now would like to invite Director Chris Harris of the Office for Multicultural Learning to the podium to say a few words.
Mayor Gilmore, council members, and community members as well. Thank you very much for this opportunity. One of my colleagues made the very serendipitous connection that the seal for our city includes the mission that our university was built around. And it's really encouraging to see that extension between caring for people deeply and wanting people to be their most authentic selves, to stretch from the mission and the vision of Santa Clara University to our city, Santa Clara, California. And it's a beautiful opportunity to be able to just stop and celebrate people, because as we see and as data continues to show us, and as we watch as civilization and society grows and forms, that our community is becoming more gay, trans, queer, pan, asexual every single day. And our mission at the university is to try to make sure that every single student who comes into our university feels like they can be affirmed, they can be themselves, they can be loved and cared for, so that they don't have to shudder or fear life. They can be at college and be proud of who they are. And that's the work that we choose to do every day. Myself, our Associate Director, Burnell Neville, as well as our Office Manager, Casey Robertson, and the several students that we serve and the students that we employ. So thank you very much for this honor.
So thank you so much, Chris. If you'd like to join us up here, I want to present you with this proclamation, and then I think we have some council members that would like to say a few words as well. I want to make sure Casey comes up. Yes. Thank you.
In the back row, can I have you slide this way a little bit so we have it a little more? Keep on coming, Kevin. There we go. Okay, Anthony. Yep. Good. Couple more. One more. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to everybody who has showed up tonight for our Pride Proclamation. I'm really proud to see this Pride Proclamation, and it's an annual tradition. To be honest, years ago, even when I was in high school in 2003, a Pride Proclamation was kind of something you really never heard of often in certain cities. I lived, between here and Santa Clara, and I also lived in Los Banos, and you never really kind of saw that. So, as I said, there's a time when a proclamation or support of any LGBTQ groups candidates was basically political suicide. Times have changed, though. There is acceptance. Just listen. Basically listen to my favorite Walt Disney character, which is Stitch, which is the shirt I'm wearing today, from Lilo and Stitch. And basically, it's a pride shirt that says, "You belong." Stitch is misunderstood, just like a lot of members of the LGBTQ community. So I relate. My community has been vilified and misunderstood for generations. Even so in more recent years. We preach love, not hate, and many of us want to turn back time, and I'm not referencing a Cher song. These individuals literally want to take us back to the past of intolerance. The fight for equal rights and acceptance never stops. Don't let anyone tell you or reject you that you do not belong. You belong in our community. Believe in what trailblazers like Harvey Milk and local heroes like Ken Yeager and many others have done, and yes, including Stitch. The LGBTQ+ community ultimately is a family, and some of us came from broken homes and were rejected by our biological families. A lot of the homeless youth are LGBTQ+ individuals. We have to look out for one another and assist when possible. As I said, the fight never stops. We need more investment into the programs that help runaway LGBTQ+ youth. So to quote Stitch, "This is my family. I found it all on my own. It's a little and broken, but still good. Yeah, it's still good." And Lilo responds to him and says, "Family means nobody gets left behind or forgotten. So we can't let anybody be left behind in our community." So I will reserve a lot more of my comments for Friday at our Pride Flag celebration, which I hope that you all do come out and join us here at the City of Santa Clara. So thank you again for being here tonight, and thank you for this proclamation.
Yes, we just finished API Recognition Month, and the amount of hate that's increasing in America is appalling. And even last year at our Pride flag raising, there were people out there protesting. I just don't understand the hate that people have for other people. We should accept people wherever they are, whoever they are, and there's no room for hate. So I encourage all of you to come out this Friday at noon.
Yes. Oh. Sorry. I just wanted to acknowledge all the people that came. I wanted to acknowledge the people on our council. I'd like to acknowledge all the words that Mayor Gilmore, Councilmember Becker, Councilmember Jane, Vice Mayor Becker, and even the unspoken words that are here. I think that every person here has support for the communities, and it doesn't matter what the communities are. All the communities are our communities. We represent the city, and we represent the city equally. And this is true even if we weren't on council. And I'd like to say thank you for everyone showing up, and thank you for all the people that were able and willing to speak, and you have our support. Thank you.
Here we go. Thank you, and I know we'll see you all on Friday at noon. Really, it's a great ceremony, so please join us, and thank you for coming this evening. So now, as our next special order of business, we are honored to proclaim June 19th, and we're doing it a little early because we don't have a council meeting around that time, so this is our closest one, as Juneteenth in Santa Clara. On January 1st, 1863, President Abraham Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation to end slavery in the United States. On June 19, 1865, 3 years later, the Union Army marched to Galveston, Texas, to enforce the Emancipation Proclamation, ending slavery for all in the United States. The celebration of Juneteenth reminds us of the promises of freedom, equality, and opportunity in America, promises which must be extended to all individuals. The city recognizes Juneteenth with the ongoing commitment to combat racial injustice in Santa Clara and all of our communities. Tonight, we are honored to have leaders from PARTY, known as Positive Alternative Recreation Team Building Impact. PARTY partners with school and civic leaders to develop action plans to support diversity, equity, and inclusion. PARTY supports our youth who have been discriminated and affected by racial practices here in the Bay Area. I'd like to invite, and he's here ready to go, Executive Director Winston Abbey to the podium to speak about their good work. Here you go. Welcome, Winston.
It wasn't so long ago that I seen you that you provided a proclamation to our youth. I want to invite our board and community to stand with me, to the city council, to the mayor, to everyone that's here. Booker T. Washington stated, "Success is to be measured not so much by the position that one has reached in life, but by the obstacles which they have overcome." I stand here today on this land, on the blood, sweat, and tears of the Ohlone and Tomian Nation. I stand here today on the nation of Mexico, which was purchased by the U.S. in 1848 for the state of California. I stand here today because in 1863, Emancipation Proclamation became an action word to emancipate. Party stands with youth and members of the community and the city of Santa Clara civic leaders who advance and stand in solidarity for anyone and everyone who is working in community to proclaim racial, gender, economic, and mental freedom. Booker T. Washington stated that we may be as separate as the fingers, but in solidarity, when we all work together, we are one. Thank you.
You're always so inspiring, and what you do with, especially with the youth in our community, is quite remarkable. People need to look you up because your organization is just absolutely fabulous. Thank you so much. We're honored to have you today. So I'd like to invite you up here for a photo and to present you with this proclamation. Thank you. Okay, now thank you all for coming, and we hope to see you Friday. Bye, Casey. See you later. All right, so now we're going to move back to the beginning of this agenda. Item number 2A, which is reconsideration of the council actions taken at the April 23rd, 2024 City Council meeting regarding proposed fiscal year 2024-25 fees for nonprofit youth sports field use in accordance with Council Policy 42. City Manager.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. Javon Grogan, City Manager. Just a quick introduction. As the Mayor mentioned, this is a reconsideration, and our presentation will be provided by Finance Director Ken Lee, as well as Acting Parks and Recreation Director and our Assistant City Manager, Cynthia Bojorquez. We'll begin with a overview of our master fee schedule. As Council will remember, this item first came up around this year around our master fee schedule. So we'll provide an overview of that, as well as an overview of the changes that you made a few years ago to the master fee schedule, as well as your cost recovery policy and how we subsidize various fees for various programs and services. And then we will go into the reconsideration of our nonprofit youth sports field fees. And we'll begin with Director Ken Lee to provide a little background on why we're here tonight.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, City Manager Grogan. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Gilmore, City Council. Appreciate the opportunity. Ken Lee, Director of Finance. As the City Manager mentioned, I wanted to provide some background just on the reconsideration before you. And so on April 23rd, 2024, as part of the council action with regards to our city's overall master fee schedule, the City Council took action to repeal field fees for nonprofit sports groups. And then following this action, the council took a recess, and the community stakeholders interested in this item left the meeting. And so after the recess, a motion to reconsider the repeal of these fees was made. Following a series of failed motions, what was ultimately approved was staff's original recommendation to maintain the fees that were adopted. And so the action included also further direction to staff to revisit the Wade Brummel Scholarship Program to determine how that program might be used to offset the fees, and then also explore the feasibility of fee waivers for all youth sports programs. And so continuing with that, as the May 7th council meeting, in consideration of the fact that interested stakeholders that were not present at the April 23rd meeting, a request to reconsider this item before you was presented, and that motion was approved unanimous. And so as a result, the question of what fees should be charged, if any, by the city for field use by nonprofit youth sports groups is again before the council for consideration. And so some background just in terms of our master fee schedule. I know a lot of fees in that, over 1,000 fees. And so the city maintains a fee schedule for a lot of various areas that the city provides services. These fees are reviewed and updated every year, and every 2 years we bring in a consultant to specifically study the time used to deliver some of these services, and then from that, fees are recommended based on cost recovery level. And typically, cities collect fees and charges for specific services at the request for either a particular group, a particular individual, a business, and for, as opposed to services that the community receives as a whole. For example, just the general park use, it's a free use, there's no specific fee. With regards to municipal fees, every city in the state of California does this to meet legal requirements. There's various propositions in state constitution that dictate that review and adoption of fees, and it encourages direct recovery of costs incurred to serve specific interests, whether it's a private interest or a group of people. It provides for general fund resources, and in many cases, by city council policy, there may be subsidies that are approved for specific fees. And then it enables the continuity of services by improving cost recovery levels. So I'll talk about that term and some of the prior council decisions related to cost recovery. Just by way of background, the fees that are included in our municipal fee schedule does not examine taxes, assessments, utility rates. Those are adopted separately, either by voters or by the board through separate processes. But what it does include are building fees, including our construction permit processing, plan check and inspection, planning fees for review of entitlements and compliance with very specific zoning codes, engineering fees, fire prevention fees, and then other non-development related fees such as recreation fees and the fees before you. As a reminder, the council has an adopted cost recovery policy that states with limited exceptions, fees should be established based on full cost recovery where individuals or businesses rather than the community at large are benefiting from the services. And this is in an effort to preserve the limited, unrestricted resources for providing services that benefit the community as a whole. When it comes to a study of our fees by department, and our consultant took a look at the costs, by and large, most of the fees are close to cost recovery. Any specific areas where the fees are below cost recovery, that's by policy. For example, some of the planning fees are provided subsidies, some of the water and sewer fees. And then in the case of parks and recreation, where a lot of the benefits could be received by a community at a large or at least in part, for parks and recreation, that cost recovery level is a 14% clip. As we dive a little bit deeper specifically into the use of reserved field use fees, some of the background, so 2 years ago before the City Council and the 22-23 fee schedule adoption, it included study session, our consultant presented, and the staff received feedback around a Parks and Recreation cost recovery policy, and that was approved and included the adoption of reserved field use fees for nonprofits and sports leagues as part of that cost recovery policy. Prior to that adoption 2 years ago, no fees were charged for field use for nonprofits and sports leagues. Reserve field use fees were compared to neighboring cities as part of that study, as part of that evaluation for reasonableness. Staff held open community meetings that included 3 commissions, or Parks and Recreation, Senior Advisory, and Youth Commissions. And staff also conducted community surveys that helped to inform both the commissioner responders from the commissions as well as the general public to inform the Parks and Recreation cost recovery policy that was ultimately approved by the City Council. And so in response to moving forward a year, the City Council, based on feedback heard from the community, referred to staff as part of the then 23-24 municipal fee schedule to look at these fees. And so staff recently met with representatives from many of our Santa Clara youth sports organizations and community members. Our Parks and Recreation staff had a meeting where more than 30 individuals participated, and I won't read the list, but included representatives of many of our well-known Santa Clara youth leagues. Staff did receive feedback as a result of that outreach meeting that was included, but not limited to, prioritizing youth fields allocations and how those were allocated, safety of participants, and so having access to the fields, and also some of the other members that might also be on the field as well. Collaboration between the city and organizations for solutions and ongoing challenges, so commitment was made on a regular basis to engage and get in touch with many of these organizations. Use of the Wade Brummel Scholarship, which has been in place as a fund for many, many years to help support low income and provide scholarships to Santa Clara residents in low income areas. The use of various fee collections, as well as continuing that ongoing relationship. And so the item that was ultimately approved by the City Council, the master fee schedule, included no fee increases with regards to reserved field use for nonprofit and sports leagues, and the city staff have committed to continue those conversations that were part of this year's process. Taking a step back, just bigger picture with regards to that cost recovery policy approved by the board, our consultant developed this very colorful pyramid, and basically from the top end, dictates the cost recovery level targeted for those that receive exclusive benefit for the specific service. And then a scale that goes down to the bottom where when a service is received by the entire community, either that's very highly subsidized in the case of 1 to 20% in category 2 here, or fully subsidized in the case of where the entire community benefits. And so when we're talking about our youth sports fees, it was adopted that the city subsidize or provide a cost recovery level of anywhere from 1 to 20%. So what that means is those fees that are charged are subsidized anywhere from 80% to 99%. And so that's what we're talking about in relation to our cost recovery policies. When you look at some of the other parks and recreation areas and services that are charged fees, and when, especially in the conversation of different trade-offs, you can see that there are various both categories and user groups: aquatics, classes, memberships, facility rentals, our youth, our seniors, our adults, as well as commercial, nonprofit, and other organizations, including private groups. And so many user groups in different classes and categories with regards to the types of services and the fees that are then charged to those specific users. When you compare City of Santa Clara with an industry-wide average, this was provided from a 2021 study with regards to over 1,000 unique park and recreation, either agencies across the country. We are below roughly little less than 2/3 of the industry-wide average of 23%. And so by policy, the City Council has already adopted a cost recovery policy that does provide significant community benefit through our parks and recreation cost fees. And so with that, I do want to turn the presentation over to our Acting Parks and Recreation Director and Assistant City Manager, Cynthia Borges.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you. Cynthia Borges, Acting Director of Parks and Recreation. Can I get the next slide, please? So the purpose of this item, Ken gave you some context of how we got here. I'm going to bring us back to why we are actually here. The purpose of this item is to allow the City Council to reconsider the actions taken on April 23rd, 2024, regarding the municipal fees for nonprofit youth sports groups, field use. I do want to be very clear that that's the item under reconsideration tonight. The remaining two elements of the motion passed on April 23rd are not the subject of the reconsideration and remain referrals to staff. And so those referrals were to direct staff to revisit the Wade Brummel Scholarship Program, to determine how the program might be used to offset the fees for nonprofit field use, and to evaluate the impact of fee waivers of all youth sports programs. So we do recognize that we have those referrals and are continuing to work on those. Next slide, please. As part of the FY 23-24 budget process, the City Council adopted a Parks and Recreation cost recovery policy, as Director Lee mentioned, with the municipal fee of $14 per hour for field use for nonprofit youth sports organizations. Prior to that adoption, there was no field charge for field use by nonprofit youth sports organizations. In response to the community concerns regarding the new fees, because it was quite a jump from 0 to 14, the City Council referred the issue of field use fees to staff to discuss with the user groups. And we did meet with them. We did share with them what the intent was, why we got to the 14, recognizing that we wanted to be within the market and to recover some of our costs consistent with the city's cost recovery policy. With that in mind, you saw that in the proposed municipal fee schedule, there was no cost increase proposed. We were proposing to maintain it at the $14 an hour, and we let the sports groups know that at the community meeting. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, a meeting was held with the user groups in March 2024, where the proposed zero increase in fee for the nonprofit youth sports organization was shared. There were approximately 30 organizations participating in the group. No request to rescind the fee was made by any of those groups at that meeting. On April 9, 2024, a study session on the proposed municipal fee schedule was held with the City Council, and at that meeting, staff was asked to provide information on the impact of the field use fees. Next slide. So this slide provides you with some information a little bit about the history of our field reservations for youth for the past 2 years. So what you'll notice is that while the numbers of hours decreased, the actual number of bookings actually increased. The imposition of a fee actually encouraged youth sports groups to look at what they were reserving and only book those fields that they knew they were actually going to use. And as a result, we were actually just able to serve a far greater number of individuals or different types of groups, which I think is a benefit to the community at large. Next slide, please. So, as Director Lee had mentioned, in an effort to engage the community in conversations about the fees and services, we did, as staff, make a commitment to meet with the groups on a regular basis and to review our policies and procedures to see how we could be more responsive to the community. The Wade Brummel Scholarship Fund is one of those opportunities where we think there is opportunity for enhancement. The Wade Scholarship Fund was established to provide an ongoing funding mechanism to ensure that Santa Clara youth have the opportunity to participate in youth sports programs. Youth sports groups who use city facilities are charged a fee of $25 for each of their non-resident participants. Those funds are then redistributed back into the community via youth scholarships as well as grants to those youth serving sports groups to help offset their costs. As noted earlier, the city already heavily subsidizes parks and recreation programs. We recognize that even with that subsidy, the rate of fees charged to play may still be cost prohibitive for some families. That is the beauty of the Wade Brummel Scholarship Fund. That's why it is such a vital component of the city's commitment to Santa Clara youth. Approximately $30,000 is collected annually, which far outpaces the requests we receive for scholarships and operational funding. While the balance fluctuates based on when scholarships are granted, the current balance when this presentation was developed was approximately $120,000. Last year, when this large balance was first identified, a concerted effort was made to encourage more requests. However, we continue to have a large balance of undistributed funds. As such, staff has already identified the need to revisit the Wade Brummel Scholarship Fund to better leverage this funding. The policy is currently under review, and per our commitment with the youth sports groups, we have scheduled a meeting for July 11th to discuss potential changes. We believe by revisiting eligible activities, expanding our outreach efforts to create greater awareness of the financial assistance that is available, and working in partnership with our user groups, we will be better able to serve the community by creating a vehicle for those who cannot afford to pay while collecting fees to maintain the desired level of service from those who can afford to pay. Our next steps will be to continue the dialogue with user groups regarding proposed changes on July 11th, then to proceed to the Parks and Rec Commission for their feedback and in September timeframe, and then back to you as City Council in the October-November timeframe. That is our plan to try and bring back a revised Wade Brummel. Can I have the next slide, please? So in closing, it is our recommendation, it is recommended the City Council confirm the council action taken on April 23rd, 2024 to maintain the fees for nonprofit youth sports groups at a rate of $14 per hour as presented in the proposed FY 24-25 municipal fee schedule. And we have those fees here on the screen for you. That concludes the presentation. We're happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the council members? Get to this item. Any questions from council? Okay. We have Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. So it sounds like you all are going to have a meeting on July 11th to discuss the Wade Brummel and how it could be used to offset these field costs, which is great. Let me ask, so currently there's about $120,000 in the fund, and based on the amount that was determined that the field's cost, it's about $115,000. So there's let's just hypothetical, if we were to use that money, the 120, so it would leave about 5,000. But you're also saying that annually you collect about, the Wade Brummel Fund collects about $30,000. So there would still be a shortfall in that fund to cover those field costs on an annual basis if we were to do something like that. However, so I'm wondering, based on some recent settlements that we've had here, and particularly the youth and the senior and youth fees that are collected as part of the ticket charge for events at the stadium. I don't know how those monies are allocated, but would like to ask if it's possible that if we could determine how those fees are used, could some of that be allocated towards these field costs and the additional nickel that is going to be collected over the next 30 years? Could that be allocated again towards these costs in an effort to help these the sports teams, the youth sports teams? So those are my questions, and I appreciate whatever you can offer.
Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, my understanding is the senior and youth fees from the 49ers, NFL tickets have just gone into the general recreation fund and have not been specifically allocated to senior and youth activities. So I could see that we could designate that specifically for this purpose. And again, as I stated in previous meetings, I'm not a big fan of giving things away for free because it lends to abuse and waste. Thank you.
So I remember when the Wade Brummel Fund was created. I actually remember Wade Brummel. But I thought those monies were to be used for individual scholarships for individual players of youth sports, that it would not be used for field fees. So I just want to make that clear that I don't think we can use those fees because they're supposed to be for individual scholarships for the youth. That's what I thought, so that was my question. I like the idea, but I'm in favor of just waiving the fees altogether. So, all right, I don't see, Councilmember Park.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And I understand where this is coming from. I mean, when we voted to approve the motion that Councilmember Watanabe made after the reconsideration request, I think that we had a lot of discussions. The discussions were, as Councilmember Jane had said, I come from a slightly different place, but there's the Jevons observation, the Jevons law, which says that if you make a scarce resource more readily available, its usage goes up. And if you make it free, then the amount of use or the amount of requests is unbounded. And I think at some point, I do like people having to register, people having to take some action, put some skin in. And whether this means a $1 fee for the event, even if it's not $1 per hour, I like the fact that it's said when it comes to people signing up for events that if people have to touch their credit card, if people have to touch their wallet, they will more likely come to that event. And I'd like to think that if people do see this tied to another thing, such as finances, that they will consider this more. And I think that the staff data shows this. I am all for reducing the fees. I mean, there were lots of things that we looked at, like why were the fees so high? We have tournaments that are paying tens of thousands, $10,000 for.
Councilmember Park, is there a question? This is question time. So.
But I'm saying it is relevant, which is, I'd like to find a way that we don't burden the groups that are coming with fees that are too high so that they can't have their events or they'll go to other place to have events. But I'm not against having a token fee so that people have to put a little bit of thought or put a little bit of backing into it, even if those fees are at the end of the day refunded. I think that the actions that they would have to go through just to reserve the fields, I think that those would be good actions. That said, the other thing that we're not looking at are there ways to reduce the costs? I mean, we're doing cost recovery. And in some cases, we have this idea, well, what are the recovery costs for lending a field? There's maintenance, which can be spread out across different events. But then there's staffing. And I think that the staffing question is the bigger question. So along with this, I'd like to see how we can make the costs more manageable for the people that incur them. But I'd also like to find a way to reduce those costs where applicable. Thank you.
Oh, I didn't hear a question, but okay. Vice Mayor Becker.
Yeah, so before I get to my question, want to specifically state that I apologize for all the confusion that happened, especially at the last meeting. I know I specifically was confused myself, and I wanted to thank first the city manager for reminding me of my fiduciary duty and concerns about what the economics are. Also, I want to thank members like Mike Walke and members of the community who brought a lot of this to my attention and are fighting for what they feel is right, and I feel is right too. At the same time, thank you to Councilmember Watanabe for making that reconsideration, so we can finally, basically clear the air and figure out, clear all the confusion as well. So my question is the ability to reduce the rates? I guess I'm trying to understand that a little more. Is the ability to reduce the rates if it's unaffordable for a specific group? I just want to know if that has any ability. I'm trying to get a little better understanding on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane, your light's on again. Do you have a question?
Yes, I do. As I've read the minutes of the Parks and Recs commissions, I have noticed that a number of grant requests have gone for equipment for sports teams. Can you confirm that that has happened in the past?
Okay, that's it for the questions. Would you like to answer them now, or should I go to the public? What would you?
Pleasure. I'm happy to answer the question.
If you're ready, let's answer them now. Thanks.
So it answers your question about the youth and seniors. That goes towards the other 80%. We mentioned, or 75%. What's my math? The other 85%. We mentioned that we're 14% cost recovery. So we have to pick up those other that other balance. And so that's where those youth and senior fees go to. It's our general recreation fund dollars. So that's how they're allocated. With respect to your question, Mayor, about the eligibility, you're right. Currently, there are 2 eligible activities under the Wade Brummel: individual youth scholarships, the individual financial assistance, and then grants to the youth sports organizations for things like equipment, for things like supplies and jerseys and those kinds of things. So that is how it's currently written. Our thought was that because we had so much money over the one time, and again, it was because of COVID, and we had some additional monies coming in that we weren't able to spend, and the groups weren't able to spend. We do have a larger amount in reserve in the fund than we would have normally have had. We would have normally had the $30,000. So we do think there is the opportunity to go back, work with the user groups to figure out what's the best way to allocate that money. Is it best to provide more scholarships, individual scholarships, and how do we do that? How do we create a greater community awareness that there is funding available? Because I think that's part of the challenge, is that people may not know that the funding assistance is available. So is that one strategy? The other strategy is, are all of the groups aware that they can apply to this grant funding, right? They may not be. It may just be the folks who are in the know, and other groups aren't, right? And so there's some outreach efforts that we think we need to do. But we also thought, because of the size of the grant, the size of the money that's available, it might be an opportunity to say, could we take a percentage of the facility use fees? So, for example, in the community grants section, the regular community grants program, we do allow for the payment of facility fees when they reserve spaces. So is there the opportunity to look at that? We do not want to presuppose what's in the best interest of the community. We wanted to have that conversation with the youth groups and see what their thoughts were. And that's the purpose of the July 11th meeting. And then to be able to come back to the Park and Rec Commission, because they are the ones who approve the grants, anything over $500, right? And so for us to revise the policy, we would want to get their input before we come back to the City Council. So I think that's, in terms to your question, Councilmember Beber, did it answer the question for you?
Kind of what she was kind of asking, so I kind of.
So it is individuals who can apply directly, and right now they're applying directly to the sports groups. I think there's a role for the city to play for those kids who may feel uncomfortable asking for a scholarship, but could come to the city and provide some dignity for those folks, and we give them a stipend and we work with them on that. But we need to talk about the groups, about the mechanics of how that would work. Do they think that's viable or not? But I do think there's a really important aspect of creating greater awareness that there is money out there, and then seeing if there is a one-time opportunity to offset the facility fees or to do a percentage of the facility fees. But again, I do want to acknowledge there was a lot of work and study going into the cost recovery policy and making sure that for those folks who can pay, that they do pay, because we are very committed to maintaining a high level of service for our community, and that's the way we're going to do it, by creating enough funding to maintain our fields At the same time, we also recognize that we have a commitment and a value of supporting kids and making sure that they can play. And that's the purpose of the Wade Brummel. And for those folks who had the foresight to think about how to establish the Wade Brummel using the funds from non-residents to support residents, that was brilliant, right? And so I think it's incumbent upon us to figure out a way to make that program work for the city.
One thing I heard was that the application process was very cumbersome, and that's on us, that it was. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, we heard that too.
All right, thank you. Okay, I'm going to go to the public now. We can start with Tarsi. Is Tarsi here? Oh, online. Go ahead, Tarsi. Unmute yourself. There you go.
All right. Hello.
Hello. Hello, go ahead, please.
Oh, I just want to talk about the fees. I guess you guys are talking about the
Yes,
fees and
the youth fees for the use of facilities. Yes, we are. That's what we're on. Yes.
Yeah. So I just want to talk about I guess keeping the fees low or to a very affordable minimum for people who can't afford programs, so that the costs doesn't impact families.
Okay. Thank you very much, Tarsi. All right, next we have Anthony. Go ahead, Anthony.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now. Go ahead, please.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight regarding the field usage fees. Anthony Pasquale, Santa Clara Westside Little League. I'm going to keep it short and simple. Thank you for bringing the item back properly, as last time we were disheartened to see how it was handled. There are currently a couple issues with the current fee schedule. One, when we started charging these fees a couple years ago, the users essentially gained nothing. There's no added maintenance or improvements based on these fees. The same maintenance that was being done then is the same maintenance that's being done now. Those fees flow into the general fund and not back into the parks that we use directly. We would be having a different conversation tonight if those fees were charged, flowed back into the fields. Also, there's no difference from a one-time user to organizations like ours that reserve for a season long. I want to be clear. Your park staff does a tremendous job at maintaining the fields we use and managing the use of the fields. Big shout out to Marlon, Angelique, Grant, and Dominguez for all the work they do. There are essentially 5 groups in the city in our position. They are Westside, Briarwood Little League, PAL, Santa Clara Recreation Soccer League, and Santa Clara Lions Football. Any fees we take on just add to the cost of the community collectively. We're asking for the removal of these fees. There are essentially 5 things that separate us from every other user. The first is we are all established long-running programs in the city, 7 years for our organization. The second, we serve the youth of Santa Clara, over 1,500 combined to be exact. We're all 100% volunteer run, coaches included, nonprofit organizations. Any costs that we incur have no choice to be passed on to the families. And the biggest difference from us and any other user that you guys have is that we use our own funds, budgets, volunteer hours to help maintain and make improvements on your fields and facilities. These 5 things, I believe, set us apart from every other user group, and some credence should be given to that. I ask you to choose to invest in your community and find other funding sources to keep these fees aside.
Thank you, Anthony. All right, is there anyone here in the chambers that would like to speak? I don't have anyone else online, so if you do, please come forward. You can queue up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
My name's Tom Ostrander. I'm lucky to be a coach and president of the Santa Clara Pal Softball League. And again, I'm going to reiterate what Anthony said. The city staff that works with us as a league is absolutely phenomenal. I myself, I'm a 5th generation Santa Claran. Helping the youth in Santa Clara is in my blood. My grandmother was the very first policewoman in Santa Clara. And I hear stories all the time where she would bring in troubled youth to her house because there was no resources back then, different times. And my daughter was on the youth commission for 5 years. And serving the youth, I'm going to go back to Councilmember Becker. I'm going to bring back Stitch. right? Ohana means family. Family means nobody gets left behind. That's what our leagues do. We are here for the kids. Our skin in the game isn't necessarily the dollars we put, the $115,000 that go into the general fund, right? It is the resources that we provide the kids to have a home, to have a safe space to go, to be themselves. I coach, right now I'm coaching 12, 14 and under girls. There's a lot of things that they don't know, they don't have somewhere to go to talk. Our practices are not just sports. They're also life. And by taking the opportunity away from the kids that can't afford the extra fees, for our small league, it's around $100 a kid. When it comes that the amount that we pay for field, it's $100 per child that's playing softball specifically. Some of the families can't do it. And what happens to those kids? They're still in our community, but we're leaving them behind. We're not taking care of our family. And every kid in Santa Clara is our family, and we need to support them. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Name's Mike. I'm the president of PAL. Everybody knows that. We just received so I'm going to give you a little synopsis of what these costs are. We just received our statement for our usage fees for Central Park for our softball. $13,485. We have 140 participants. You break that down, that's $98.90-something per child. Our lowest fees are $165 for our lowest tier children, the younger children. So that's telling you, it's real simple, $100 is going to the city, $65 is going to PAL to cover equipment, uniforms, insurance, everything that we need to make those kids safe and play a sport for 12, 14 weeks. I was on the Parks and Rec Commission when the Wade Brummel Fund was created. It was Tino Silva's idea. It was a fantastic idea. It's cumbersome. I met with the Parks and Rec Commission when they first started talking about it last year, before Jim Texera even retired. We started talking about this. This is dragging out way too long. I don't understand it, why it takes so long. Another thing, we just signed an agreement last week or the week before with the 49ers. We're gonna get $233,000 for the youth and senior commissions. Some of the council members talked about it earlier. You divide that in half goes to the youth groups, half goes to the senior groups. Guess what? That $115 that the nonprofit youth groups pay, it's covered with that by itself. Simple stuff, guys. Simple stuff. And I'd be glad to meet with anybody at any time. I've met with several of you, every one of you, in fact. I've met with every one of you several times. Anybody wants to meet with me, give me a call.
Thank you, Mike. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Bert Field. I've been an active participant in the city for many, many years. Born and raised here. Youth sports has been a backbone of my life. The fact my last name is Field also encouraged me to be very active in this area. But I will tell you, in high school, my coach got me to actually referee for PAL soccer in 1974. Okay, so I've been very involved with youth sports, and from that side of it, the fact is we are a city. We're a great city in many, many levels. The youth we serve, the adults, the families, it doesn't end just there. It keeps getting better and better and better. My feeling is we're looking for the answer from the people who are trying to do work. We have people who are paying their fees. Go out any Friday, any Saturday, any Sunday to any single field, and you'll see cricket being played. When I shut down the fields for soccer games, they go fantastic. Now we have soccer fields we can play cricket on. I'm just telling you, drive by Cabrillo, drive by any field, Santa Clara Central Park, it's crazy. So please, include in your answer, going after non-registered users. Don't keep punishing the people who love our city, who are signing up to try to take care of this. There are people who are abusing the system. We need to look at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Heidi Stewart. I'm here as a Santa Clara resident and parent. I'm also actively involved in the Little League environment with Briarwood Little League, as well as with Santa Clara Youth Soccer League, the Lions FC, and Sporting. I'm wanting to speak basically on behalf of a parent. Having both of my children in multiple of these programs where we use the fields at a low cost has been essential to allowing them to play not just one sport, but multiple sports, but also see a thriving youth community. Keeping these costs low will be so important to continuing to provide valuable resources to our community. Please do not raise these fees. Leave them, lower them, remove them. Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi. Come forward, please. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Linda Pasquale, as you guys already know, and I'm the president at Santa Clara Westside Little League. And I stand before you again this evening in solidarity with the numerous recreational sports leagues in our community.
Linda, can you speak in the microphone, please?
Sorry,
Thank
yes.
you.
Advocating to keep our program costs low. We are asking that you please repeal the field usage costs for our nonprofit youth sports organizations. The use of these fields is vital to the operation of nonprofit, volunteer-driven youth leagues. These civic centers are built and maintained using bond and tax revenue from our community. Please do not add additional financial burden on our nonprofits. Added costs are difficult to absorb by our league, as some of the other gentlemen mentioned, and we will need to pass these on to the participants, which would hinder the ability of families to participate. We've been able to keep costs down because of our past agreements with the city to use these civic centers at no cost. Again, these civic centers are already paid for by our community through property taxes and bond measures. By charging fees for field use, you're negatively impacting well-deserving children and the community. Please help us keep as many children as possible enrolled in these valuable programs. Again, I ask you please consider repealing the field usage costs for our nonprofit sports organizations. Thank you.
Thank you. If anyone else would like to speak, please come forward. Welcome.
Greetings, Madam Mayor, City Council, City staff, and those from our community. My name is Richard Fitting. I am normally here dressed a bit different in an official capacity, but today I'm here as a Mission City resident and proud member of the Santa Clara Westside Little League community. I've managed youth baseball teams at Westside the past 9 years, where all 5 of my children have played and grew as positive members of a team and of this community. I've also been on the board of directors the past 2 years. I applaud the work of city staff in all facets of this topic, from the work of Acting Director Bojorquez and her team to Directors Lee's comprehensive analysis and reporting, to city staff and city council's genuine care and concern with the importance of this topic, which for us is a topic that surrounds the development and well-being of the children of our community. I do recognize the challenges of these policy decisions, and I also realize that zero-cost recovery is far less than ideal, and an important conversation in terms of being fiscally responsible. However, with the costs that have risen, both from the city the past 2 years and with Santa Clara Unified School District now for us, we will increase our registration fees. I've had real-world conversations with members of this community that have considered not enrolling their children in our program due to cost. I had a single mother reach me to let me know that she delayed enrolling her child until her next paycheck came in. She had overlooked our scholarship information, which we of course accommodated. I do understand the reference that no cost will or may lead to abuse or excess reservations of fields. While fairly intangible, I do believe that these enhanced conversations with our Park and Rec partners and hyper-awareness by league representatives has put this at the forefront of our administrative conversations, and we recognize our responsibility to reserve what we will use, or perhaps a lower fee or token fee is indeed considered here. We appreciate and look forward to the future conversations regarding the Wade Brummel Scholarship Program with Director Bojorquez. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please come forward. Anybody, they can queue up. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. Real briefly, I just wanted to thank you guys for hearing us again. I know this is an ongoing conversation. I know there's lots of emotion and families behind it. Sorry.
Okay, it's okay.
Just wanted to say thank you. We've got little leaguers and soccer players. We pour our heart and soul into these leagues, and we appreciate you guys helping us or to continue that. We have this guy graduating out of Little League, and the bonds that we've created, the time that we spent is invaluable. So sorry for the emotion. That was not intentional, but we just wanted to thank you guys for continuing the conversation and working with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. Anyone else? Please come forward if you'd like to speak. Anyone? Okay. All right. Councilmember Jane?
I don't think anyone on this council, on this dais, is interested in excluding a single child from participating in our programs. We did establish the Wade Brummel Fund. It's unfortunate that their paperwork is cumbersome, and it's unfortunate that people don't know about it, but I'm going to stand by my statement that if we provide things for free, that they will be abused, and we will figure out a way to make sure that every kid that wants to play will play.
Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. As mentioned earlier, I'm of the opinion that kids should get out on the field, and it's very important for their physical exercise, physical development, as well as mental development. And as noted by one of the parents, you can see the emotions, see how important it is even for the parents to get into the bonding with the other families. So it's not only we are investing into our youth, but we are investing into whole community as such, basically. We are building the community from grounds up, basically. And these are the youth who get into the right track, basically. We're not giving them physical exercise and the game skills, but we're also building their character for the long term, basically. So 115K is a very small investment to make in such programs from the city when we are already contributing like 85% of our, writing off 85% of, subsidizing 85% of these costs, basically. It does make sense to have bare minimum cost or no cost at all. But I also recognize that because I was looking at the numbers, I just jot down some numbers and play around with those. I saw that 22-23, we had 2,435 bookings, and number of hours is 8,193. And that shows me that every booking we make is for roughly 3.36 hours. Let's round it to, say, 4 hours, right? I want to ask a question because it's important, like some of you did mention that giving it free is not good for administrative purposes. Like we want to keep it a notional fee so that we can manage it well, bookings are clean, and everybody can look at it. And at the same time, even if you book these things, you have opportunity to get your refund from the Brummel Fund, basically, right? So I'm just throwing an idea. If we make these bookings, like 2,435 bookings, with the $5 per booking, it comes out to be $12,175 for total program, for an annual program, basically. Let's round it off to, say, $15,000. And if we have to get that refund from our scholarship fund, $15,000 is doable for multiple years, sustainable for a long time. And we also take care of, they feel responsible that this is doable and we need to do it in a way where it's not treated as free and we manage it well. So what I would propose, but I need one answer from the community or from the staff, what is the average booking when we make is it really the 4 hours booking, or it's a chunk of 1 hour, 2 hour, 3 hour bookings, basically? So does anybody have an answer? Because I did the math by just subtracting the number of hours by the number of bookings, which came to 3.36 hours. So if we can take a slab, okay, 2 hour booking for $5, something like that. That way they don't end up paying at source lot of money, and then they can get the same refunded from Brummel scholarship, and it makes administrative easy for the city to manage those things.
So the bookings will vary depending on the sport, the time of year, right? So we can get more bookings in a longer day after the time change and those kinds of things. So I can't give you an average. I can tell you it's 3 to 4 hours is probably pretty good round year. Some will be more, some will be less, but it will vary based on the sport and based on the time of year. I did hear what you're saying, and I appreciate the trying to solve and provide solutions here at the dais, but as from a staff perspective, if you can allow us the opportunity to work on these and come back and explore solutions, that is the purpose of the July 11th meeting. We want to figure out collectively how to solve the problem, right? I think there is a solution there. We can figure out what's the best way of doing it. I think it's really hard for us to give you data here saying the what ifs, right? I think there's a lot of what ifs and trade-offs that we may not be thinking of in the moment. And I'd really like to have the opportunity to give you good staff work and have the data and have a conversation with folks.
So my counter question would be between now and July 11th, that's the date you said, right? July 11th. Is there anything like any bookings, any organization trying to book and they will be not in a position to pay for that amount or something? If we delay it to July 11th, are there any repercussions to all these groups, basically?
So that's a good question. So we work with all of the groups on payment plans. So there's no one who's going to be negatively affected in terms of the payments. We have all of the groups on pretty much all of the groups on payment plans. The fees are supposed to be due when they get issued their permit, but when they can't pay, we allow them to pay on a monthly basis. We create payment plans with them. So to your question, I think it's going to be, there may be some minimal, but it'd be very minimal.
So why don't we do this thing? If we are coming back with July 7th for this reconsideration, why don't we do this thing? Any fees to be paid between now and July 11th, let's postpone. We can book the space, but we'll postpone it after we make a decision after July 7th. We don't ask them to pay right away. The payment date will be somewhere after July 11th, basically. Can we do that?
So if I can just be clear, tonight's action was to reconsider the action that you took on April 23rd. So we're looking for direction on those actions. The July 11th is a separate action that we're looking for ways to revisit the Wade-Brummel and to see if there's a way for us to create a solution that would also address facility fees. So it's an and, not an instead of. Yeah. So our plan would be to come back to council. If we can come back with a revision to the Wade-Brummel that addresses the facility fees, we would do that in the fall after we've gone through the process.
Right, and if I can, just clarify that July 11th is not a council meeting. July 11th.
What date is that? I don't know what that
July 11th is the date we're meeting internally with the sports groups.
Right.
But I would also like to say Wade-Brummel has conditions, and I don't think that in those conditions is that money can be used to pay the city back.
As currently written, you're correct, Mayor. There's individual assistance and the grant.
Limited,
But it is a city policy, right? And so we can revisit that. And so, but before we bring that recommendation, we would want to talk to everybody.
That would change the whole, premise or the whole idea behind the Wade-Brummel, and we'll probably hear from Tino Silva if something like that
And that's why we
happens.
wanted to talk to the user groups and get feedback from it, because we do recognize it is a change.
Right, okay.
The only reason I was trying to club these two things was we don't want to take a decision today and then we decide something else with the stakeholders on 7/11 basically, and then we have to do something else. So that's why I'm saying, why don't we postpone this decision to 7/16th meeting, and whatever we decide on 7/11 and come back, and then we can take
That's
care
a
of it.
whole she just said it was completely two different things.
No, it's related, Mayor, because if we charge them X amount.
Did you hear what she said?
I understand, but at the same time, what my perception is, even if we charge them something right now, and on 7/11 they decide, hey, Wade-Brummel will refund you up to X amount of dollars, then we can make a decision on that particular 7/16 meeting. Okay, we now have all the pieces of the puzzle together, and this is how we want to proceed, basically.
So if I can just clarify, the current fee schedule includes no increase in the municipal fee. So whatever the existing fee is now is what we're proposing, if you were to reconsider the action based on the action the council took previously, to maintain the status quo. So there would be no increase in fees. They would pay for this next season exactly what would have paid this last year. The opportunity is, to your question about could we delay the collection of the fee, is what I'm hearing you say, is yes, we would charge them, right? But we could delay the fee. And that I would look to my finance director to say, I would assume it's a policy decision, and I don't know the answer to that.
All right. Is,
Yes, it's possible to delay payment of existing fees, but I would hesitate to delay payment of existing fees that are on the book on the possibility that the city council may make a policy change. I think if you make a future policy change, we can address what reimbursements for fees that were already paid or reimbursement to existing payment plans are needed. I just would hesitate to pause a current fee based on the possibility of a future council action.
I feel like we should be making a decision right now.
Okay.
We've had a lot of talk about this and a lot of information that has been repeated to us, and it's time to actually make a decision. What they're talking about is the future use. Even if we were to change the Wade Brummel, it has to go through a whole process to change it. It's not going to happen on July whatever date. So, I mean, that's a whole different change.
So basically, the majority of the council was of the opinion that we should write off these fees then. Then if we write off those fees, there's no use of discussion of the Wade Brummel at that stage, because if all the fees are written off anyway, then there's no use of, I don't know, you can still make a good policy about how you want to handle that thing down the line.
I see that, Councilmember Chahal, but you have to understand the Wade Brummel fee is for the individual athlete. Maybe they can afford the fees or maybe they can't, to pay PAL or Santa Clara Youth Soccer or whatever, but they can't afford for uniform. So it's for the individual player.
It's actually both, Mayor. There's a portion that goes to the individual. You're absolutely
I know, let me finish, okay? I listened. And the rest can go to the organization for equipment or other things. But so I don't want to use it all for field because we still want it available for the individual player that can't afford whatever, whether it's uniform or fees to get in or other, because if we waive the fees for the youth groups, they still have to charge for individual players to play, whether it's Little League, there's still going to be a charge. It'll just be a less of a charge because they don't have to make this giant payment for fees for fields. Anyways, I heard you. Okay.
I apologize.
Okay, if that's the case, I would like to make a motion that we waive off the fees in totality for this field usage, basically.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the table. Thank you, Councilmember Chahal. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, so just to follow up, there were comments made that I just want to address, which I felt that they are unfair once again. It has been stated by several coaches and parents tonight that the athletes and the families, they are currently paying fees. However, because of the costs that are now being implemented to utilize the fields, those costs have gone up, making it prohibitive for families to participate in sports, or maybe not as many sports as they have in the past. So I appreciate the motion and happy to second, in the hope that that the families will continue to be able to just pay the base amount, whatever it is that they've been paying, that has allowed them to be able to, have these opportunities to play sports. Going back to something again that Mr. Gupta said earlier, using your words again, talking about the importance of having opportunities for our kids to be able to do what they want to do, because they are the future of our city. So having that opportunity again to repeal the field usage, to be able to put those monies back into the pockets of these teams, these sports, youth sports teams, I think is very essential, and to be able for the athletes and their families to be able to pay what they can pay and still be able to continue to do what they love to do and enjoy doing. So like I said, I'm happy to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Becker?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So I'm glad that Mike Walke provided more detail on the numbers and $100 a kid, basically, $13,000. I find it harder and harder, to put gas in my car. I find it harder and harder to make ends meet. I think a lot of people are experiencing these things. And, when we increase electric bills, we increase cable bills, we increase basically every bill that every American is getting right now, you wonder where the line is drawn. People's wages don't go up 10%. I don't think I've ever gotten a raise more than 1% in my entire life. So I see the issue. I see that we have I think, a crisis not only in our city, but in our country in this kind of respect, that we're not investing into our future, but we're worried more about the dollar. We're worried about how much it's going to get us. Seeing it's $100 a kid, it's like, if I have kids myself, I don't know if I can afford that. My husband and I, we both work, we both have an income, but it gets thinner and thinner every year. And I think that is what every American and every Santa Claran is experiencing, no matter what your class is, no matter where you stand. So, I do understand a lot of what Councilmember Jane was also commenting on, that, things that are for free often gets abused. And I commend what resident Burt Field was commenting about non-registered users. I mean, I see it happen all the time with the tennis courts. I pushed, I think, at our last meeting about this discussion about having heavy fines for people who don't show up, who abuse the field use, because there's people out there that want to use it. When I was a kid, I don't know, maybe I'm a little foreign to a lot of this, and I maybe need a little more education myself, but when I was a kid, there was we had softball teams, and it was, the local car wash or the local restaurant in town, the cafe, they were sponsoring our team. It was on their back of our shirts with phone numbers. Does that stuff still happen nowadays? I don't see it. I never see it on shirts anymore. So I'm just wondering, does that ever still happen?
No.
Doesn't?
No,
So I'm just wondering how that happens, if that ever still happens. So the thing is that it kept kids out of trouble. When I was a kid, it kept kids out of trouble. And we want to know why crime keeps going up is because, well, kids don't have nothing to do. I was the generation where we were kind of playing outside outside on the street. The rule was get home when the street lights got on. Then there's my brother who's just only 4 years behind me. And his generation was more kind of playing outside, but more inside playing video games. And after that, every generation I've seen since then is video games. So seeing that there's kids that want to play and do these sports, and I look at $115,000, I think is what the total is, I don't know how I can comprehend that when I'm sitting here struggling to pay my bills, and every Santa Claran's probably still struggling to pay theirs. There's got to be another way. There's got to be options out there, but in this time and place, I don't know if I can really support this. I think I can support the motion that's on the floor right now, but I also want to know how we can make some money to accommodate a lot of our needs. So I think we have a lot of homework to do. I think our council has a lot of work to do on finding resources and money, but it's harder for me to sit here and say, charging kids. Last meeting, I had the hard time. I get the comments of my fiduciary duty. I know what I have to do, but it's harder and harder for me when I struggle myself to do this. I don't have kids. I don't relate to that, but I can relate to what a parent does. So it's hard for me to go and implement fees on individuals who are struggling, especially during these really hard times. but I do want to see some way that we can make some money on the side. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Park.
Yes. Again, looking through my notes of what happened the previous meeting on April 23rd, the discussion that we had was about giving staff time to come up with solutions, right? We had the city manager telling us that, well, the fees that were paid were already paid, and there was nothing else to do, and by the time that the new fees were due, it is possible that we'd have a solution, or we'd have something else that would come before council, and that's what I literally have here. I'm being told that, maybe that's not the case, but I'm being told that there is a meeting that's coming up where they were going to discuss a few things, and I agree that everything takes a little bit of time. Like waiting is kind of problematic because the solution that we come up with may be quick. We could probably do that in July, but the implementation of that probably wouldn't be as quick as we'd like it to be. And as a result, even if we decided to do something with fees, it may not be useful to the organizations, until much later. That said, I listened to what Councilmember Chahal says. Like, what if we had fines for people who didn't show up? Like, what if we did it the other way? What if we made money that way? My question is, if we charge token fees like $5 per booking, also what Councilmember Chahal said, is that something that we could use Wade Brummel to subsidize? And pay back organizations for, they'll pay them the fees that they've paid. Like if the organizations pay a fee, even if it's a token fee, can we use Wade Brummel in those cases to give to the organization so that they could use that money to pay for those fees? I mean, how is that substantially different from equipment, the other things that Wade Brummel allows organizations to pay for? I have a daughter. She's, looking to enroll her into lots of different programs. And it's really expensive. And to what Vice Mayor Becker said, whatever it is, video games, drugs, mischief, even work sometimes, that's for people who have nothing better to do. And I think that having options for kids that involve families, that involve other children in large groups, is a great way to get children to not do the things that they're going to do when they have nothing better to do. Right? But again, I would like to know what other, I don't like simply waiving the fees. I do like having a token fee. I think that $5 per booking kind of seems reasonable to me, right? And I'm sure that if the organizations came and they had trouble with $5 per booking, I'm sure they could come to, the city, even some council members for help with that. I also miss the days, like I remember when I was on a softball team, when we were subsidized, when we had company logos, when it said we were subsidized by some, I'm like, oh my goodness, I didn't realize that had gone away. And Ms. Pasquale, I did go to a baseball game on a Saturday, did take a look, did talk to some parents that were there. And like a lot of costs have gone up, and and things like that. So I do understand that every single thing helps, but again, is there a way that we can manage the field reservations, charge token fees, have people register, make it, at the same time, make it easier for people to get compensation or reimbursement through things like Wade Brummel, or even get monies through things like Wade Brummel? And, and come up with a solution in time for it to be effective, for it to be useful for the organizations that are here looking for relief. That's my question. I mean, I would love to support this motion, but I'd like to see a little bit more than just a waiver of fees, of all fees. Thank you.
City Manager, you had something to say before I make my comments?
Sure, and my comments are in response to Councilmember Park's questions, as well as I think other comments that have been made. So staff respects that this is a very tough policy decision before the City Council. In fact, it's revisiting a decision that you made several years ago
when you implemented fees for our youth sports groups. And when you did that, you still provided a cost recovery tier that is your greatest cost recovery tier, right? It recognizes that there is a significant community benefit to this activity, and it is in your cost recovery category that provides the most cost recovery, except for charging no fees, right? And so you're essentially revisiting the decision to have fees or to not have fees, and that's the decision that's before you tonight. Staff articulated a number of things, and one of the things we said was there are certainly concerns with not having fees, over usage, people over subscribing, which will push off usage for the entire youth sports community. But we were there 2 years ago, and so what will happen if you decrease fees? We're not saying that there will be significant overusage where youth sports groups will not be able to get the time they need, but we certainly believe that there will be an impact. We also reminded council that there are other groups that have fees to utilize our recreation facilities, right? We have fees to utilize our tennis courts. And oftentimes we have concerns with people saying, hey, this is a public resource, I'd really like to utilize our tennis courts for free, but for some of our courts, we charge fees. And so it's an important consideration because while we're here talking about our youth sports groups, you do have fees for utilizing many of our other parks and recreation facilities. And so staff's recommendation was that you not take the action tonight to waive all youth sports fees. You instead allow staff time to continue to work with the groups to come up with modifications to our existing scholarship program. Certainly the current program is based on individual benefit for an individual child or user. And by waiving the fees, you would waive the fees for all users, right? It's roughly $114,000. It's not an insurmountable sum of money with regard to our budget, but we do know that we have a structural budget deficit. We have talked a lot today about our capital facility needs and what we know from other municipalities and other agencies right here in the city of Santa Clara, that they are raising their fees in part to cover long-term maintenance. And so certainly you can approve the waiver of all fees, and we will make the appropriate adjustments in the budget, or you could allow staff additional time to work with the user groups and see, can we modify our existing programs to provide benefit to those that absolutely need the benefit. And that's the item that's before you tonight.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that Santa Clara's fees were not to the industry standard for Parks and Recreation Services, and I'm happy about that. I don't want to be to the industry standard. I think that we have always valued the youth in our community. We've always invested in the youth, and we have never charged them for the use of their city facilities. I want to say it's all of ours, and it's theirs as well. We raised the fees or started charging fees 2 years ago. For me, it was a pilot program to see how it works. Well, now it didn't work for these youth groups, and they're coming to us and telling us, and they've spent hours in these chambers saying that these fees don't work for them. They're telling us very clearly, these fees don't work. There are other opportunities. We're talking about $115,000. I originally wanted to also put the swim center in there, but I guess that's going to be funded by other monies later. So I'm happy about that because I wanted to also include them with this. But now we're just talking about field use. And, you know, we survived by not charging our youth. We survived all these years, decades and decades in Santa Clara. It's only been the last 2 years that we've charged. And charging even a minimal fee like $5, it's a waste because our youth groups, you know, with all the time, the sweat equity, the money that they put in themselves, is the added value every year for the city. I think it was mentioned that the fees went up, but the improvements to the facilities did not. The only improvements that are made by the parents. I've seen it, the parents and the coaches and the volunteers. So, you know, there's so much benefit to supporting the youth 100%, 100%. You know, equity and accessibility. Those are things that we have many families that have multiple children, especially the ones that have 2, 3, 4 children that all need to play. They all, you know, want to play. But many families, and I've seen it, they can't afford it. They can maybe afford one child, and sometimes they just put the boy in there. But yeah, you know, it's not equitable the way we have it now, especially with the fees that the school district is charged for the facilities there. Health and well-being. I mean, no one can argue that this is healthy and leads to a better well-being for the youth in our community. Mental health issues, that's huge, especially since the pandemic. I mean, we saw our children suffer during the pandemic when they didn't have these sports to go and let off steam and bond with other people. We saw what happened and the downside of it. And, you know, I really don't want to push these groups over the edge that they have to, you know, fold, like we heard maybe a Little League might if we don't do something. The social benefit, and this is really important because it's not just for the youth and the children that benefit socially from this, but it's also the parents. And I have to say, as my kids went through a bunch of sports, and my mental health and my social benefit by just interacting with other parents here in Santa Clara was so important. So it becomes part of your life. And that's a really important part of it. The educational opportunities for these kids to learn how to work as a team, to get along, to collaborate with each other, to respect, to be dedicated, and to have you know, a responsibility. I think that's super important. Not counting, I know we have some police officers here, the crime reduction. Getting our kids involved in youth sports leads to less crime in a community by far, and having them engaged leads to less crime. And also, I think someone mentioned it earlier, safe spaces. It's safe spaces for them to go and to play and have fun and really just be kids. So I think that there's, you know, between the physical, the mental, the social, the educational, all these advantages that these team sports provide really lead to a healthy community. And that's why Santa Clara has been healthy, because we have always put value in our youth. And this $115,000, $114,000 is such a small amount for us to, as a council, to say, yes, we support you, we want to invest in you, we want to continue, because this 2-year of these fees didn't work. It doesn't work. People are struggling. I think Vice Mayor Becker said it, hey, it's hard to live here, it's expensive. Everything's going up. Shoot, we have something on our agenda. We have more fees going up. So everything's going up. And when something gets cut, it's going to be the youth get cut out of these programs first, you know, in your family, because you're going to have to cut to make other ends meet. So I'm 100% behind this motion. And I think, you know, we've spent a lot of time on this. Yes, go back and look at the Wade Brummel. Go back, make it better, make it easy, make it simple. So people, even if they're fearful that they want the help but they don't want to get it, let's make it, you know, confidential and easy for them to be able to apply for these funds for their kids if they need it. Because even if we waive these fees, there's still going to be, you know, a high mountain to climb for some of these families in terms of the finances. So we're really going to need those Wade Brummel funds as well. So I support the motion. City Clerk, and we have another round. Do we really need another round? Vice Mayor Becker.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. You know, I agree in the part that it's, you know, arts and music and certain sports always get cut first, you know. I know when I was in high school that the arts and music programs were being cut first, but couldn't cut that football team that never won a game. So, I mean, I could see it. It happens all the time. And when it comes to other sports, you know, real sports that actually, one thing I learned about is when you went to the youth sports things when I was a kid, it was learning how to get along with other kids in the sandbox. It taught you how to, tolerate. It taught you how to respect. And so I see that. I don't want to punish kids having that experience. But at the same time, Councilmember Chahal, in his motion, did you mention anything in your motion about any possibility of heavy cancellation or heavy no-show fees?
That wasn't in the motion.
That wasn't in the motion?
It wasn't,
Okay.
but I'm open to that.
Okay, I mean, I'm almost ready to throw a friendly amendment out there about heavy, no-show fees. That's something that can be assessed if that's a possibility. But then I also don't want to damage the chances of this motion. So I'll make a friendly amendment to add for heavy fee.
What does heavy mean? What does
So,
heavy
I mean,
mean?
it's strict fees, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
And who's going to enforce it? No one can
okay,
enforce
yeah.
that.
Okay, good point, good point.
You can't.
Okay,
it's
I'm going to leave the motion as is. I'm not going to add a friendly amendment. I just know that in history, these are always the programs that get cut first. And music and arts are something that I'm passionate about too. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, it's easy for councils to give stuff away for free, but then we have deficits. We've had deficits for years. We look at structural deficits coming around. I value the parks, but for years and years, we didn't invest in our parks. We weren't charging parks impact fees. Our parks had splinters. They had dilapidated equipment. They had slides that weren't ADA compliant or compliant to the latest safety laws. And then we started imposing impact fees on developers. And now we have a lot of refurbished parks. So we can give lots of things away for free, and we will just bleed to death by small cuts. So I don't like giving things away for free. I also do not want any kid to be deprived of playing if they don't have the funds. We need to make it easy for them to get subsidies or whatever it takes, but I don't like giving things away for free because we get deficits and then we have lots of other problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Park?
Yeah, I'm struggling with this because at the same time, I understand what it means for children to have programs. But I also know, we talk about, well, this was a pilot program and now people are complaining. We understand that. But I think there are some positives in this program as well. And I think that we should not just ignore them. The motion, if I vote against this, it's not because I don't want the organizations to have reasonable fees, but I would like to give staff time to, without us having to, Frankenstein something on the dais, come up with recommendations for this is what a cancellation fee would look like. This is what would happen if we charged a, $5 fee per booking. This is what it would look like if we paid $1, if they paid $1 per booking. This is what it would look like if we had a reimbursement program for any fee for booking. We talked about last time when we passed this motion the second time, looking at reimbursements to some of the organizations that already paid the fees. Like there were lots of things that we were thinking about, and my desire, and you can hear it, I say it often, I don't like to have something that we need it right now. That right now, I'm an engineer. We have this saying, how bad do you want it? That's how bad you're going to get it. Right. I would like to know what it would take, how much time it would take for staff to come back with even a slight analysis of this is what a cancellation fee would look like. This is what a booking fee would look like instead of a per hour fee. This is what, I would like that because, when I look at the numbers, I look at the data, it's not just trying to provide resources, it's also trying to drive or change behavior to more responsible. And I carry this thing in my wallet, and people who know me know that I do. But when we have, wealth without work, pleasure without conscience, but rights without responsibilities, and I think that even the littlest responsibility, like as a nonprofit, the Triton Museum Board, we just talked about this, which is whenever people have to reach for something, it increases engagement. And if it's their wallet, 100%. In this case, we don't want them reaching for their wallet to pull out lots and lots and lots of money, but we would like them touching their wallet to say, yes, I recognize that there's responsibility for me using this field. When I look at what the swim teams have to do and what they have to pay for the pool, I mean, we can look at as the Mayor Gilmore said, pools as fields. Like, where does it end? I think that at some point we need to say we have low fees, which would still be true. Even if we had $5, $1 per booking, we would still have the lowest, I think the lowest fees of almost any city here, not the lowest fees. But how do we drive, we also have the most responsible organizations, around here. And our response to that responsibility, that the organizations that use our fields, that use our resources, we're going to take care of them back, right? The other thing that we've heard is we haven't done a lot of things. I don't know how true this is, but I would like to know, what have we done with those fees? They just go back into the general fund and we use them for salaries or something else? That isn't sufficient. I think that I would like to know how the fees, I mean, in the spirit of transparency for bond measures and things like that, I would like to know how the fees, how the things that we collect go back to improving the condition, the situation for the people who are using them and paying those fees, right? But again, I would really like to give staff time to do this, and I really don't like being pressured into doing something right now, and it's got to be this thing without any of the other considerations because, well, we want to vote. Like the fiscal impact, I care about that, not as much as I care about the behavioral impact and what kind of precedent we set going forward for the use of fields and for other organizations that want to look at Santa Clara. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll keep it brief. My first choice was the same what Councilman Park was saying, so that we can streamline the misuse of the field, etc., by having a notional amount of bookings. But anyway, because of the staff constraints and making the issue pending for a long time, I made a motion to remove the fees in totality. But at the same time, I would still want the stakeholders and the staff to see how this goes down the line. And if the stakeholders themselves see somebody is misutilizing the free fields, they can come back to us, and then we can decide. And please look at the data we presented, the options we presented to you today, and we can always fix those things down the line, basically. But you are the stakeholders, you are the one who are doing it, using the fields every day, and you know what are the intricacies of people misutilizing the fees if it is free, or how we can solve that. So your feedback is equally important for us to fix it down the line. So with those comments, I would say I would still go with my motion and support it.
Thank you, City Clerk. Thank you, Councilman. City Clerk. Kevin again.
I have one question based on what I heard as well. So my question is to staff, which is I know that we've got a July 11th meeting coming up. I don't know if you need this.
No, we don't.
No, not us, the city. I heard that. Our meeting is on July 16th. I understand that.
I don't think that July 11th will change. They'll still do that.
Oh, but that's my question, which is, would waiving the field fees today decrease engagement or attendance at the meeting? I mean, at some point, my other concern is we're having a meeting now where we're removing one of the major reasons for people coming to that meeting. And so I know that people will say, oh, no, I will still attend, but the reality is, will removing one of the major discussion points decrease engagement at that meeting?
City Manager.
Sure. So I'm informed by staff that all of the youth sports groups are paid for their fees through August. And so you do have a city council meeting on July 16th. As stated, we have a meeting with the youth sport
sports groups and staff is requesting additional time to look into any number of potential changes to increase the efficacy of the Wade Brummel Scholarship, as well as have additional communications with the youth sports groups. So what's before the City Council and the motion that's on the floor is a waiver of all fees. What that means, and we were going to ask for clarification, and I've conferred with the city attorney, is we would essentially have to refund all of the fees that were paid for this current season. Because the fees have already been paid, if you allow staff time to do the analysis and bring you back information at your July 16th meeting, you can make the decision then, and that will be, it essentially will be the same effect because everyone is paid up through August. And so if at the July 16th meeting, staff has brought back a set of options, you decide to waive all fees, then we don't charge additional fees for August.
City Manager, you know I won't be here July 16th, so, and you know that. So why don't we have the fees then effective August, fee waiver effective August 1st after the time they've already paid? So there's no refund of costs.
Madam Mayor, is it?
No.
So we're not refunding anything.
Is it okay to go back to the stakeholders and take their opinion if they're okay to have go back and wait till 7/16?
I would say absolutely not. You know I'm not here. So that is not anything that I would support because that's just not right. If you're going to take it later and defer it, it's going to have to be after that or before that.
You can make after that if there is no repercussions of anybody paying fee. If you really want to be in a meeting, we can do after 7/16.
I think that, are you removing your motion from the table?
No, I'm not removing. I'm taking a feedback from the stakeholders if they're ready to postpone and wait for the staff discussion, and then we take one decision at a time so that everything is clarity. I'm asking their opinion, stakeholders.
No. I just want to get it clear from you. Are you, the motion's still on the table?
Motion is still on the table, but I'm just asking whether whether the stakeholders are okay that we bring this motion at a later meeting.
So you're removing the motion for a later meeting?
I'm
All
just
right,
talking,
Linda?
yeah.
Okay.
If they're okay, then we can do that.
If you're asking, we were never invited to a July 11th meeting, any of our groups. So this is news to us this evening.
Thank you. All right, so thank you, City Manager. So Councilmanager Hall, is your note, okay.
Go for it.
City Clerk, roll call vote, vote, please.
Mayor, can I ask for clarification on the motion that's on the floor?
Waiving all fees.
Waiving all fees. Okay.
With the mayor, with the concept again of that going into effect after the, is it the August 1st date or after August?
Well,
for the folks who have paid fees already.
I think it's, well, so one, we're making policy on the fly without the benefit of the full complement of analysis.
No, we're not. We've had plenty of analysis, City Manager, plenty.
Ma'am, what I'm being informed is that all of the groups have paid or are on payment plans through August. The next bills for the fall will go out during the summer, but they will not be due until December. And so what that means is the decision does not have to occur at the July 16th meeting, which I see you will be in.
Yeah, you know that. The decision can occur right now for.
It absolutely can.
Yes.
It can also occur later, and that is a decision of the City Council. I just want to make it clear that it does not have to happen at the July 16th meeting in order to prevent
happen at this meeting
additional
right now.
fees from
In
going
5
into a
seconds,
place.
It can happen.
That is absolutely true.
All right, City Clerk.
Wait.
This is ridiculous, honestly. It really is.
Madam Mayor?
We have a motion and a second on the floor. The staff is interrupting now. What city?
Sorry, I just wanted to confirm. I apologize. I was under the impression that the invite had gone out. It has not gone out. Staff just informed me that it has not gone out. So
She said they didn't get it, so.
yeah, I apologize.
Thank you.
Okay.
Vice Mayor, you have a question.
Yeah, so you were stating a certain date, and now that's not allowed to do that certain date in August? Like,
Well, I was saying August 1st forward, that they have to, the fees that have already been paid have been paid for the summer, and start this August 1st going forward. That's
because I don't
what
want to have to do all these refunds. I mean,
No,
that just it's
I'm
really
okay
dirty.
with no refunds, just August 1st going forward.
Okay, then I want to do a
fees.
friendly
But
amendment of
that's
August
for-
1st.
If that's okay with the maker of the motion. He said yes.
Okay.
So the motion on the floor is to waive all the fees for the nonprofit youth sports field use effective August 1st? Is that the motion?
Yes.
Clarification. So what we talked about on April 23rd was refunds, which were on the table. We talked about that. Is that true? We were told that organizations had paid through summer. While we weren't given the August 1st date, we knew that. I voted, and I was very clear about this, I voted to give staff time to come up with a thought-out recommendation to avoid open policy surgery here on the dais. And what I hear now again is, and I wanted clarification if staff had invited, and it sounds like staff had not done that. That's a little disappointing to me that they would come to a meeting, make a statement without having done that. But at the same time, it's a very busy thing. And I think that I want to make it very clear. My question is, even if we vote to suspend fees starting August 1st, if we voted not to suspend fees on August 1st, we could still consider refunds after that date.
The fall invoices will go out in the summer, so those fees that would begin August 1st are not due until December. And so you could make a decision anytime between now and that date that the fees are due in December, I do not know that date, to either waive the fees or have them reimbursed. So absolutely, you can make a decision tonight to waive fees beginning August 1, or you can delay that decision for additional information.
And we could also say, well, we want to waive the fees for, is that the fall quarter? We can say we want to waive the fees for the fall quarter, and would that be sufficient time for staff to come back and give us recommendations based on what could happen, all the other possibilities that we've talked about?
Yes.
Okay, then my friendly amendment would be to waive the fees for the fall quarter, right, instead of from August 1st and all time, to give staff time to come back with a thought-out recommendation.
Is that accepted by the maker of the motion?
I
Or
can
the
accept.
second?
I can accept it. Reason being, like, if we want to do a due diligence, and it looks like the stakeholders are ready to talk about it and find a permanent solution, which we can do that. So I'm ready to have a friendly amendment that we waive off fall, and then we make a final decision later on.
The second, do you accept that?
No.
Do you really want to do this again in a few months? It makes no sense, so this wasn't accepted.
I'll second the motion.
It's by the motion and the seconder. Really, Councilmember Chahal, do you want to go through this again? What is staff going to come back with that we don't already know
We don't know.
right now?
That's why they're going to come.
See, some of the intricacies are like, everybody said, the misuse of the fields, right? And we are not asking them to pay for it. We are finding a way out to find a solution, permanent solution for their needs, basically. And if staff can talk to the stakeholders directly and then come back with a complete solution for the long term, that would be much better than we making a policy decision right now and then leaving some things open down the line.
I really don't understand. You make a motion, you're you stand behind it, and then you change it to something completely different and go back on what you said to the community. And we're going to listen to staff who's fighting hard for the $114,000, and I wish they'd fight hard for some other things. But fighting hard against the kids in our community for this, I thought that you had it clear with what you wanted to do, and now you're going to start it all over again and talk about a meeting that staff said they were going to have that was never even scheduled, and you're going to come back between now and sometime in December. In the meantime, the kids still have to pay, because the only one who talked about abuses on the fields was some council members. You know, we have some very serious people and responsible people here with these youth groups that, you know, they're the responsible ones. The ones that aren't are the ones that are using the fields without any permission whatsoever. So these are the responsible groups that you're punishing, and you're going to drag this out for how much longer? I mean, then have the guts to come out and say, oh, I don't want to support it. I'm not going to support it. But to keep making them come back over and over. These people are busy. They have, you know, they're trying to run these organizations for these kids. This is the second or third time I think they've been here for this, and we can't even make a decision that's simple as a council for our community. But yet you want to go out for bond measures and all these other things, but look at what we're fighting over right now. I really plead you to reconsider and go with your original motion. I'm pleading that you do that.
Okay, can I say something now?
Yes, go ahead.
You putting somebody's words in their mouth is wrong. Like, when did I say I don't want to support these people? I will support these people today. I will support these people in a month. I will support these people in 2 months. Don't put your words into somebody else just for the sake of politics, please. And that's the reason. Like, if staff is recommending something, staff is coming out with a solution, we need to listen to them. And we need to, I did ask the stakeholders, are they okay with that? None of them said no, they're not okay with that, right? And there was a communication gap. They were not invited about it. I agree with that. But don't play politics that, oh, you are not supporting it now. What are you trying to do it right now? I will support. I mentioned that. I have studied in a boarding school. I know how important it is to get out in the fields and use games as a physical exercise and mental exercise, and how important it is to bonding. Even today, some of my best friends are from my school with whom I played from 5th to 12th grade. I'm still in touch with them. So don't try to tell me what I'm trying to play politics with. Rather, you are playing politics. You thought that you'll not be here on 7/16, and you don't want that decision to be made. Sorry about that, Mayor. There are other 6 people on this council who can make a decision about it. You can join remotely if you want to, but don't try to play politics, please. I'm there for them. I'll support them. And that's the reason. I want to make sure that full staff report and full staff diligence is done, and then we take a decision. If we can make a better decision on that particular day, that we don't misuse, the fields are not misutilized and other stuff, we'll make that way. Thank you.
Sorry, what's your motion now?
My motion is we defer all fall fees and bring it back after the staff discussion with them, either in 16th of July or in an August meeting. And then we make a final decision about what we plan to do. Nobody's being asked to pay, for your kind information. Not even a single.
And I seconded that motion.
Okay. I can't support that motion because, what was that?
Yeah, hi, Madam Mayor.
Yeah, I didn't think there was.
There's been some informality, which
Yeah,
I'm
a little
fine
bit,
with.
yes.
You know, with friendly amendments.
I know. I didn't think it passed.
Yeah, what I'm
friendly amendment.
understanding is Member Chahal desires to withdraw his motion.
Yeah.
And we typically just allow that to happen and then have a different motion made in order to
Right, because
proceed.
the second didn't agree
Right,
with
the second didn't agree. So in effect, we're in a
proposal.
clean slate
All right.
with, it sounds like a different new motion that now would be on the table, Madam Mayor. Don't mean to
So
interfere with you, but I think that's where
Councilmember
you're
Chahal would have
headed.
to withdraw his motion.
You withdrew it, and then he
We do
restated
it, and then I made a new motion. The new motion is about,
No, you never withdrew it, so.
I
you gotta
withdraw it now. If you want to say
Withdraw
that
the
I should
motion to
withdraw.
waive the fees. Withdraw it.
No, this is politics. withdraw the motion to waive the fees.
Well, that's what the motion on the floor was.
It failed for lack of second.
No, it had a second.
No, the second withdrew.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, if I might.
No.
The proper, relatively informal, but workable procedure is for you to withdraw your motion and then to make a new motion. Madam Mayor, I think you agree.
I did agree.
Yeah.
I said the motion to waive the fees is withdrawn. And then there was a lot of.
I'm concurring to try to help everybody
Okay.
go forward.
All right. Councilmember Chahal, you have a motion.
Yes. So you agree I withdrew the motion? For you agree to that, right? That's okay,
I'm
right?
waiting for unless someone else would like to make a motion.
I'll make a motion that no fees should be charged for the fall season, and then staff will bring back this thing after discussion with all the stakeholders, and then we decide finally.
So fees are waived till the end of the year? Is that
All
what you're
motion,
saying?
to
Is that what that means? Fees are waived till the end of the year?
Till December, right?
Candidly, I've heard both. I've heard waive fees to the end of the year, and I've heard postpone payment of fees for the fall. Whatever the maker of the motion desires and the
Okay, so
majority of the
just
city council.
clarify that.
Fall fees are due in December, right?
Yes.
So that means till December, they're not paying anything. That's what our motion is, basically, right? They
But
don't
they're-
pay anything till December.
But they're owed for the fall.
They're not paying anything.
But
That's
they're,
what my
but they're
motion is.
owed, right?
No, what I'm saying, there's no fees for the fall. Let me put it that way. You want
No,
that way?
I need clarification on that, because even though they're paid in December, they're owed for the fall.
Yes. Through the mayor, what we can do is we can issue invoices for the fees, but we can suspend payment until December or until the city council makes a policy decision. Or alternatively, the
you.
council
So-
could waive the fall fees.
So with this motion, those fees are owed, and the balance is due in December unless this council votes to waive the fees. So you're saying, what are you saying?
That's what I'm saying, Mike.
What are you saying, please?
I'm saying waive the fees for the fall,
Waive them for the fall. So nothing's due in December.
nothing due in December,
Okay.
right?
And I will
All right, I'll support that. That means after December, we'll come back again and talk about this.
We can come back before December also to make a
Okay.
permanent decision.
So I'll support that, to waive all the fall fees. Okay.
The motion on the floor is...
Motion and a second to waive the fall
all the
fees.
fees.
Yes.
My,
Okay, I'm sorry.
okay, no,
Councilmember Watanabe.
thank you. So I just wanted to ask two questions. Well, number one, I just want to point out that it has been stated by two members of the Little League that have acknowledged that there has been any misuse of the fields in the past, that they are going to be looking at that going forward. They have acknowledged, they have heard what statements that were made on this dais. So they are going to look into that. They are being responsible. They are hearing what is being said, so they are going to take some actions to make sure that there is no misuse. And I'm sorry, the second question that I have, unfortunately, because I'm just can't believe this discussion that has gone on here this evening, but my point is that the Little League has heard the statements that have been made, and they have said that they are going to take action to make sure that there is no misuse of the fields. Thank you.
And also, the Little Leagues don't play in the fall. It's my understanding, right? You're just the spring? Pretty sure, yeah. So this doesn't help you at all. Who's left? Councilmember Park.
Yeah, and I can't help think that having some fee paid, even if it's minor, gives you claim to that field more than just, well, I signed up for it. I also can't believe the politics here. I think that I wrote it down, Jahal, I would accept the amendment to waive fall fees, and then it turned into a whole big discussion. I'm going to say I'd like to vote on this motion.
Councilmember, Vice Mayor Becker.
Yeah, so clarification on the motion. So from what I'm hearing, is that you're making a motion to eliminate the fees until the fall, until December. But is that including eliminate all fees for permanent, or is that just until December? Because I thought that's what we were going for but now we're just doing a reconvening or something, and that, well, I guess between now until the end of the year.
That's right. And once the staff discusses with them, like we were talking about the token fees to solve the problem of not misutilizing the fields, then we make a decision at that time, and then we can make a permanent policy, basically. That's the reason. Because I want to have a fair discussion between the staff and the stakeholders that how we can eliminate misuse of the fields or any other issues related to that.
Well, then
And
I would highly recommend then that after they have this meeting in July, that
bring it back.
Be very soon after that, because then it's fresh in everybody's mind, because people forget things after that period of time. So that's all I recommend.
City manager. All right, I'm going to only support this because it's going to waive fees until December, but I think this is absolutely a ridiculous discussion and a waste of time, and we're going to make these people come back again after the staff meets with them. To come back again to go through this is just wrong. It's really wrong. So the only reason I'm supporting it, and I want it for the record, the only reason is that some of the groups will get a fee waiver between now and December. All right, City Clerk, please register your vote. And that passes of those on the dais, and we're going to take a 10-minute break. Thank you. So next we have item 2B, which is continuance of an environmental impact report, general plan amendment redesignation from high-intensity office, research and development to light industrial use permit and architectural review to allow the construction of a new 4-story, 244,068 square foot data center with a substation at 2805 Bowers Avenue. This is a continuance? Approve the continuance. Is there a motion for the continuance?
Motion to approve the continuance.
Is there a second? Motion second for the continuance. Is there anyone here that wants to speak on the continuance? Please register your vote. And that passes with those here unanimously. All right, next we have the consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion unless someone pulls an item for discussion. Do we have any consent calendar? Vice Mayor Becker?
No, I don't have anything to pull. I'd like to make a motion, though, to approve the consent calendar.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that, but I need to recuse myself on item 4L because my property is within the jurisdiction of some of the work to be done.
And can you read 4L, please?
4L is action to authorize the use of city electric forces for new dark fiber installation at various locations.
City Clerk, do you have that 4L?
4L, yes,
Okay.
noted. I'd like to just note for the record, under 4A, Board and Commission Committee minutes, the Planning Commission meeting minutes for March 6th, there was a typo on page 5 that has been corrected, and that is what I sent out to the council this afternoon, as well as it has been posted as supplemental.
All right, thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, I'm
Yeah, I
sorry.
think there's something else,
Yeah,
too.
one
City
last
Attorney,
thing.
right?
Let me-
With regard to With regard to item 4P, it's the approval of the memorandum of understanding for Unit 578. There's a typo in the recommendation under recommendation 1. The effective date is listed as January 1, 2024. The actual effective date is December 24th, 2023. That's when their prior MOU expired.
All right, noted for the record. Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to pull a consent calendar item? Or anyone online? Seeing none, we have a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar.
Including stadium
Noting the
consent.
abstentions and the corrections. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously of those present. All right, next we have public presentations, and those are for items that are not on the agenda. Do we have any public presentations, City Clerk?
No, Madam Mayor.
Pardon me, no? No, anyone here like to make a public presentation, and those are for items that are not on the agenda? If so, please come forward. Anyone? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to the next item, which is public hearing, general business, item 6, action on an initial grant funding agreement with 49ers SC Stadium Company LLC to provide $200,000 annually in grant funding for an initial 3 years to the Santa Clara community and Santa Clara organizations, and approve the related budget amendments deferred from May 28th, 2024. City Manager.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. This item, as you know, is related to the Levi's naming rights extension that the City Council authorized and provided the City Manager and Executive Director with the authority to sign. As a part of those agreements, STATCO is committed to provide a total of $200,000 annually
for the next 20 years. As we mentioned when that presentation occurred, it was my initial understanding that those funds would be deposited into the city's community grant program, and we were still negotiating with Stadco, a 49ers entity, for the precise implementation agreement. I did state that I would bring this back to the City Council if, in fact, the proposal was not to deposit the money directly into the community grant program and follow the normal rules of the community grant program. Stadco did request additional participation in the groups that receive the funds, and what you have before you is the final resolution of conversations between staff and Stadco before you as a recommendation for approval. Tonight's presentation will be provided by Assistant City Manager Chuck Baker.
Welcome.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Thank you, City Manager, and thank you, members of the public. So, Chuck Baker, Assistant City Manager. I'm here to present this item before you, and I'm happy to answer any questions afterwards. So as the city manager stated, I'm going to discuss the proposed initial grant funding agreement with 49ers SC Stadium Company, which I'll refer to as Stadco. So here's the background on the item. On May 9th, 2013, the Stadium Authority and Levi's signed a 20-year naming rights agreement. Under this agreement, Levi's pays an annual fee for exclusive naming rights and branding at the stadium. Fast forward to this year, on January 30th, 2024, the parties agreed to extend the naming rights agreement for an additional 10 years through a First Amendment, terminating on February 29th, 2044. This extension is expected to generate approximately an additional $119 million in revenue and requires new signage be installed by the end of 2025, December 31st. Concurrently, on January 30th of this year, the Stadium Authority and Stadco entered into the naming rights extension and enhanced signage implementation agreement. This agreement addresses cost sharing for the enhanced signage project and formalizes Stadco's commitment to donate $200,000 annually for 20 years for a total grant commitment of $4 million. The funds are allocated to support nonprofit organizations and community projects in Santa Clara. So this slide just kind of spells out the types of agreements that have already been executed, today's action, as well as pending agreements. So for context, I'll quickly go through each agreement. Let's start with what's been executed. As I mentioned, the 20-year term naming rights agreement was signed on May 19th, 2013 between Stadco and Levi's. The naming rights agreement, First Amendment, was signed on January 30th, 2024 between the Stadium Authority and Levi's. The implementation agreement was also signed on January 30th, 2024 between the Stadium Authority and Stadco. Today's action references the initial grants funding agreement for years 1 to 3. And the parties to this agreement are the city and Stadco for the first 3 years of the grant. And then there are several pending agreements that will need to be presented to council and executed. These are the individual grant agreements in years 1 to 3. So this is an overall blanket agreement, then there'll be individual grant agreements. The parties to these agreements are the city and the beneficiary organization itself. These organizations will receive the grant funds. The future community grant funding agreement will need to be signed by the city and Stadco and will govern how we fund the $200,000 in annual grants for the years 4 through 20. And then the future individual grant agreements in 4 to 20 will again be signed between the city and the beneficiary who receives those funds. So that's the structure of the agreements. So now I'd like to provide an overview of today's item for your consideration. So the agreement, the initial grant funding agreement, aims to benefit nonprofit organizations and projects in Santa Clara by, again, allocating $200,000 annually for the first 3 years. That's this agreement. It establishes key terms for the first 3 years of Stadco's commitment to provide $200,000 annually for 20 years. It's the first 3 years. Additionally, the process in this agreement to develop the program for the subsequent years during SADCO's 20-year commitment term will be outlined through a future community grant funding agreement. STADCO is required to provide $200,000 annually through 2044 by the implementation agreement that was already signed. The funds are allocated through STADCO's related companies or charitable affiliates, and the initial funding agreement differs, as the city manager stated, from the original January 30, 2024 agenda item. And so the initial funding agreement and budget amendments required to implement the agreement are being presented to council for its consideration and approval. So this table outlines the grant distribution for each of the first 3 years. It essentially shows which organizations will receive the grant funds. And for this funding, the year time frame is April 1, 2024 to March 31st, 2025, year one, and then each year. So the time frame is April 1 to March 31 each year. In year one, the Santa Clara Swim Club will receive $100,000, the Bill Wilson Center, $50,000, and the city's community grants program, which our assistant manager, city manager mentioned, will receive $50,000. In year two, the Santa Clara Swim Club will receive $100,000. A to-be-determined Santa Clara beneficiary will receive $50,000, and the city's community grants program will receive $50,000. Funding in year three will mirror the distribution model in year two, with the Santa Clara Swim Club receiving $100,000, a TBD Santa Clara beneficiary receiving $50,000, and the city community grants program receiving $50,000. So now let's learn a little bit about the organizations and programs that were selected and the mechanism by which we will determine the beneficiaries that are TBD. So the Santa Clara Swim Club, or SCSC, is an elite swimming club based right here in our backyard, as we know, founded 73 years ago by the legendary coach George Haynes. It's a USA Swimming Silver Medal Club and part of the Pacific Swimming LSC. Known globally as a top training center, SCSC has produced more International Swimming Hall of Fame swimmers than any other swim club in the world. Over the past 3 years, SCSC is proud to have had coach Kevin Zacher leading the charge and being a strong advocate for the program. The Bill Wilson Center was founded in 1973 by Bill Wilson, who was a Santa Clara councilman and mayor from 1963 to 1971. And the Bill Wilson Center serves over 5,000 children, young adults, and families in Santa Clara County and reaches over 100,000 clients through street outreach and crisis lines. Their programs focus on housing, education, counseling, and advocacy. Committed to community collaboration, the center supports youth development and offers counseling for social and emotional challenges. For over 40 years, the Bill Wilson Center has provided services to runaway and homeless youth. So, as mentioned in the previous initial grant distribution chart, $50,000 in both year two and year three will be donated to a qualified, yet to be determined Santa Clara beneficiary. And so disbursements will be made in the corresponding fiscal year to beneficiaries selected by STADCO or its designee, following a process that includes consultations and with final approval by city staff. We have the final say. The city's community grant program, again, in each of the 3 years, years 1 to 3, $50,000 will be donated to the city's community grant program. Grants are provided, to qualifying nonprofit organizations, athletic groups, educational groups, or individuals for events and activities benefiting Santa Clara and its residents. Applications are evaluated and awarded by city staff. The initial grant funding agreement requires city staff to select community grant beneficiaries with this $50,000 incremental after consultations with STADCO, following the city's community grants program guidelines, which includes grants that benefit, these are the guidelines, benefit Santa Clara residents, students, or schools, positively contribute to the recognition of and image of Santa Clara, to be open to the general public and non-discriminatory, align with established council goals, and not to be used for political or religious purposes. Those are the guidelines that are published for the Community Grants Program. Continuing, the proposed amendments to the Community Grants Policy will be presented at the Governance and Ethics Committee meeting. Yesterday we had one. It was not able to be presented yesterday. It will be tabled for another meeting. These amendments will detail grant focus areas and clarify permissible uses of grant funds, along other provisions. Any recommended changes in this policy will be brought to the full council for approval. The initial grant funding agreement requires the city and STADCO to meet and confer before April 1, 2026 to develop a community grant funding agreement for the years 4 to 20. Efforts will be made to finalize the agreement for at least year 4 by October 31st, 2026. To select year 4 beneficiaries, subsequent funding agreements will be presented to City Council. Grants for years 4 to 20 will be distributed according to the future agreements between the city and STADCO. So, now let's discuss the fiscal impact. So the city will be responsible for distributing the funds to beneficiaries through the community grant program for years 1 to 3. Year 1 grants may not be distributed or dispersed, before the end of the city's fiscal year, which ends June 30th. If this occurs, staff will present additional budget amendments to carry over the year 1 grant appropriations. So this chart here shows the fiscal impact on years 1 to 3 vis-a-vis the flow of funds in and out of the general fund. You can see it's increasing and decreasing. It's coming straight out. Notice the 100% pass-through of these grant funds, meaning that revenues and expenditures are equal, allowing for maximum flow of funds, investment, and impact to the beneficiary organizations. So to wrap things up, the staff recommendation is to authorize the city manager to enter into an initial grant funding agreement with STADCO to provide for the distribution of $200,000 annually over 3 years, years 1 to 3, to nonprofit organizations and community projects serving the Santa Clara community, as further described in the report and agreement. Additionally, to a process to develop a program to be formalized through subsequent funding agreements with STADCO for the remaining grant distribution in the amount of $200,000 annually for the subsequent years during STADCO's 20-year commitment term, in a final form approved by the city attorney. And then to approve the fiscal year 2023-24 budget amendments in the general fund to recognize other revenue in the amount of $200,000 and increase the non-departmental community grants program allocation in the amount of $200,000. And it's important to note that 5 affirmative council votes are required to appropriate additional revenue for this part of the staff recommendation, the budget. With that, concludes my report, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Questions of the council? Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, I'd like a little more clarity about years 4 to 20, because there's a meet and confer, but what if there's no coming to terms? What is the resolution if we just can't come to terms for how that money is dispersed between years 4 and 20? That's all I had.
Any other council members have questions? Councilmember Chahal.
So for years 2 and 3, we have TBD for $50,000. Will this come back to the council for approval, or the city manager will and the STADCO will be able to decide on their own? TBD, like the third beneficiary, basically.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. So, I'm confused as to why there is a split between years 1 through 3 and then years 4 through basically continuing onwards. Why do you know why there's been a split like that? I mean, it seems very interesting because in 2026, Mayor Gilmore is going to be termed out. So why is it that the first 3 years are fine, how it's structured, and then, gosh, when the mayor terms out, everything is going to change? And then my other observation is, what's wrong with our community grant program the way it's currently structured? Does somebody want to have control over those costs?
All right, any other council members? Questions? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, can I confer with city manager, or you want to jump in and then I can jump in? Okay, so the first question with Councilmember Suggs, it is a meet and confer with us making the final call. So if we have a tie or there's some impasse, it's our final call. So that's how we'll make the decision. And that's gone both ways, so we know how that we have the ultimate veto and ultimate decision on that.
Yeah, just a little clarification. Yeah, that's just some maybe clarification of that. That is true with respect to some of the individual amounts that are being designated and ultimately distributed in years 1 through 3. You're correct in pointing out there's not a clear path, there's not a default result in the event there's not an agreement reached on for years 4 through 20. The underlying obligation to make the $200,000 contribution would remain, and if we can't reach agreement on the mechanisms for that, it would be dispute amongst the parties, and potentially we'd have to file a claim.
We go to arbitration?
We didn't engage in that elaborate of a dispute resolution mechanism, but the underlying obligation would remain, and we would have a claim to require, the distribution of the funds.
Yeah, and I was really speaking to years 1 to 3, City Attorney. So years 4 to 20 are pending.
Do you have some more questions?
Yes. Councilmember Chahal asked about the TBD on the $50,000 for the 2 years. Do we come back to council, or does staff make the recommendation? It would be the latter. Staff will be authorized to make that grant recommendation to actually make that decision with consultation with STADCO.
Right, and if I can expound upon that, that is similar to how the current community grants program is set up. The community grants program was, of course, authorized by the city council, but individual grants are decided by staff, and that is a built-in mechanism so that there's a staff-level decision that does not come back to the city council. And so the recommendations for all of the individual grantees would follow that same process, where either if it's the funds that is going to the community grants program, that would follow that process, and the same thing is true for the designated Santa Clara beneficiary that STADCO would recommend with a confirmation and approval process by city staff. With regard to the community grants programs and the amendments to the community grants program, it's important to note that those amendments that were on the agenda for the Governance and Ethics Committee were actually initially proposed by staff, draft by staff, and it was staff looking into how the community grants program runs, saying, you know what, we can proffer some changes to this. One of the things similar to the Wade Brummel program that we recently talked about, sometimes on an annual basis, the funds go unspent because people don't raise their hand and apply. And so staff looked at both the requirements for how the funds are used, as well as some of the other regulations, and are proposing changes that will certainly come to the full city council, but are first going through the Governance and Ethics Committee. But it absolutely started at a staff level and had no influence by any outside parties.
Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe. Very good question on the time. Staff is able to agree on a short amount of time. If there wasn't a year 2, a year 1, a year 3, a year short amount of time to determine where the grants could go, and we were able to get agreement on just year one, frankly, right? Because you see with year two, there's a TBD. In year three, there's a TBD, with 50,000 still coming unrestricted into the community grant. So there wasn't really a consensus on year three. There was a consensus on year one. And so we wanted to push for at least the one thing that we definitely agreed on, well, two things, which is getting the swim club the money that it needed and getting the community grants program what it needed. And that's what we were able to negotiate in the time frame that we had for as many years as we could agree upon, which was the first year and then the two. So that's kind of how staff negotiated it. Because again, you'll just see that the first year is the only one that we 100% agree on the funds. In terms of, we already answered, city manager already answered the community grant question, Councilmember Watson. And so those are the questions that I had.
Councilmember Jane, your light's still on. Do you have an additional question?
Yes, I do. Well, hopefully we can get the swim center rebuilt in 3 years. But I'm really not happy that there is no concrete resolution of what's going to happen years 4 to 20, if there's any disputes. I mean, that just doesn't make any sense. And then finally, I have a question, and I'm pretty sure I know the answer to this. Where exactly is the $200,000 coming from? Can you explain that? Thank you.
Yeah, so it's, and you can defer to the city attorney on this, but it's coming from STADCO or its designated affiliates. That's what's in the agreement.
From Levi Strauss. That's the origin.
Yeah, the Madam Mayor is correct about the origins of the commitment was a product of the agreements that were entered into with Levi's in connection with the extension of the naming, rights agreement. But but my understanding from 49ers organizations is that they have some affiliated charitable entities, and we're contemplating that initially. But one of them is a private foundation and has a lot of strings attached in terms of who it can give and how it can give. And so it's going to be probably a different, still maybe undesignated, 49ers organization. But it's going to be a 49ers organization that makes the contribution, and that's what's contemplated. We don't have the specific name or designee now. It could even be STADCO itself.
Just thank you, City Attorney. One additional add is that the naming rights extension doesn't kick in until 2034, and it's for 10 years. This is 20 years that kicks in now. So this is not based on net new revenue that's coming in from 2024 to 2034. This is 20 years of grants, 10 years are now, 10 years are with the naming rights extension timing. So that's important to note as well.
Another one? Go ahead.
I just wanted a clarification. So we have a naming rights agreement with Levi's, and this is an extension. So we have currently a 20-year agreement for naming rights, and then we did a 10-year extension, which is going to give us $119 million over 10 years. So is the $200,000 coming from that naming rights agreement?
That's a great question. It's not, and Levi's CEO is clear. This is not incremental to their investment that starts at the extension to another 10 years, right? It's not part of that funding. This is coming from the Niners organization starting now. So the extension is 2034 to 2044. This is a 20-year commitment of $200,000 starting 2024 to 2044 for $200,000 a year, and it is not coming from the Levi's extension or the current Levi's. It's coming from the Niners.
Okay, well, very good. We're going to go to the public now. We're going to start with Vikas. Go ahead, Vikas, when you're ready. Welcome back.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I speak as a private resident of Santa Clara and also as a swim parent. The swim club is hurting. Ever since the ISC shut down, the club has had to find pool time, which in of itself is a hard task. But what makes it doubly hard is that the added expense of renting those hard-to-get facilities. This is on top of the IC shutdown last year for about quarter of the year, in fact, over a quarter of the year, and a similar challenge and expense at that time. So the grant that is being proposed here for your review and approval, it is greatly appreciated. And I personally, as a resident and as a swim parent, thank the council, the city staff, and the 49ers organization for supporting this and getting it this far and in front of you. And in supporting this important mission, which is the swim program for our youth athletes and for our community, which is a glowing legacy of the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Vikas. Any other comments? Please come forward. Hello, Pilar. Welcome.
Thank you. So good evening. I'm Pilar Furlong. I'm with Bill Wilson Center, and I'm honored to be here before you this evening to extend our gratitude to both the 49ers and to the city of Santa Clara for the valuable support and generosity that I am hoping you are going to honor us with a grant of $50,000 that will support children, youth, and families in our community in this first year. So Bill Wilson Center is a cornerstone of hope and assistance to countless youth and families that are navigating some really difficult circumstances in Santa Clara. This grant allows us to provide support to many of our programs, such as our safety net shelter for homeless youth between the ages of 12 to 17, our Center for Living with Dying, which provides grief counseling to those in need, a maternity home for young women 18 to 21 who are expecting a baby, and transitional housing for homeless youth, many of whom are exiting the foster care system with little or no support. So this funding is allowing us to invest in the well-being and the future of the clients that we're serving. I also wanted to take this opportunity to express, as I express gratitude, to also recognize the significance of collaboration and partnerships, especially as it comes to addressing homelessness faced by youth in our community. It's through collaborative efforts and shared resources, such as this grant, that we can truly make an impact and meaningful strides towards eradicating homelessness. So I just wanted to thank you all for your continued support, and together, hopefully, we're going to end youth homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you, Pilar. Thank you for coming. Welcome.
May I?
Yes, of course.
I forgot to write my name on the card. Good evening. My name is Amanda Pease, President of the Board of Directors for Santa Clara Swim Club, founding member of the Santa Clara Aquatics Foundation, mother of 4 swimmers, of course. Good evening, Honorable Council, Mayor, city staff, and members in the public. I'd like to thank both staff and the 49ers for considering the grant for our organization. As you all know, we have suffered immensely. Mind you, we pale in comparison to the Bill Wilson Center, and I'm fully aware of that. But our organization, with the pool fees that we've been paying, talking about fees, we're averaging about $70,000 a month. And as Vikas mentioned, thankfully we found pools. Our kids are thriving. Our swimmers are thriving. I believe we have another qualifier for the Olympic trials. Our team has been literally knocking other teams out of the water, not literally, but at the events that have been hosted, swim meets, we've been doing awesome, and that's just a testament to the strength and the resilience that our swimmers have. I am concerned over how much we are paying, and this grant is going to be a lifeline for what we currently are facing. So I wanted to thank everybody, and I urge council to please approve this. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. Anyone else? Anyone online, City Clerk? All right, Vice Mayor Becker?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the comments from the community. I appreciate those. It's all about collaboration at the end of the day. So I would like to make a motion to take staff's recommendation. Do I have to read it out, or is that good?
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just scrolling back because I had some notes to myself from last week when we were anticipating this coming forward. So I can understand the swim club and Bill Wilson Center, their excitement over receiving this grant. And I just attended the gala a couple of weeks ago, and see the wonderful work that Bill Wilson Center is doing. And I also am very familiar with what has happened to the swim center as a result of the ISC being closed and the impact it's had on their budget. So I think that these are two very fine choices, and frankly, if I could see the Bill Wilson Center get the additional monies for the next 2 years, I would. I'm not going to be here, Pilar, but I would support that. But you know, in going through the meetings, talking about this grant and how it's going to be delegated or decided upon as to what community grants, what community programs are going to receive these monies. You know, I went back through our public calendars, and I was interested to see that on March 26th, Suds Jane met with Josh Stevens and Ellie Capel on regarding the grant. On March 28th, we had Karen Hardy has a discussion regarding the position on the donation of the allocations with Josh Stevens. And on April 8th, Kevin Park meets with Josh Stevens and Elijah regarding the community grants. So it's troublesome to me that we have members of this council once again meeting with the 49ers to discuss issues that impact the city and significant decisions. And so I do have an issue with that, and because once again, we don't know what was discussed, we don't know all the details, and so I think that the way that this grant was brought, was how it came about was to benefit the nonprofits in the city, but to not have outside influence. I mean, our city has been doing a fine job delegating the $100,000 that it's been setting aside to help nonprofits in our city. I don't know why we need to have outside influence now. And then going back to the issue that just we went through for several hours, and all that we put, you know, other nonprofits in our city through regarding waiving fees. Gosh, we got through this pretty quickly, probably record time when you compare it to what we just went through previously about waiving fees for our nonprofits. So. Because I love you guys, because I love the Bill Wilson Center, I'm supporting the motion, but how it's come before us, I don't like it. And I hope that going forward, that there will be more transparency and more in this decision-making as to how our city honors and supports our beloved nonprofits. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe. Councilmember Park.
Yeah. Kind of wish that we could avoid this kind of politics, but I mean, what I'm hearing is you like receiving the funds, you like the organizations receiving the funds, you don't like the organization that's giving the funds to these organizations. You disagree with the answer just because you weren't the one to give it. I don't understand that. But I'm going to say wholeheartedly, like, this is the kind of thing we need to stop. Collaboration doesn't just mean we vote on the same thing, but we get there with the same kind of support. And I'm going to say, if we don't get there with the mindset of full support, then this kind of funding is going to stop. This kind of funding is going to end. I'm going to tell you exactly what we talked about when I sat there. I sat there, and they said, we like to give some community grants, and these are the organizations we'd like to give it to. And my response was basically, those are fine organizations, right? I mean, I take good notes. I didn't need to take notes on that. I will say I am going to fully support this motion. Again, I wish it weren't just the 49ers coming with these grants. I wish it were a lot more organizations so that it wouldn't look like just one organization is giving money. I would love that. But if it's going to be one, and if it's going to be to the organizations listed here, to City Community Grants, Bill Wilson Center, Pilar, thank you for coming. To the Santa Clara Swim Club, thank you for coming again and again and again and again and again. Right. I don't have a problem with that. I do also know that our grants, I think there's a limit to grants. I don't know that we could have given this kind of money to the swim club. I don't know that we could have given this kind of money to the Bill Wilson Center. And I think that that is one substantial difference in this community grant program versus the one that's managed by the city. Right? And these are the kinds of things, these are the kinds of differences that I think that we need, especially when the amount of trouble, the amount of work, the amount of benefit that these groups are giving us are so tremendous. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, I have a different perspective, but I do want to say that if we're going to give any money, giving to the Bill Wilson Center and the swim club is fantastic. And I'm especially happy about the swim club because I wanted to waive the fees at a couple council meetings ago, and it didn't pass. So I'm glad that this is an opportunity to pay them back. So now we're half there. Now we just need the field groups, and we're whole. So I'm really happy about that, and I think especially if it takes us time, if this eases your burden, I think it's fantastic, and I will support it just for that. But I have a different perspective because I was involved with this since the beginning. When Levi Strauss wanted to extend their naming rights agreement, they were working with our city manager and our city staff, and they wanted me to support it. And I said, you know, that's fine, but what's in it for the city? Like, we know the money that goes from the naming rights comes to the Stadium Authority to pay back the loan. So there wasn't anything. That's nice. We want to pay back the loan. Don't get me wrong, it's great. But I wanted something for the city. So I worked with the city manager, and he worked with Levi's and the 49ers, and they came up with the program that the city was going to get $200,000 a year for 20 years, yeah, $200,000 a year for 20 years. And it was going to go directly into our grants program, because we have grants now that any nonprofit can come and, you know, get a grant. If you want to do it over the counter, it's up to $10,000. If you wanted something bigger, you had to come to the city council for support. So that was the deal. In exchange for that, I gave them a really nice quote that said, I support this is great, and in addition, and they send me the draft press release, in addition, the city is going to get $200,000 from Levi Strauss, because the way it works, the city, or the Stadium Authority gets naming rights for the Stadium Authority. The 49ers also get naming rights for them, so there's two separate payments. The $200,000 a year, Levi said, will come out of the amount they were going to pay to the 49ers. So I say it's great. I give a nice quote. We have a press release, and guess what? A draft press release. The next day, the press release comes out and says something completely different. It said that the $200,000 was going to go to the 49ers. And they were going to decide who gets the money for these grants. So fast forward, they're going around town, because it's a small town, telling people, hey, this is our money, we want to give it to you, we want to give it to you, for their own purposes, when it was supposed to be the city's money in the city's grant program. So I think I've learned a huge lesson from this. And I think we talked about it earlier during our bond issue, when we talked about, not only do you have to get it in writing, but you have to get it ironclad and signed. Otherwise, there's a bait and switch. And that's exactly what happened in this situation. But I thought, okay, all is not lost. Our staff hadn't signed the naming rights agreement. So I said, okay, work this out. Don't sign the naming rights agreement until we get this $200,000 every year to the city, and then we get to decide where that money goes, because that was the deal. And I believe the naming rights agreement was signed, and we're left with this. Okay, silver lining. The swim club, Bill Wilson Center, love them both. You're going to get money. But was this the deal? Heck no, it wasn't. It was a bait and switch. And so I'm just saying that what happens 3 years from now, maybe when I'm not here, and, I don't know what'll happen. I just hope after 3 years that our community will still be getting that $200,000 a year, and it's not changed again. So I'm going to go ahead and support the motion. And I'm really happy, because that's one less thing I have to think about is the swim club fees. And of course, Bill Wilson Centers, they're a staple. I knew Bill Wilson, so they're a staple in our community. So yeah, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Councilmember Park, you have something more to say? Okay.
So it's the same thing. So wait, you like receiving funds, you like the organizations, the funds that are receiving the funds, you do not like the organization that is giving the funds to these organizations.
I think
you disagree
this
with
is
the
a
answer.
repeat, Councilmember
Just
Park.
because you are not the one to give it. Yes, it is a repeat.
All right, City Clerk, when you're ready. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously, and congratulations, Swim Club and Bill Wilson Center. And you can thank Levi Strauss. Thank you. All right, next
It would be really subversive if you up the money in 3 years.
Excuse me, Councilmember Park, excuse me. All right, next we have a public hearing, action on a resolution setting rates for overall solid waste service and annual cleanup campaign in the exclusive franchise area. And this is a public hearing.
Thank you, Mayor. As you said, the item before you is proposed public solid waste rates for fiscal year 24-25. These rate increases are necessary to cover the city's cost to deliver the program for both residents and businesses. In general, the rate increases are approximately 3 to 5%, depending on the specific service level. The increases will collect an additional $1.8 million a year so that the city can maintain full cost recovery. Dave Stubb, our Deputy Public Works Director, will present tonight's presentation. Also, we have President of R3 Consulting, Garth Schultz, who assisted with the calculations, who is participating remotely. Dave?
Thank you. Welcome, Dave.
All right. Thank you, City Manager. Good evening to City Council. So as the City Manager mentioned, we're here to try and increase our solid waste rates. The solid waste rates that are comprised are our garbage rates, yard trimmings rates, residential recycling and cleanup campaign rates. Rates for each service that a customer subscribes to get combined into a bundled rate. The primary reason for the need to increase rates is we do have agreements in place with vendors that have compensation adjustments. Whether these rates go forward or not are the costs that we incur to the service providers will go up. So effective July 1, 2024, Mission Trail Waste Systems will be getting a 5% increase based on the water sewer trash index. Green Waste Recovery will be getting an increase of 2.62% based on the Bay Area CPI. Recology will be getting an increase of 5.3% based on the water sewer trash index plus route growth. And then Republic Services will be getting about 3% through a mechanism that's based 80% on CPI and a couple of other indices. And I say that and kind of pause there because our agreement with Newbie Island Landfill does expire December 31st, 2024. So with that agreement's been in place since 1989, so 35 years later, we'll need to have a new agreement in place. We have launched a procurement for both disposal and yard trimming services. We have received proposals. Staff is in the process of reviewing the proposals, and we'll bring forth a recommendation later this summer with how to proceed going forward past into 2025. So next slide is bundled solid waste rates. So this slide shows what each component increase will be over the next fiscal year. On the column to the left, that shows a percentage of subscriptions for each garbage service level. So the 32-gallon garbage cart is our most popular. Over 50% of cart customers subscribe to the 32-gallon cart. The garbage cart increases will be increasing between 2.9% to 3.1% for the garbage component. You can also see the yard trimmings going up by 89 cents per month. This is a larger than normal increase, and the reason for that is that the expiring agreement with Republic Services. Right now, we've got an extremely low rate for yard trimmings composting. We anticipate that the rate in the agreement for our next agreement will be substantially higher. So we actually estimated that it's going to go up by about 50%, whereas the modest increases on the garbage increases, we know that we're going to see new disposal rates, but through the mixed waste processing agreement that we entered into with Green Waste Recovery in 2020, we do have an option to dispose of residue that gets processed and needs to go to a landfill through that agreement. And that agreement pricing is actually favorable to the city, so we will actually are projecting to see a drop in disposal costs over the second half of the year. And as part of that RFP, we are testing the waters to see if that is the best possible price, but essentially that pricing that's in that Green Waste Recovery agreement is the worst that we can do, and it's better than we've got right now. The next, did I click it? All right, sorry about that. So the next slide, as I mentioned, we do have bundled services, so not everybody has the same services. So for the residential cart customers, most customers if you live in a single-family home, you subscribe to garbage, yard trimmings, residential recycling, and cleanup campaign. We also offer a townhouse rate, which we're the only city in the county that does offer a townhouse rate. What the townhouse rate means is it's a customer that is subscribing to garbage, recycling, cleanup campaign, but you're not subscribed to the yard trimming services, so you're not paying for the yard trimming services, but you're also not receiving it. That about 20% of our residential cart customers are townhouse customers, so it makes a big difference for those ratepayers. This chart shows the bundled increases that each container size will have over the coming year. They range from 3.6% to 5.3%. The next slide shows commercial bin charges over the next year. They range from 2.85 to 3.08%, depending on the size and frequency in which your bin is serviced. I also want to note here is, common perception is, if it's a bin, that automatically means it's a commercial business customer. That's not the case. I would estimate about 20,000 customer accounts or households within the city live at a multi-family dwelling property that subscribes to front-load bin service. So, these rates are really important. These rates are impacting residential customers as well as commercial business customers. And again, they're lower than the CPI because we have favorable terms potentially in the Green Waste Recovery Agreement coming up that is reducing disposal costs. Next up, we've got countywide rate analysis. So unfortunately, nobody has rates approved for fiscal year 24-25, so we're always comparing 1 year in arrears. So that our comparisons are based on our proposed FY 24-25 fiscal year rates, and we're comparing to other jurisdictions' fiscal year 23-24 countywide averages. If you take a look at this chart, you can see that Santa Clara is a bit above average for the 20 and 32 gallon cart services, but we are below average for the 64 and 96 gallon cart services for the single family rates. Again, we are the only city that offers the townhouse rates, which the customers are not paying that $15.14 per month yard trimmings service. So our townhouse rates are actually lower than countywide averages across the board. For garbage bin comparison, we are lower than average by the most part for commercial bins, or for garbage bin rates. We're lower in all of the 1 cubic yard bins, both service 1 time a week, 3 times per week, or 5 times per week. The 3 cubic yard bin, we're kind of right in there. Again, we're comparing our proposed rates, which are being increased, to other jurisdictions' current rates that will likely be increased as well. Other things to note here is in Santa Clara, because we are mixed waste processing, we have a 2-container collection system. So we require garbage service and recycling service. We take care of the organics by removing the organics from the garbage stream of the bin, whereas most other jurisdictions outside of San Jose have 3 container systems, a separate container for organics, a separate container for garbage, and a separate for recyclables. So in those cases, those jurisdictions are actually being required to subscribe to an additional bin, and there's just no way to completely show that in per bin rates, but other jurisdictions are required to subscribe to an additional container. So, I mean, this tells a good story, but it's not, it's better, is what I'm trying to say, is that on the bin side, we're very competitive. All right, so the reason we're here is to conduct a public hearing. We did mail out 34,948 notices this year on April 17th. One that just occurred to me that I didn't cover cleanup campaign rate. That just concluded. It was a success, but just wanted to indicate that that's going up 31 cents, but we've not raised that since 2021. So even though the increase may look a little bit, about 5%, please consider that that rate has not been increased in 3 years. So sorry, I'm jumping back and forth, but again, 34,948 notices sent out on April 17th. If protests tabulated are 50% plus one, that being 17,475, the proposed fees cannot be imposed. And if there is not a majority protest, council can make an act on a motion to increase fees. So with that, our staff recommendation would be to, after the public hearing's open, to adopt a resolution setting the overall rates to be charged to ratepayers for the collection and disposal of garbage, refuse, yard trimmings, recycling, and annual cleanup campaign in the exclusive franchise area, effective for the utility bills issued for services rendered on or after July 1, 2024. And with that concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions.
Thank you. So, and the public hearing is open. So I just wanted to say, first of all, thank you to you and your staff for the successful cleanup campaign. We have to figure out a way to honor all of you too, because that's, I know, very tough times for everyone in your department, but I heard nothing but thanks and gratitude from the community about that. So let's start with the council questions. Councilmember Jane.
Thank you, Dave. Yeah. What are you expecting will happen when Newbie Island, will the rates have to go up quite a bit, or do you have any sort of crystal ball about where the rates are going to go based on having one less landfill as an opportunity and maybe having to truck things further? And then my second question is, there's, what is it, SB 1383, and I think there's some new regulations on organics. How do you see that those affecting our rates going forward?
Thank you, Councilmember Chau.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. A few questions. We do organic separation at green waste, right? What is our current recovery rate of organics on those? And is there an audit process where we can verify what the numbers they're giving is? What is the mechanism to verify that the number they're giving is a true number, basically, for the separation? And the third question is, regarding the closing of Newbie, and didn't we had in the clause with the green waste, after whatever time period was, they will take care of disposal of the garbage, and I think that was a better rate or something. Why are we trying to renegotiate? Are we trying to renegotiate that rate for a better rate, or we are just following that, or are we going into the market to find out if we can get a better rate? That's my question, basically. And my third question is, SB 1383, I recently attended League of Cities event, and there were, correct me if I'm wrong, because there were municipalities who were getting some grants for adhering or complying with the SB 1383. And I think we are way ahead of adhering to complying with 1383. Are we eligible for some grants which we can take care of and put into our solid waste fund, basically? Those are my questions. Thank you.
I don't see any other questions, so if you're
Yep, I'm ready.
Go ahead.
You have some
All right, thank you for the questions. These are all very good questions.
Actually, I do have some.
Oh, yes.
Council members, could you put your hands up before I go back to staff? You know that I'm always going to ask for questions, so the minute you know you have a question, just put your hand up. Councilmember Park.
Just so people know, I don't always know that I have a question until some of the other questions have come up. I did also have a question about the SB 1383 compliance, making us eligible for grants. I'm looking at the numbers as well, and I understand the reasons for rates dropping as the cart sizes get larger, and I always ask this question. I understand that it's the same effort to pick up a small cart as it is to pick up a larger cart, and efficiencies allow us to charge less. But that seems to be the wrong way to go and the wrong message we want to send to the planet. And when I look at the county-wide averages, it kind of shows the opposite of what we're doing, which is they're much lower for the smaller cart sizes. I mean, the cycle is supposed to be reuse, which would imply smaller carts, and then recycle, and then eventually trash if you can't do that. And it seems to be that the Santa Clara averages, it decreases in costs as you have larger carts. And I just want to know how the county does that. I understand that we have a few differences, like they don't have a townhouse rate. I'm kind of curious as to the percentage differences between the townhouse versus single-family use. I want to know, is that what's causing, is that difference causing anything? But in general, we charge more the less you throw out. I thought that there would be maybe from the service side that they would charge us more for larger carts, but that doesn't seem to be true. They're just charging for pickups, and the county seems to do it the way that I would expect. They charge you less for eliminating less, but we do it just the opposite, and I'm just kind of curious how that works. Thank you.
All right, no other questions? Go ahead, please.
So to Councilmember Jane's question, what will happen after Newbie Island? So Newbie Island's not closing in 2024. That just means that's when our agreement with them is over. I believe they're permitted to operate through 2035. But in either case, depending on the outcome of our procurement, at worst case, on a landfill perspective, we know we're going to see lower disposal costs if we choose to exercise the rate of in the green waste recovery mixed waste processing agreement or through the procurement process, which kind of touches to Councilmember Chaw's question, which we have sought out alternative pricing for dealing with the residue from the mixed waste processing. So we actually anticipate our disposal costs going down beginning January 1, 2025. So that's the good news. The bad news is we have a tremendously good yard trimmings composting rate that Republic has been nipping at our heels over the last 5-10 years to try and get us to agree to increase that. We've held fast, not increased it, but that is going to go away on December 31st. And again, we are anticipating that our composting rate will go up by 50%. So it's a mixed bag. We landfill more than we are composting, so the net impact is still favorable to our rate structure. Regarding SB 1383 new regulation, how has that affected rates? I believe that was your question. I'm sorry. Yeah, our rates have gone up substantially over the last 4 years to implement these new organics programs. We knew that the rates were going to go up substantially, and I think, prior to implementing our organics collection program, that we selected, we did a lot of outreach to the community and looked at, a split cart program, mixed waste processing, as well as putting organic food, soiled paper, food scraps in with the yard waste. We looked at all those. Every one of them was going to have substantial rate impacts. We knew that was coming, and it's here. Fortunately, we've now absorbed those, so we don't anticipate any additional large jumps unless regulations change. To Councilmember Chahal's question, our current recovery rate for our mixed waste processing is 45%, so 45% recovery, 55% residue. That doesn't tell the whole story. It was on the consent calendar, but earlier today you approved agreement for AB 939 implementation fee, where the county collects $4.10 per every ton disposed of at a landfill on the city's behalf. Prior to implementation of our organics programs pre-2020, we were sending 160,000 tons to the landfill. We're now sending 110,000 per year. So our organics programs, across the board have helped us reduce tonnage going to the landfill by 30% over the last short period of time. Double-edged sword. It also means we're taking in less money. So that AB 939 revenue, the $1.50 of that component, that's also translated into $150,000 less revenue going into offset residential recycling rates. So, like most things, there's good and bad with everything. Green waste, question about the green waste recovery disposal option. Are we trying to renegotiate or going to market? We have gone to the market and requested rates. Green waste recovery has had the opportunity to submit alternative rates, knowing that there's the potential that they're competing with other disposal facilities. So what we have secured in the current agreement is very good. We're hoping to get better, and we're testing the market to see if we can get better. Councilmember Chahal also asked a question on SB 1383 grant funds. So we were just awarded a second round of SB 1383 grant funds. It's a 2-year cycle. Somewhere in the neighborhood of $320,000 was the second award. The first award was less than that. I think it was about 180 over the first 2-year cycle. So staff has been applying and has been receiving these awards. So the primary expenditure, the way we're spending that money is you approved an agreement with the countywide food recovery program tonight, also an MOA. So that's $52,000. It's all funded by this SB 1383 grant. So our edible food recovery efforts are paid for that, as well as procurement efforts. We now are hosting 2 compost giveaway events. Those are all funded by those grant funds. So we're doing some good things with those dollars, and thank you for asking. Let's see, and then Councilmember Park, question was, it seems that other jurisdictions are incentivizing smaller carts with their rate structures, but we are not. What I would say to that is we did a rate study in 2021. R3 helped us put it together where we analyzed each rate, and for each rate there's three components. There's the cost for collection, and then plus the cost for processing and disposal or composting, and then city program costs, and you add those three components together, you get the rate. And through our rate study, we built these from the ground up. We have a lot more specificity than other jurisdictions do in terms of we know what our cost centers are. Mission Trail quotes us a price to service every size container at every frequency. There's other jurisdictions that do not have that type of detail, so they can kind of take a more iterative process where we actually have these numbers, and ours is very transparent. Yeah, I certainly understand that you'd like to use the rates to incentivize the diversion, but we are tied to Prop 218 requirements, which limit us to, we can only charge the cost of the service, so we can't overcharge one customer to subsidize another class, and that's the purpose of the rate study that we conducted. So I would say that I understand your sentiments, and in spirit I agree with it, but we're just not able to do that based on the findings in our rate study. And then, do townhomes impact single-family house rates? So yes and no. So no, in that they're not. I would say that the townhouses are not impacting our single-family rates because they're not actually receiving the yard trimmings service. So why should they be paying for it? That's the fair and equitable way to do it. However, if you're comparing us to every other jurisdiction in the county, which every other jurisdiction has townhomes as well, and they're just being charged, those townhomes are being charged for the yard trimming service whether or not they use it or not. So of course, some of that is savings is then spread out onto the single family customer. So even though the townhomes aren't necessarily using the service, they would not be getting a value of being charged for that service. So with that, thank you for the water, and I think I covered all the questions.
Councilman Chahal has another question.
Thank you for getting the information. I had one question was regarding audit process for verifying the separation.
So good question. So we do 2 audits a year, so that 45% number that I did give you. R3 is on contract with us twice a year to go out and do wet season and dry season audits of green waste. So basically, I think it's 20 tons where they set it aside, and they actually they audit it starting at the green waste material recovery facility when it's Mission Trail drops the load on the floor and it gets processed through their material recovery facility. The residue that drops out of that goes to the landfill. The rest of it's taken to Z-Best and composted, and then we go back about 6-8 weeks later, and after it's gone through the composting process, they weigh it, and there's going to be additional residue, and it does get calculated. So we're not just relying on green waste number for that. We're actually we've tested Santa Clara specific loads, which we're coming in close to the mean. I know that green waste recoveries over the last couple of years have installed new screening technology to where the residue rate's actually gone up, the diversion's gone down, but that's actually a good thing because, you want the compost that they're producing to be marketable and usable and people to want it. So even though the residue is up a little bit and our diversion's down very slightly, it's a more marketable, sustainable product, which that's a good thing. And
All right.
And the audit numbers we have are similar to what green waste presents in totality, basically, close to that, right? The audit numbers we get for the separation of organics are the same what green waste in totality uses, basically?
So in 2000, they gave us a ballpark estimate of 50%. So we're at 45. And again, they did install new screening technology. When they gave us the 50% estimate before we entered into the contract, that was without doing any sort of a Santa Clara waste characterization. So yeah, we're close.
Okay. And one follow-up question was, you did mention we got some $320K grant for the SB 1383 implementation, basically. I may be wrong, but the numbers I heard from some of the municipalities was higher than what we are getting, basically, and even a smaller size municipalities. What are the basis of getting these grants? Why are, I don't know exact number, basically. So what are the basis for getting this grant? Are we missing something?
I'm not the person that's completed the grant application, so I don't have a precise number for you, but I was under the impression the size of the grant was based on either the city's size or the amount of waste that a particular jurisdiction is producing. I was under the impression that our grants were larger than Palo Alto, Milpitas, Cupertino, but smaller than San Jose. But I don't know that for sure.
Okay. If you get a chance, can you find out why, if I'm right, that our grants are lower than some of the smaller municipalities? If we can do some comparison, that would be great if you can find that out, basically, down the line.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right, this is a public hearing, so I'm going to ask, are there any members of the public that would like to speak on the proposed solid waste increase? Empty chambers except for staff and nobody online. Okay, thank you. The proposed rate increases are subject to Proposition 218, which gives residents the right to lodge a written protest against the proposed increases. City Clerk, do you have any information about the number of written protests that we have received?
Madam Mayor, if I might interject before that, could we get a formal motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close it?
Second.
I'm looking at my list that you gave me. Is there a close the public hearing on here somewhere? There is? Where is it? Oh, conduct. It should be bold and in capital letters, City Attorney. All right. Changes for next time. All right. Is there a motion to close the public hearing? Someone please make a motion.
You already made it.
Yes.
I already did.
There was
Who seconded it?
Shahal.
I didn't hear that because I was busy with the City Attorney. Okay, register your vote, please. And that passes unanimously of those present. All right. City Clerk, you ready for that?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. As of the conclusion of the public hearing, the City of Santa Clara received 19 written protests to the proposed rate increase for solid waste services, in addition to the 0 verbal protests that were received during the public hearing. The number of protests does not amount to a majority of the identified parcel owners subject to the fee. Consequently, there is an insufficient number of written protests to constitute a majority protest under Proposition 218, and the City Council may proceed with considering the resolution.
All right, thank you very much. We had not enough protests, so is there a motion to approve this increase?
We'll make a motion to adopt the resolution setting the overall rates, basically staff's recommendation.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Discussion, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. I did send a PowerPoint to staff, if I can please have that. Okay, I love percentages, and when they're in favor, if the percentages I will quote, if I can get a rate of return on our money for Director Ken, that would be great, but I don't love the percentage which go other way around. And what I'm talking about is the council in 2020 made a very bad policy decision, and the repercussions as a policy decision, what we made, the decision was very bad. And repercussions of that, I'll show you what are the repercussions of that. Next slide, please. So here is the comparison of our current single-family rates with our 1920 rates. If you look at all the gains we made for our residents, basically, 20 gallon, the hike from 1920 to 20 current one proposed to us is 87% hike, 87%. 32 gallons, it's 67. 64 gallon, 67. 96 gallon, 67%. And that's exactly I'm talking about, the impact of one bad policy decision by a council where it can land us, basically, and how much it is costing our residents for that bad policy decision. And this is not, I'm not talking in a silo, like our rates only, basically. Next slide, please. So Milpitas has a split bin system, which we were, at that time, we were debating whether we should go with split bin or the single bin. And I compared the rates what we proposed to us with the Milpitas rates for 23-24, because they don't have the rates for 24-25, basically. So the smaller 20 gallon, they don't have one. The smallest bin they have is 38 gallon, which is 19 for garbage and 19 for split bin. If the ratio is 45% recovery, so we should be close to that, basically. So on that, like, our rate is 36.46, and the Milpitas rate is 36.46. Our rate is 51.51 for 32 gallon versus 38 gallon of Milpitas. And this rate, our rate does not include the annual cleanup charges on this one. These are without that, because they don't have those rates also. Similarly, 64 gallon, ours is $75.83, and Milpitas is 46.63. And when we go to 96, even the substantial difference, our rate is $100 versus 53. And if you look at the percentages, like we are higher in the range of 41% for the smallest 32 gallon, 63% higher on 64 gallon, and 87% higher on 96 gallon. And with no fault of the staff, I'm saying this was the policy decision which the council made at that time not to go. And we were running a pilot program which was running pretty well, and they most of the people who were doing the pilot program, they were happy with the program with some modification they wanted. So, but we didn't overlook that, and this is what we are paying, basically. The residents are paying anywhere from 41 to 87% higher garbage rate for the similar circumstances. Next slide, please. These are numbers, Councilman Watanabe. These are numbers. Check yourself, please. Now, Sunnyvale is, and one more thing, for Milpitas, I think the same Mission Trail is providing the same facility, same services to them, which was giving a quote to us also for the same thing. So no, it was same vendor, basically. In case of Sunnyvale, I think they have a different vendor. but their comparison, like for 20 gallon, they have 27 gallon in our 20, and 32 gallon they have versus, I'm comparing their 43 gallons versus our 32, and 64 is the ideal, like apples to apples, and 96 they don't have any. So in case of Sunnyvale, our residents are paying 13% in the smallest, 15% higher, 64 gallon, which is apples to apples basically, 45% higher, and 96 they don't have it. So what I'm trying to say is one bad policy decision by a council cost our residents to the tune of 60%, 40% more in paying those. And that can translate into millions of dollars which our residents are paying into this garbage rates, basically. So with that said, I opposed, the council at that time was 4-3. I opposed that time, and I still think that policy decision is making us pay much higher rates what we are paying our residents, and I don't support it. I will not be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, and just for the public's benefit, that was Councilmember Chahal's analysis only, not from our professional staff. All right, we have a motion and a second.
You can check it out, Mayor.
Excuse me?
You can check it out, Mayor.
Please stop. We have a motion and a second on the floor. So Councilmember Jane?
I'm a huge proponent of split bin, but I would like staff to explain the contracts that we have that lock us into this non-split bins.
All right, let's get all, it looks like there's going to be a lot of questions. Councilmember Park.
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested in Councilmember Jane's, the answer to Councilmember Jane's question as well, but also how has staff vetted these numbers from Councilmember Chahal? I mean, these are very interesting numbers. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Becker, you have a question?
No, not a question, more of a comment based on the last comments that were made. Well, first off, Councilmember Chahal, I give him a lot of credit because as I was a resident before I was ever on City Council, and he was fighting for, I think, he was fighting for our city's residents. And in the end of the day, he was fighting to make it a better policy decision. I feel that it was a poor policy decision at the time. So I do commend him for doing that and going that way, because I remember that long discussion and the back and forth on that. And I think it's just disappointing, you know, certain comments are made to disregard his comments, but I feel that Councilmember Chahal was fighting for the residents in 2019 and all the way back in 2018 as well. So I'm just concerned that, you know, we don't give somebody a fair fight. So thank you.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes, it's amazing revisionist history, how it just keeps coming back. It's like Groundhog Day every time we have to go through these contracts. But yes, and it's lovely how Councilmember Chahal loves to point fingers back to administrations just because it didn't go the way he wanted it to. But there was extensive outreach done regarding the split carts, the pilot program. I remembered I drove around the city to see how it was being implemented, and it was not. People did not like the program. And even though it may have started out great, but it went downhill from there. And I had several discussions with staff just to get updates on it because I wanted to see it happen. But if the residents don't want it, why are we going to invest in something that the residents don't want? It's a waste of city money. So there were extensive discussions with Mission Trail as well, and I think we had 3 council meetings to finally come to a decision after a long thought-out process what was going to work best for the city of Santa Clara, and split carts were not it. and our staff did a tremendous job, being very patiently, being very professional, coming back, answering questions, but still, they're called out, and I think it's very unfair to our staff that they have to go through this process every year. And I will also add, in the city of Sunnyvale, if you go on social media, you will find that split carts are not as welcome there as you might think that they are. They're having a lot of difficulty. So anyway, the residents of Santa Clara spoke. We didn't go with the split cart program, and this is where we are, and I look forward to hearing what our staff has to follow up with. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. I know Mayor mentioned these are my slides. I took all the numbers from the staff attachment number 1. These are the rates, comparative rates for Milpitas, Sunnyvale, and our rates. These are I took all of them, but I want staff to verify those, the numbers I took basically. So, and as regards the process, going back, I'm not trying to blame staff, but I'm trying to make the policymakers over here who took that decision. Staff was okay either way. They would have followed the direction from the council, either way, whichever way we would have decided. And I'm blaming the council at that time. That was a 4-3 vote. And if I have to pay, or my residents have to pay that higher amount of 40%, 87% higher than what other municipalities are paying, I will still bring it up. And it's my right. It's my right to protect the money of my residents. And it's my right to have this discussion because this is the item on the agenda. Whether you feel bad or good, I'm not concerned about it, but this is my right to bring these numbers, which are numbers. It's not a subjective decision. I'm talking about the numbers, which are right numbers. Okay, thank you.
I just want to say, nobody said you didn't have a right. I just said those were your numbers not given to us by our professional staff. That's the only comment I made.
I took it from the staff. That's again, I'm saying that.
Again, Councilmember Chahal, all I just said was that was not from our staff report. Those were your numbers. I didn't say they were right or wrong. I didn't say anything about them, just that they're your numbers that didn't come from our staff. Vice Mayor Becker, do you have a question?
Thank you, Mayor. Following up, I think it comes down to, I think somebody needs to be a little more educated that made some comments just a moment ago. It's a state requirement that there has to be a separate sort. We basically are paying people to sort. The split carts, I don't know if you know the future, but split carts are the future. I think that's the direction we're going. And I think what Councilmember Chahal was trying to do in the past was to actually save us money. And like he said, there was a policy decision that was made that was incorrect. And you talk about revisionist history and bringing up the past. I find it very ironic and hypocritical that you say that because you sit here and talk about everything about the 49ers every time you kid and throw them under the table.
Stick to the issue.
No, I'm sorry. You don't interrupt me.
Okay,
You don't
please
interrupt.
stop. Just let him go on until he's done, okay? Just go on.
I'm just
Go
sick
on.
and tired of being interrupted by two individuals on this council. So, Sunnyvale may not like it, but that's the way of the future. Just going to make that a clear point. That is the way of the future. So if you have a problem with this and if you have an issue with this, take it up with the state.
Was there a question that you were going to answer, Director?
Yeah, I will.
Okay.
There was a recommendation for me to go through the analysis. So if I can get the slide presentation while I get started.
No, I don't think we're going to do that. No. We're not going to do that.
Mayor,
We're not going to put him on the spot to do that.
Through the mayor, I wouldn't recommend that staff go point by point through the council member's presentation. We did receive Council Member Jahal's presentation earlier today, but we have not gone through it in enough detail to provide a formal analysis of it. I do know that staff can provide some high-level comments and remarks about the information, and so we're prepared to do that.
Yeah, let's keep it at that.
By point.
Please. All right. Any high-level comments?
Yeah, sure. I think If you can pull the presentation, please. Just in terms of high level, it's just like any report. You need to be careful in terms of what you're comparing and what data that you're pulling. I think through our presentation earlier, we talked about our townhouse rates. They're lower than Milpitas. They're lower than Sunnyvale on the lower bins. We're not talking about individual rates, or we're looking at as a whole, right? Council's direction to us, and as Dave mentioned, what we're required to do is provide rates that are equitable for each service being provided. And we did that. We put together that whole analysis, which council approved the rate study. Our rates are equitable and fair. We have a lot more data the way our contracts are set up than a lot of other cities. I think you can take a look at our commercial and see we're cheaper than the others. We know that the others also need additional bins for the commercial because they don't do mixed waste processing. So that would be tacked onto those rates. So it's a very, when you start getting into comparing, it's not as straightforward. Also, Milpitas had rates that were increased in 2024 as well. We didn't compare up against those, so those numbers are a little bit different as well as Sunnyvale. But I think big picture, how does Milpitas and Sunnyvale do it? A great question, because I just want to go through something real quick, because we did just get this at 3:30, but here is a
I'm getting dizzy.
Yeah, me too. So there was a added slide on the council drive that doesn't look like it got carried over here at the end of the presentation. So I have it here. Basically, what I wanted to point out is just because of this whole comparison. When you take a look at our breakdown of costs, right, of Mission Trail Waste Systems, our costs for all the different containers, the processing and disposal costs, our city program costs, our yard trimming costs, our recycling costs, to get to our total garbage costs. If I were to say, okay, green waste recovery isn't going to charge us anything, we're not going to pay any disposal costs and strip those out of the equation, our rates still wouldn't be less than Sunnyvale's or Milpitas on a couple of the bin items. Why is that? That's a great question. I don't know how they computate their rates, right? They have a different process. Milpitas has all exclusive franchise, so we don't. We have non-exclusive. So how do they take that funding, tie it into their garbage rates? How do they determine what's residential, what's commercial? I have no idea how they do it. I'm just saying if we were to strip that out, and here's the slide that's before you that I was just talking about. If you take away that processing and disposal costs and just say we get it for free, which we won't, there's our rates on the far right side, right? So how do they do it? How does Sunnyvale do it? Sunnyvale has their own facility, so that's a whole different ballgame. How do they take their monies from that? How do they set them forward towards residential and commercial? It's a good question, because we can't get to those rates, even if we had processing and disposal for free. So that's why I'm saying there's a lot to it. It's not an apples to apples comparison between any jurisdiction. But when you look at our rates, the one thing that we do know, they are equitable. And when you look at some of the different components, we are cheaper than some of the others. And as we mentioned, they do have to pay other fees for additional bins that, as Dave mentioned in the presentation, those don't show up as a rate. That's a whole add-on. So it is a complicated process. We did go through it early on and got council input. We got the public input. The public was in favor of spending, at that time, is about $5 more a month, a cup of coffee, not having to go split cart. We know all the issues with the split cart. People were ripping them apart, not using them. They were damaged. We couldn't get them replaced. That was a problem. Milpitas has indicated us they still get a lot of complaints on split cart. When I was at Sunnyvale, there was a lot of complaints on split cart when that rolled out. So there is a lot to it. A simple comparison really doesn't do it justice. I will just say that, I'll kind of finish up with, we are on the hook for paying all our contracts, the new rates, which is about $1.8 million. If we do not increase the rates today, we need to come up with that $1.8 million. And then next year, when rates increase again, it'll further compound the issue. So you need to take that into consideration as well when you think about tonight. That's, I think, pretty much sums out without going into all the other detail. But as we talked about, we can't get out of these contracts. That's been brought up before. We know that if we were to go out for new contracts, we would be paying a lot more. We negotiated these all pre-COVID. Costs have significantly gone up, let alone to buy a new vehicle, which our providers did back then. The lead times on them are several years. The cost is way more. So that's just a whole different discussion that we can't even get there. That's kind of the quick summary. The last thing I just want to say is, when I talk about apples to apples comparisons, we do street sweeping, household hazardous waste. We have our program costs. We do leaf vac, Christmas tree collection, and we have closed landfill costs. I can't say that all those other jurisdictions have that. Those are all rolled up into our rates as well. Our residents get a lot of services, others don't. So I think I will stop there without going into all the detail to see if there's any other questions.
Thank you, Director. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Director, for giving that information. So I was part of that council meeting where we made those decisions, and we were one of the lowest garbage rates municipality at that time. With everything remaining the same, basically, we were one of the lowest at that time, and now we are not the lowest. And I agree there will be some intricacies of comparing. The comparison sheet you gave us on attachment number 3, I think that also has some intricacies because that's not a fair comparison. And the way you gave us that comparison, I basically took out the information from that and compared my analysis, basically. And I took all the same numbers what was given on attachment number 3. So it's not I wouldn't say it is 100% science, a formula of physics that we can calculate and come up with a solution to the dot. But we will have to agree that our rates have gone because of that policy decision. Because at that time, Mission Trail Waste Systems were offering us split bin offer, which was much lower than what we have right now. But we chose the green waste recovery option, which was higher than, and I did prepare that comparison sheet at that time, that if we would have chosen Mission Trail Waste System with a split bin, that was also a long-term contract. We would have saved tons of money. So with that, I'll stop with that. Thank you.
Yeah, in terms of the rates at the time, we were very clear that our rates were going up significantly no matter what option we chose. And when we went through the analysis, again, that were costs back in 2018-19, which are long gone, we'll never get those. The delta between a split cart program and the green waste recovery program was, I think it was about 13%. That's where I got, it was about $5 a month. And that was in information that was provided to the public. So either way, things were going up significantly because we were just coming off long-term contracts back then where we had great deals. China National Sword just hit on the recycling market. So that was another one where we knew we would be paying more for recycling. So there were a lot of things at play back then that were driving rates up no matter what decision that was made. And that we went through at the time. But
At that time, Mission Trail was much cheaper than that. Yeah. Thank you.
Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. So, Director Mobach, if you just refresh my memory, there was another issue that had to do with the separation of the organics, and it was being mandated by the state. The problem was Mission Trail was not in a position to be able to provide that service at that time. It was still years down the road, which was another factor in our consideration and our decision. We wanted to keep things with Mission Trail, but they weren't able to provide the ability to sort, which is why we ended up going with green waste, because we weren't going to be able to achieve the mandate that was being imposed.
So the mixed waste processing option that we went through, we went out for a formal process to get proposals, and I believe that's what you're referring to, that Mission Trail Waste Systems could not provide that service to us. That is correct.
All right, thank you. So we have a motion and a second for staff recommendation. Please register your vote. Are you waiting for a vote?
Yes. Councilmember Park?
And that passes 4-2. Thank you very much, and thank you, staff. We appreciate all that. All right, so next we have public hearing, adoption of a resolution approving the levy of benefit assessment upon Maintenance District Number 183, Santa Clara Convention Center Complex. So I will open the public hearing, and staff, do you have a presentation? We are back. Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you. Just a verbal presentation. Craig Mobeck, Director of Public Works. As you referenced, this item is our annual assessment for the Santa Clara Convention Center Maintenance District 183 and approval of the Director's Report. Previously, Council adopted a resolution and established tonight as a public hearing. As you know, this assessment funds the shared maintenance associated with the Convention Center complex grounds, which includes items such as parking lot cleaning, signage, striping, fountains, landscaping, lighting, sidewalk, utilities, as well as asphalt maintenance. The total assessment for 24-25 is approximately $1.86 million, and that is about $88,000 more than the prior year. The three parties in the maintenance district, the Convention Center, the Hyatt Hotel, and the Tech Mart, has discussed this year's assessment and voted in support of it. The city's share of the cost for the upcoming fiscal year is approximately $840,500. The Hyatt is about $394,600, and Tech Mart at about $627,700. So staff's recommending that council adopt a resolution approving the levy of the 24-25 assessment on the Convention Center Maintenance District 183 and approving, adopting, and confirming the director's report. That concludes my presentation.
Okay, so we have questions. Councilmember Jane.
Yes. I had heard from staff that there was some discussions about potentially charging for parking, and it seemed like the other tenants there didn't seem to be objecting to that. I was wondering if I could get an update as to where staff is in terms of charging for parking so that we can offset this $800K, and then potentially putting aside some money for basically at the end of life of the parking structure to rebuild the parking structure. So setting aside money like we've been deferring so much maintenance over the years.
All right, other questions? Okay, no other questions? Whoever wants to take that?
Sure. Mayor, members of the City Council, in response to that question, absolutely. Staff did mention that we have had initial conversations with our convention center manager about implementing parking fees for the garage. I believe it is in general wrapped up in one of your council referrals. Work on that has not begun. We will be meeting to discuss all of your referrals as well as staff's workload for the coming fiscal year. That is on our work plan, and we will provide you with an update on that. I believe we're actually scheduled to come before you after your summer recess for a full update on where we are. But absolutely, it is our intention to look into paid parking at the convention center, but that work has not begun.
All right, anybody else? Councilmember Nobby.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yes, I just wanted to add, I actually had a conversation with a small business owner earlier today that utilizes the convention center and as specifically talked about one event out there, the Maker Fair, that actually the convention center was successful in bringing back from Team San Jose. And this past year, when they had the 3-day event, the small business owner actually mentioned to me that they had a tremendous outpouring of support from the community, and actually a lot of it had to do with the fact that there was, because of the free parking, whereas downtown San Jose, you do have to pay for parking. But they just coincidentally just mentioned this to me this morning in a conversation, and I said, thank you, this is very timely because we're actually going to be probably discussing this tonight. So I'd just like to share that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have a question too, because we have pre-existing contracts for that parking garage with the hotel and the Tech Mart, and I think for the stadium events as well. So if this is for when we do talk about the parking issue, if we do look at paid parking, is it just going to will it affect just the convention center visitors, or would it affect any other visitors like hotel or anything like that? So that's what I would want to know. Who would be paying for this parking? Okay.
Sure. Mayor,
yes.
In brief response to that, I did not mention that in my brief comments, but absolutely we have existing agreements. For example, the Tech Mark has approximately 1,000 spaces in the area that we would need to continue to provide at no cost through the life of that agreement, as well as requirements with the hotel property. And yes, there are certainly agreements with respect to the stadium that we would need to honor. And so all of that will be factored into the analysis, but it is true that other convention centers charge for parking as a normal routine revenue source, and we will be working with our convention center manager, because certainly the full cost for a participant factors into booking of events, and so we do need to be sensitive of with regard to that, but would bring the City Council a full complement analysis package for you to make an informed decision.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Jane, you have another question?
I just wanted to clarify that when you come back, you'll be considering both garages, the Tasman garage as well as the convention garage. Thank you.
Okay, so now this is a public hearing. Is there any member of the public? Is this a public hearing? Yeah, it is. Is there any member of the public would like to speak on this? I don't see anybody. Okay, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion.
Second.
Motion second to close the public hearing. All right, please register your vote. And that passes unanimously of those present. So thank you. The proposed rate increases are subject to Proposition 218 voter approval requirements, which require the increase to be approved by a majority vote of the affected property owners. Assistant City Clerk, do you have the information about the number of votes that were received?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As of the conclusion of the public hearing, the City of Santa Clara received 3 votes in favor of the proposed rate assessment increase. The number of votes does amount to a majority vote of the identified parcel owners subject to the assessment. Consequently, there are enough votes under Proposition 218 for the City Council to proceed with considering the resolution.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a motion to approve this benefit, levy the benefit assessment upon the maintenance district? Is there a motion?
Motion to approve staff
Is
recommendation.
there a second? Thank you.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other comments? Seeing none, please register your votes when they pop up. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously of those present. Okay, the next item is the public hearing action on a resolution approving the levy of benefit assessment upon the City of Santa Clara Parking Maintenance District Number 122, Franklin Square. And as much as it pains me, as you all know, I have property in the Franklin Square, or mall as we call it, so I will be recusing myself from this vote. I'm going to ask Vice Mayor Becker to come over here and take the reins, and I'm sorry to say I'll be going home. All of you have a good rest of the evening. Thank you.
All right, so the next item on the agenda is council consideration of a resolution approving the levy of a benefit assessment upon Maintenance District Number 122, Franklin Square. At this time, I will declare the public hearing to be open. And staff, go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, Council Craig Mobeck, Director of Public Works. So yes, the next item is to consider a resolution related to fiscal year 24-25 annual assessment of the Franklin Square Maintenance District. Council previously adopted a resolution establishing a public hearing for tonight. As you know, the Maintenance District has been set up for the Franklin Square property owners to contribute an amount based on their property building square footage. The intent of these funds is to cover the costs associated with capital repairs of the parking lots and walkways. The annual combined assessments are comprised of a flat rate of $14,200 minus any accrued interest. Based on this calculation for 24-25, the total amount being assessed for the entire maintenance district is $11,670, which will be shared amongst the property owners based on square footage. The city is responsible for the general maintenance and operations throughout the year associated with the common areas and the parking lots, and the amount budgeted for these obligations is approximately $136,600. And then lastly, the budget for exceptional maintenance and improvements is $16,500, and that will replace sections of concrete walkway in the common area. And these repairs will be funded by the property owner contributions and will be transferred from the interest-bearing account. So based on those numbers, the total budget is $153,126, which includes both the routine maintenance and exceptional maintenance and improvements. And so tonight, staff recommends that council adopt a resolution approving the levy of the fiscal year 24-25 assessment and approving, adopting, and confirming the director's report. And that concludes the presentation.
Okay, thank you, staff. No, so thank you, staff. I have a question from Councilmember Jane. Any other members of the council after him?
Yes, I've made many comments in the past. In the past, the property owners paid at least 75% of the operations and maintenance, which this year is going to be $136,600. And so at this point, the property owners, the private property owners, are not paying anything for the maintenance. And this is a very one-side per Prop 218. Only the property owners can vote on this, and the city has a minority position, so we are continually outvoted by the majority property owners. And it's interesting because earlier, regarding the ISC and the field fees, Mayor Gilmore said, "I will not support anything that sends any money to a private property," which I thought was kind of interesting that she had said that. So I will not be supporting this motion.
I don't even think there's a motion on the floor, right? No? Okay. So is there any other council member questions? No one? Seeing no more council questions? Okay. We will now move on to, at this time, we will proceed with the public hearing. Are there any members of the public that would like to speak about the benefit assessment upon Maintenance District Number 122 in Franklin Square? Nobody's all online here? Okay. All right, cool. All right, so we will now move on to, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close public hearing.
Okay.
Second.
We got a motion by Councilmember Jane and a second by Councilmember Chahal. Whenever City Clerk is ready, go ahead and cast your votes, everybody. Okay, and that passes 5-0 with those present for the close of the public hearing. Okay, so it says, thank you. So because the action does not include an increase in the assessment increase, no special protest or vote is required under Prop 218. We can now proceed with deliberations and action on the proposed levy of assessment for Maintenance District 1, number 122, Franklin Square. Is there any motion or any deliberations? Any hands up?
Motion to pass.
Oh, I see. Councilmember Park has his hand up. My apologies. Councilmember Watanabe.
So, if my understanding is correct, if this motion does not pass, then that simply means that we don't collect the $14,200 minus the accrued interest, which gives us about 11,000 something. That just means that the city would not collect that. So the city right now, if I look at the report, is paying the majority of costs. Anyway, the total costs as finally approved is $153,000, of which the fixed amount would not be 10%, but minus the accrued value would be even less. So if we did not approve this action, does that mean that the city would simply not get the $11,000 that the property owners would be paying, and therefore all the costs would be on the city? Is that correct?
Yes, if that does not pass tonight, then we would not be able to collect $11,670.
And what happens to the accrued interest of owners' fund balance? And, and I guess, why is there a fund balance? Why wouldn't we take any interest that's accrued and apply that towards the maintenance?
Yeah, so good question. So there's a long history to this one. And so there was money that at the time that was paid by the property owner. So that went into a fund. That was their money that they contributed. So that's accruing the interest. And that's why it's using that interest to offset the current annual payment that is due under the terms of the maintenance district.
Okay, and that fund is managed by the property owners, or is it managed by the city?
The city has the funds.
The city has the funds, so we manage the funds and we take the interest directly from that. Can I ask what the amount of that owner's fund is that the accrued interest is over $2,500?
Yeah, at the time of the report, the end of fiscal year 22-23, the interest-bearing account contained $171,630.
And this is money that's put in by the property owners, or how does this excess, how does the money get into that account?
So that's the $11,670 that they're contributing this year. So it goes into the account, and then we draw down on that for the capital repairs. So like I mentioned, we're spending $16,500 this year to replace some walkways. So that is under the terms of the maintenance district.
I guess I don't understand, meaning if they've got money in there, there's money in there, and the cost of maintenance, I see routine maintenance operation, $136,000 plus, $137,000, exceptional maintenance and repairs for another $16,500, right? If there are like repairs that go up and beyond the contribution made by the property owners, how would there be a balance from the property owners? Why wouldn't that money be applied in full?
Yeah, so that is the terms of the maintenance district that council approved and the building owners voted on to agree to it. And so that was the terms. And so that money, that the $136,000 that the city is contributing, the city is responsible for all the day-to-day maintenance of that common areas. So that is per the terms of the maintenance district. The property owners don't pay towards that. They pay towards the capital maintenance and repair. So if we go repave a parking lot, if we go replace concrete because it's lifted up, that is funded through the interest-bearing account.
And I think that last time we had this discussion, we also went through a discussion of how we could save costs or even generate monies to offset the cost to the city. Is that correct?
There's been various discussions over the years in terms of what could be done, but no formal direction. I think as part of the priority setting, this was also slated to look at potential different parking options and paid parking.
Yeah, because if I recall, like this has been years since this was first introduced. I'm a little surprised that we don't have reports on this request, but I think I understand what the situation is. Thank you.
Yeah, I know several years ago, we provided an informational report about doing a full analysis of parking options, what the different options are, about how you could implement, whether it's gates, whether it's scanning a barcode and paying. There's a whole bunch of different options. And then also wanting to explore the parking on the street as well as into the neighborhoods, try and understand what the parking demand is right now, what type of revenues could be generated, and then what is the best option for if council wanted to do a paid parking, and then what it would mean to the surrounding areas in terms of parking in front of neighborhoods and things like that.
And that's kind of a summary of how we could generate monies, but I mean, I'm assuming there's also thinking about how we could reduce costs.
So in terms of reducing costs, the city is responsible to maintain that facility. So if we stopped, if we cut back on that and there was, overgrown bushes, say, or tripping hazards or things like that, we are still liable for that. And so that is the issue at hand when you start, if you were to say just cut off all maintenance of it. Those were some of the things that we've discussed in the past as well.
And so the liability falls solely on the city?
For the common areas, that's correct.
Okay. And I didn't see a report on what constitutes common areas. I mean, it's the parking lots, of course.
So the building footprints are owned privately. The walking areas, the concrete, the parking lots, those are all owned by the city.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Park. I have Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So, question is, with the downtown plan, are there any proposed changes for this district? Do we have any update or anything in pipeline for that?
Sure.
Yeah, so several years ago, the city council asked the Department of Public Works to engage with the property owners to look at different options to reconfigure this maintenance district. You know, a potential discussion with the council was, you know, having them contribute more. As we mentioned, whenever we change this maintenance district, as we've changed it in years past, the property owners get a vote on that. So previously, council voted to change it, the property owners voted to change it, it was changed. Our last discussions with them, and we reported back to council, was after those discussions, the property owners were not in favor of changing it. And so based on that, the city cannot unilaterally change it, right? There's been different discussions about whether you disband it, and the city attorney's office had provided information in the reports about how that would go about. But that's basically how it would work. If they don't agree that they're going to pay more, then we can't force them. And obviously, if we were to disband it, then they wouldn't have to contribute anything. So that's kind of the issues there.
Hi, and let me, through the Chair, Vice Mayor Becker, let me expound upon that answer. So that is certainly true with regard to the prior council questions and referrals, if you will, to the Public Works Department. In addition, there are two active city council priority initiatives related to this site. One is to look into paid parking and other options to reutilize the property there. The other one is actually to implement the downtown precise plan. And so, again, staff will be meeting soon to discuss your entire set of priorities, all 33, and how we prioritize them. Staff does intend to link those two items because as we look at implementing the city's vision for the downtown precise plan, part of this property actually is included in that because that downtown precise plan calls for restoration of the original street grid, right? And so while the parking lots are not a part of that original street grid, the common area is in that central plaza area. And so how the city in the long run attempts to utilize all of the property it owns downtown to implement the downtown precise plan clearly relates to the common area that the city owns as a part of this maintenance district with Franklin Mall. And so we intend to, frankly, as we look at Franklin Mall, collapse those projects into one and take a holistic look at the 6 acres that the city owns there, 900 and 1,000 Lafayette, as well as the Franklin Mall property. And we all know there's been conversations around the post office and could there be an effort to reutilize that as the city works in the long run, right? We know where the current market is and we know there needs to be a lot of studies, but in the long run to accomplish the downtown precise plan. And so with that, there are also active conversations with Silicon Valley Power and a electric vehicle charging company that has approached the city and has been interested in potentially putting electric vehicle chargers in those parking lots. And so we're having those conversations, but no decisions have been made. We certainly would bring that before the city council, but again, we want to take a holistic look at the options related to the downtown precise plan.
Thank you, City Manager. Go ahead, Councilmember Trall.
So, City Manager, if we, let's say we decide to have street grid through the common area, can the city unilaterally decide it, or do we have to go back to the property owners? So where do we stand on that?
Certainly any development there would involve the property owners, and so it would be a significant undertaking. At this moment, I don't know exactly how many individual property owners there are, but I know that there are several dozen individual property owners there, and so we would need to undertake a process to engage with those property owners. And certainly the buildings there would be affected by that. But again, that's long-term visioning, and that's what your downtown precise plan was, right? It was a long-term vision for that area. And so the city does own that land. And so retaining ownership and collapsing those two initiatives into one makes a lot of sense.
So, the question to City Attorney, if this doesn't, two options, it can go through or it may not go through, right? If this doesn't go through, our city liability still stands for whatever maintenance we have, right?
Yes.
Do we have?
As the property owner, we would have responsibilities to maintain the property in a good and safe, condition, and to the extent any issue arose that directly related to a condition on that property, I don't want to predict and ordain liability on our part, but there would be significant, risk of liability on the part of the city.
So,
and if I might, as you're pondering that follow-up, reinforce what the city manager said and described very well, as this as a part of, a larger city analysis, right, about what to do with downtown. The decision to build streets and reconfigure things would have all sorts of different issues that would need to be resolved, with the property owners above and beyond this district. But there are mechanisms to dissolve the district potentially as part of that, so the district obligations wouldn't necessarily have to continue, in perpetuity. I think staff's recommendation tonight is to say, while all of that is being analyzed, we think it makes sense to continue with the assessment to at least get the benefit of the assessment, as it exists in this existing structure, with obviously any number of different options, potentially available depending upon the direction that the city goes, with this as a city asset, evaluated in whatever context the decision about what you're doing with downtown, presents to you. So I'm sorry, I didn't mean to I know you had a follow-up, but I wanted to address that other issue too.
Yeah. Keeping in view, like we had a 75% was being filled up by the property owners earlier before this resolution, the newer resolution we are dealing with today. And we are substantially spending money on the maintenance of it. What can be the ways so that dissolution, renegotiation, if the other both the parties, other parties not ready to negotiate on this thing, where do we stand so that we are able to renegotiate this thing, just like the previous council did a few years back, like they changed it from the previous agreement?
Yeah, I think the director answered that, previously. In order to change the terms of the assessment district, we need approval of the majority of the property owners, and that's the process. No. And sounds like there have been overtures in the past that have been successful. Recent overtures not so successful. Not surprising that if they have an existing beneficial circumstance, that there would need to be some give and take and benefit to them in order to get them to approve a modification to the assessment district under its existing terms.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Chahal. Councilmember Park put his hand. Oh, okay. Councilmember Park, go ahead.
Yeah, and I understand that, and I hear the history, and the history as well, that we were able to agree in the past, and we haven't been able to agree recently. And I think, well, the last time we had an agreement was when the property owners capped the costs on their contribution for all time. And ever since then, every discussion has been, well, we just want to increase that cap to, something that would be even 10% of the costs of actual maintenance. So it's not surprising to me that the discussions recently have gone the way that they have gone. I believe the question that Councilmember Chahal was asked that I was looking forward to an answer to was, city attorney, or the director had alluded to the city attorney coming up with ways to dissolve the maintenance district. And if it sounds, and the answer that we got was, in order to change the terms, we would need the property owners to agree. And I think that doesn't, I don't know if that covers dissolution of the maintenance district, but like what would be the issues and what would be the process for dissolving the maintenance district, and then what could we do after that? Because I understand the desire to take the money that's available, but I almost feel that because we've been taking the money that's available, we've just been kicking this issue, down the street for years, right down. We've been kicking it down the common areas for years. And the question is, rather than say, well, we can do this, we can do this, we can do this, for the purpose of trying to save city monies and get private property owners to, as the mayor would want, to pay their fair share. How do we accomplish this?
So in terms of process for dissolving the maintenance district, there is a process for that. That was outlined in a report to council on January 25th, 2022. It was an attachment to the April report that we just brought forward with council that's set tonight as the public hearing. And it walks through the process to dissolve it, which that can be done, but you will not, again, get any money or anything from the property owners. We would still be responsible for the lead.
And I kind of feel that the city being on the hook for this additional money would give us a little bit of urgency in what we're doing. Like, we were fully willing to cancel $114,000 worth of income to the city. And right now, we're looking at less than a tenth of that. And at some point, like you said, this was in a 25th January 2022 report. We've been literally talking about this for years with the same conclusion, with the same vote. And my question is, how do we change the outcome? Because I don't think that if we keep doing the same outcome, they talk about crazy, which is doing the same thing over and over and over again, expecting a different result. Actually, that sounds a lot like parents or maybe even trainers for AI. But the reality is we would like to do something, or I would like to do something, which changes the result. And I'm not so sure that the guidance that I'm being given is, fully supportive of the concept of changing the result. I understand that you're giving me solutions for specific things that are being asked, but I think that if you look at the request in total, as a whole, I would hope that there are additional options, more options, or additional guidance.
Sure. Through the chair, can I attempt to address this and also summarize previous information that has been provided? So we're here tonight with a required annual public hearing to approve the levy for the benefit assessment district. And what that assessment district will do is it will confirm a assessment of the property owners that will provide, as stated in your report, $11,670 to supplement the maintenance costs that the city bears because of our own ownership of the parking lots in the common area. I totally understand that a number of council members have articulated here tonight, as well as before, that that arrangement where the city has ownership of parking lots and common areas in a mall or a retail area, retail slash, I think, light commercial area, is something that they no longer desire to be into, where the city has the maintenance costs. Unfortunately, the city has a maintenance district where the city previously agreed to pay those a significant portion of the maintenance costs. And while there is a process to dissolve the district, that would mean that the city would not get any funds from the property owners to subsidize the cost to maintain what is city property. And so what's before you is, yes, absolutely continuing the status quo, because based on the agreements that are in place and your alternative, which is to go through the dissolution process, would involve less money coming to the city. So in effect, the city's spending more money. We've also talked about that there is a newly adopted downtown precise plan that calls for a long-term vision of revitalizing downtown and restoring the historic street grid. You can also look at the city's ownership of the common area as a benefit in accomplishing that vision. Certainly there are implementation hurdles, certainly there are conversations with property owners, certainly it will involve private sector development partners, but if the city did not own that land, it would be harder to acquire, right? And so the fact that this city has adopted a vision for restoring the historic street grid, and you own a portion of property that you've said you would like to restore, can be looked at as a benefit. And so that is a newly adopted plan, and certainly the city needs to undertake work to see what we can do to effectuate implementation of that plan. But as you know, with our structural deficit and with our capital shortfall, we cannot do that without private market partners for the 6 acres we own and this common area. And so, Councilmember Park, I think you're right that there are not a lot of good options available to the city based on the desire that you're articulating today, because work needs to be done to outline a process for accomplishing the vision of the downtown precise plan that the city council has set, and to either one, not approve this item, or to move forward with dissolution of the maintenance district. While I agree it's not a significant sum of money, but it would mean that the city would have $11,000 less money to maintain property that it owns. And so I understand that that's based on the desire, not enviable position to be in, but that is where the city finds itself.
Okay. Councilmember Park, you still have some comments?
And I understand. I think that you're right, absolutely right, that having ownership of the common areas is to our benefit if we actually do something about them. I mean, right now, it's kind of works against us because we're not doing anything with that. Unfortunately, I'm not hearing any plans to do anything with that, which is why this, liability, it's become a liability. I hear your comments about structural deficits and rising maintenance costs and things like that, and I just wonder, where were those arguments, where were these points, and why weren't they brought up when we had the discussion of municipal fees, the fee schedules? I mean, I think that these are all valid, and I don't think it changes regardless of the monetary source. I think the monetary source, independent, doesn't, we need to take our structural deficit, and we need to take the other costs of the city into account. And it just seems odd to me when we don't have the same discussions across, I think one of the problems is we think that money is different depending on where it comes from, but it turns out that money is different depending on how we spend it, right? At some point, where it comes from is absolutely important, but if it goes to the same fund, it almost doesn't matter. Right? And these kinds of things, like I said, I would really like to come up with something that gives us a different outcome, because we've been living with this outcome. We've been living with the same thing for the last couple of years. Nothing has changed, and there doesn't seem to be any will from staff to prioritize the questions that have come up in council. Time and time again, there has been no, and if you tell me there is a will, I understand there may be, but I'm telling you as an observer, as somebody on council, I just don't see it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Park. Have any more comments? I will proceed with my comments. So, I hear about paid parking in downtown and in that district. Until I see a new downtown, that's something I kind of don't want to see yet. I mean, yes, we can use the revenue, but it gets down to this is I look this over and I'm hearing all this discussion and my council colleagues talking is what kind of deal is this? I mean, to me, that is the biggest concern I have is who put this kind of deal together where it seems like the city is covering all these bases and yet we cannot increase unless they agree to it. I mean, that's where I get in this, like, it's this revolving circle of going, who created these deals? Who made this? Why does it? I mean, specific people up here like to talk about, gifts of public funds, and I can keep feeling like this might be a gift of public funds because prices are going up everywhere. You know, we just talked about our garbage rates, we just talked about electric rates, and everybody's bills going up. But the maintenance work is not increasing. So, I mean, it gets down to this question where I have is, does the labor on this property outweigh what we get in return? So I know there's labor cost. So I want to know if the labor costs are outweighing what we get. Because $11,000, I'm sorry, that's a joke to me. It's laughable. It should be more. It's considering how much everything keeps going up around here. And this is the only thing that's not going up. And then also the other question is about what would a fair increase even look like? What percentage could we look at going up if there was an agreement to that? And then lastly, about dissolving the district. I mean, if we were to dissolve this district, wouldn't this be just the start of making our moves for our downtown? That's kind of how I would personally feel about this. So those are some of my thoughts, but some of my questions that I have, if you can answer those about, labor, if our labor is outweighing the cost of what we get in return, what a fair increase would be if we ever had that opportunity to ask for a fair increase, because again, $11,000 is laughable, and I think there could be more. I think it's fair. Also about dissolving the district, and if that would just basically say if we did move that, we're moving that direction to start a new district or new movement, I guess is what I'm, sorry, the late hour, trying to remember words, but those are just my three questions.
Sure. So just in terms of the cost, the city funds $136,500 this fiscal year to maintain those. So that is what the city is paying. In terms of this deal, this is the deal that council voted for. I think several years ago, this all came up about what the history is of it. But at that time, staff, there was other options in play, so a study was done. There was different discussions about what an outcome could be. This wasn't a deal that staff supported at the time, but it was voted by council. Once council voted it, and the properties owners voted it, that made the parking maintenance district that we've talked about. We've talked about dissolving it, and what does that mean at the current time? You're not going to get anything.
Yeah.
That's basically what it means, and you still hold all the liability.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it kind of looks like that. I mean, we're paying the brunt of it. We're getting peanuts over here. I mean, it's almost like a write-off. To me, it looks like it's a write-off. I mean, we're leaving money on the table in some respect, but it just, to me, it seems like we're spending more and more money to take care of this, while on the other hand, it doesn't seem like people are paying their fair portion, and then they have the right and the ability to say, oh, well, we don't agree to that. I mean, I wish a lot of us had that ability to say, oh, well, we don't agree to our increase in our rates in these matters. So I guess I'm just stating things that I see, and I think a little disappointed at past city councils to create these kind of deals. And, I think we up here are trying to make better deals for the city, but it's really hard when, a lot of these deals tie our hands. And, again, it's, as Councilmember Chahal said in prior items, this is bad policies that we've made in the past, and here we are, hands are tied, and it seems like the only way to dig ourselves out is by dissolving it or just sticking with the money. So, Councilmember Park, you have comments, questions?
I do have a last question. Comes from some of the discussion that was here, which the city attorney, do the issues of gifts of public funds go away if we put it in a contract with private property owners? It doesn't seem like it should. I don't understand how council could vote to cap a contribution on something that only increases with time, that only increases. And at some point, what could we do when it's clear that private property owners are not contributing substantially to the maintenance of the property, of the things that they get, use of, that they benefit from, like what would those issues be? Because if the argument is, well, it's public property, they don't get sole benefit, then I think that we as the owners of the common areas should do what we can to recover costs.
I think Councilmember Park.
That's it.
Okay, so do we have any other members of the council? Any more comments, questions, concerns?
I'm prepared to at least give a general response to that.
Oh, yeah. Go
Vice
ahead,
Mayor, yeah, there
Councilmember,
was a question
sorry,
from me. I don't want to go into too much detail about it, but, an assessment district, formed under circumstances I'm not familiar with, I'm assuming, some sense of mutual benefit, including the fact that, that it's a parking lot that's used not just, for shopping at that, area, which is potentially of, some city benefit, right, to support, commerce, within the area and potentially other people parking there. I don't think this implicates gift of public funds, issues, because there are benefits, derived, by all parties from having a parking lot, like this. The fact that it does not appear, I don't think, equitable and favorable towards the city to most of us, all of us, is, again, something we're all sensing your frustration with. And we wish we had more magic solutions, for you to blow it up and be able to restructure it. But as you've heard now a few times tonight in response to different questions with different angles on but all basically the same information, the dissolution is doable, but it leaves us with less money and substantially the same, responsibilities. This is something that's being explored in larger contexts as to whether or not, the city's ownership of the property and this district could end up being an asset to the redevelopment of downtown with the dissolution of the district or otherwise. And in the meantime, I know people are exploring different options for making potentially more revenue from the facility with the Tesla charging station and evaluating, what other parking for fee or other, options there might be. So it's not like there's nothing going on. It's just that there's not a magic bullet that makes this current structure, which has its limitations, go away. So that's my, maybe repeating myself, a few times now, take on where we're at, and again, leads to what staff's recommendation is, notwithstanding all the frustrations, proceed with the levy, at least get the money we've got, with very clear communications from this group, both historically and maybe louder and more clearer this time than ever, that you're looking for something both near-term and long-term to improve our circumstances on this assessment district.
Okay.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, Councilmember Jane.
I'm prepared to make a motion. I just want to say that I've considered this to be a bad deal for a long time, a number of years, where we have no power in this agreement. The property owners are taking advantage of us, in my opinion, and so I would like to make a motion to reject the levy of benefit assessment upon the City of Santa Clara Parking Maintenance District number 122, but also approving and confirming and adopting the director's report.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? I don't see a second. I will make that second then. City Manager Grogan?
Sure. Just in addition to all the comments that have been shared tonight and some of the challenges with this maintenance district and the city not having a lot of control, totally understand those comments. However, I do think it's important to recognize that it's not atypical for a city to own a parking lot or parking lots in a downtown and sometimes charge for parking and sometimes not charge for parking and bear the maintenance cost of maintaining that parking lot, right? I understand the uniqueness of this parcel, being that it's within Franklin Mall, being that it's within a maintenance district where the city can be outvoted by the other property owners. But I think it's important to note that at its core, it's also a parking lot in a downtown, and that's common for cities to own. Sometimes cities decide to charge for parking, other times they don't, and there are many things that factor into that decision. And again, I also want to reiterate the comment about with the newly established vision that this council has established for downtown, you can truly look at owning the portion that is connected to the historical street grid as an asset if in fact it is the city's desire, as the downtown precise plan conveys, to restore that original street grid, because your ownership in that is a benefit to that endeavor when and if it ever occurs.
Thank you, City Manager. Councilmember Park, you got your hand up?
I do. I mean, I hear all these conversations and I hear all these general comments, and I agree, but it's not a downtown anymore. And I think that for the people out there supporting downtown, it's not a downtown yet. And it may not be atypical for the city to own a parking lot, but I think that it's certainly atypical, and certainly this city, if you listen to the politicking and the policies that are done, for the city to own a lot and to pay the majority of maintenance and not recover costs for something that is used and largely controlled by private businesses. So when you tell me that these things are not atypical, you are ignoring all the things that I believe are atypical. And if you want to show that, you know, the worth in the comments that are being made, then I think that maybe you could provide examples from the real world of what other things are doing, what other maintenance districts are like. And again, I think that the larger issue is we understand we're going to get less monies if we don't levy this assessment, if we don't accept that. But the larger ask is not about receiving or not receiving the small monies. It's about how do we make this area, like right now, it's a money sink. How do we make this area, if even a little bit more, if we got 15,000 instead of 14,200, how can we make this area better for the city as a whole? And I think that's my comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, thank you, Councilmember Park. All right, so we have a motion on the table by Councilmember Jane. I seconded that. Councilmember Watanabe, go for it.
Please repeat the motion.
Sure. Nora, could you please repeat the motion, or Councilmember Jane could, either way.
The motion on the floor is to reject the levy of benefit assessment upon the City of Santa Clara Parking Maintenance District Number 122 Franklin Square and approve, confirm, and adopt the director's report.
So that means that the motion is to basically, we're not going to be collecting the $11,670? Is that what I'm hearing? What kind of a ridiculous motion is that? We have heard the comments by we have heard the comments by the the director, the city manager, and the city attorney at what is at risk by making a motion like that and not collecting the funds. So you want to put the city at risk to liability-wise as well as covering the cost of the assessment.
Okay.
Needless to say, I won't be supporting the motion.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Watanabe. Councilmember Park, your hand's up.
Well, I just want to say, I don't think that this motion is any more ridiculous than the motion that brought us here. But more importantly, I don't think that the monies that we are putting on the table are even a tenth of the monies that we considered just 2 hours ago. I would like to call for the vote.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Park. Whenever you're ready, City Clerk. No other comments? No? Cool. Okay, go ahead and cast your votes. And that passes 4-1 with Mayor Gilmore recusing. Okay, so that item, we're done with that item. We will now move on to reports of members, special committees, and council member 030 requests. I have Councilmember Chahal first.
I'll be brief. I know it's late. I did attend Sister City International All-America Summit in San Antonio recently. And it was arranged by Sister City International as well as the city of San Antonio. A very well-attended conference and emphasis on role played by the citizen diplomats, basically, and how different sister cities can engage across the world for trade, economy, student exchanges, and all those which can be beneficial to the communities at the both end. On top of that, there were very substantial discussions about topics which were not directly related to sister cities, like smart cities. That was a pretty good topic, and how cities can gain implementing the latest technology within their municipalities. There was a discussion about airports and ports. Like, there were detailed discussion about Houston, Dallas, and San Antonio airports, and there were a team of pretty good experts on those who were talking about those things. And other than, there was a session on sports diplomacy, and a representative from the Houston sports organization, Janice Burkey, she was there, and that was very informative how the public sector stadiums can be beneficial. And I had a brief discussion with her that issues we are facing with stadium operations versus how they are managing. And I took her contact, and if we can be beneficial, I'll be more than happy to share the contact with the city manager and the city attorney, if that can be beneficial, taking a second opinion or taking some advice what we can do. She's the CEO of a Houston sports organization, basically. So that's it. Overall, there was a good presence and good speakers over there. Thank you.
Great. Hope you had the food down there too. Okay, Councilmember Park.
Yeah, so I want to state that I attended several events in the last couple of weeks, and some of the other council members were there as well. I mean, we had safety patrol recognitions for fifth graders in the different schools around our area and our districts that act as safety officers for, people crossing the street, children coming and going from their schools. And it was especially endearing to me because after seeing the program, the safety patrol event last year, I said, well, why doesn't my daughter's school get involved? And so for the past year, we got into, connected everyone with Officer Taylor. That's his first name, but everyone knows him as Officer Taylor, to get the fifth grade. And our school, the school that my daughter goes to, stops at fifth grade. So I thought this would be a great bookend to their stay at this school, which is give them a little bit of responsibility in their final year, and they would be able to participate in the Safety Patrol Awards. And not only did they participate, they did very well in those awards. So I'd like to say that, like to talk to all the, like to commend all the students that were involved and thank the city and thank the program, thank the Safety Patrol program for doing this. The other thing that I'd like to note is sister cities, the Santa Clara Sister Cities Association, we decided to send 6 students to Japan this year, and we'll be getting a report later on after they go. They're going to leave, I believe, it's the day after tomorrow. But this is notable because we have a number of seniors. We had a number of people apply. Normally we have a limit of 4 people, but we thought it would be good since we only had 6 students apply. Every single one was qualified. Every single one was great. We would send all of them. We had the money, we had the opportunity, we had the time, and we had the great desire to do so. And this Sunday, we had graduation for the Sister Cities Youth Commission, for the commissioners that were graduating and going off to bigger and better things. And I would like to say I appreciate all the people. I appreciate Margaret Horosco for putting the event together largely by herself. Thank the volunteers that helped with the meetings and helped with all of the students and the comings and goings. And more importantly, to the students themselves for coming. I look forward very much to the report later on this year after the exchange is done. And I would like anyone that's interested in exchanges, students, or even other cultures to get involved. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Park. Councilmember Watanabe or Councilor Jane, do you have anything? No? Okay. All right, I have a couple items from on May 23rd. I was part of I'm on that committee, which is the Stevens Creek Corridor Committee. We've been doing some really great work on there. First off, we started with the draft vision statement for the Stevens Creek Boulevard Corridor. And the statement is as follows. The Stevens Creek Boulevard, West San Carlos Street corridor from Foothill Boulevard to Diardon Station is vital to Santa Clara Valley. The corridor serves 100,000 people and 80,000 jobs within half a mile of the roadway. And it's forecast to grow to 120,000 people and 100,000 jobs by the year 2040. 1/3 of corridor residents are under 18 years of age. It's forecast to raise over 40% by the year 2040. Almost 20% of corridor residents have a household income under $50,000 a year. That's kind of alarming. 65% of households speak languages other than English, and over 30% have low English proficiency, while 7.5% have a disability. 5.5% live in households with an automobile. So the cities of Cupertino, Santa Clara, San Jose, Santa Clara County, and the Santa Clara Valley Transportation Agency, known as VTA, the local government agencies responsible for transportation in the Stevens Creek Boulevard corridor, are committed to continuous investment for pedestrians, cyclists, transit users, and drivers. We recognize to unlock the corridor's full potential, it is essential to have shared vision for long-term transportation goals. Recognizing the need for a unified approach, the cities, county, and VTA partnered to develop this vision statement. The vision will guide the future of the corridor, ensuring cohesive planning and coordinated management of transportation improvements. And we also included in there too, which is the values and guiding principles, which I won't get into all those and bore you with all the details. But it is an excellent group where we are basically putting together a lot of these great plans for this corridor. And if you guys have any more information that you want to know about, go to StevensCreekVision.com. We need more people's input, especially from those who live around Stevens Creek. My colleagues, you have any input, please send it to this Stevens Creek Vision. We want to know what you feel about what our design, what the goal is for the Stevens Creek corridor. And our next meeting is going to be sometime in September, where we will be hashing out a few other details. And again, you can watch all of these meetings and details on the Stevens Creek Vision website. And the last thing I do want to get on, which is in regards to our annual spring cleanup campaign. District 6 took a very huge part in the annual spring cleanup. At this time, a lot of people's trash becomes another person's treasure. And personally, I go out there and I talk to a lot of my residents on, how to prevent a lot of trash in our spring cleanup, in our annual cleanup, and I call it upcycling. Well, I don't call it upcycling, that's the term it's called, is upcycling. And one of the things I did this year was I went out into the neighborhood, I found those old tower desks that, usually they have like the metal caging on it, you usually put it in the corner of your room. They're out there to be trash. Well, what I did is I go out there, grab my husband, help me carry it all the way back home. I wrap the thing, well, first I spray it with the, what's that stuff called, the black stuff, you see it on TV, it's Seal-A-Meal or whatever it's called. It's basically rubber. And you spray that on there and then you coat it with, and encase it with aluminum foil, and it becomes planters for all my husband's plants. So it's preventing these large giant objects from being put back into the ground or into the landfill. At the same time, there's pieces of things that a lot of people use, old tile, old blocks of things that they reuse in construction. And I noticed that when I went to one of my planning commission conferences, probably back in 2018, that is something they pushed a lot on. It was upcycling, taking old materials, reusing it into modern facilities. That's kind of why I referenced during the Henry Schmidt Park of let's reuse some of our old materials if we can to benefit the future. So thank you for, well, first off, I noticed that a lot of materials were rejected, anywhere from paint to electronics. I had a lot of concerns about that, like, why is my stuff not being picked up? Well, there's been changes. Every year we kind of have changes to our annual cleanup. And so I directed a lot of people to go to the hazardous waste drop-off events, as well as looking up the website e-waste or recyclestuff.org. And so lastly, I have to say the biggest shout out and tremendous thank you to our city employees who did all of this annual cleanup campaign. You guys are exceptional. You close the streets down. It feels like it's only closed down for like 15 minutes. It is cleaned up. The biggest concern that people had about this was their sidewalks are damaged, even though that's public right away. I already relayed that to people. Go on to Santa Clara, my Santa Clara app, and report it to the city if you see that. But again, thank you to our city staff for your exceptional service to the community, and we appreciate everything you do. So that is it for my reports. There's no other reports. Let's go to the City Manager Executive Director report. City Manager.
No report.
No report. Okay. So unless we want to go another hour, do I have a motion to adjourn this meeting? Okay. I have a motion by Councilmember Chall and a second by Councilmember Jane. And it's going to pop up here on our screen in a second. Go ahead and cast your votes, everybody. And this meeting is adjourned at 12:28. Have a good night, everybody.